I fucking play, even in Halo, like I used to forge a lot. You know, like it just, I'm like it just, I'm like it just.
I'm so fat. Brendan, you're not fat. It's the shirt. Look at Nate.
Defund the police painted in large yellow letters.
There are a lot of people out there who hear defund the police and think it means abolishing a police department.
Abolish the police. It sounds pretty out there. But scholars like Angela Davis, Mariam Kaba, Ruth Wilson Gilmore, and others have been studying police and prison abolition for decades. Recent events have put the movement to abolish police at the forefront of public debate like never before. So what does it mean to abolish the police? There's a lot of evidence to suggest that policing just isn't working. And it's especially not working for black people in America.
There's a hugely disproportionate impact on Black and Brown communities in terms of policing and who has negative interactions with police. So certainly police disproportionately brutalize and kill Black and Brown Americans.
And the statistics back this up. Black people are 3 times more likely to be killed by police than white people, and they are also more likely to be charged with an offence. African Americans are 4 times more likely to be arrested for drug use, even though they use drugs at the same rate as white people. They are also 20% more likely to be pulled over by police than white drivers.
These are systemic problems that are deeply embedded in the culture and structure of American police. So because of the power of police unions and the legal protections that are in place for officers, police rarely face any consequences for wrongdoing and brutality and violence.
99% of killings by police from 2013 to 2019 have not resulted in any officers being charged with a crime. The police officer who killed George Floyd, Derek Chauvin, had 18 prior complaints against him. Another reason for abolition is that policing in America has become hugely expensive. Many major cities spend as much as 40% of their budgets on policing. New York spends nearly $6 billion a year. That's more than the city spends on health, homelessness, and youth services combined. So how would police abolition actually work? The police would be defunded, and communities would invest in preventing the causes of crime, spending the money they would have spent on policing on schools, hospitals, better housing, mental health support, and domestic violence interventions.
For too long, we have asked police departments to do things which they are not trained or prepared to do, and have criminalized societal problems like addiction and homelessness and mental illness.
It's not just about creating a vacuum where the police were, it's recognizing that we have a lot of things that the police are meant to handle, and they're just not equipped to do it and are doing it kind of poorly. So we would rather pay people who are actually trained to do those things to do them.
But what about dealing with violent crime?
What happens when you have a scenario where there is a very serious need for somebody with a gun?
This is a common concern with the argument for abolition. But the thing is, despite what you see on TV and in the movies, the police do a poor job of protecting the public from violent criminals. In 2018, US police only solved 46% of the violent crimes that were reported to them, and just 33% of rape cases reported to US police in 2018 went ahead to trial.
Brush your teeth, Danny.
And when the NYPD staged a slowdown...
Brush your teeth, Danny. Why have you not brushed your teeth yet? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What are you doing? Why are you being a homo sapien? Hey, Danny, have you ever heard of FCF? Fan control football? I wonder if you ever heard about that.
To protest the mayor and to illustrate how essential they were. Violent crime actually went down.
Okay, well they streaming it on Twitch actually now. It's like you know, I'm not really into sports and shit like that, but I just showed Casey and he says that it has some potential, that it is actually pretty entertaining. So maybe you and Zay might like that shit. I don't know. Yeah. But I don't know, it seems pretty cool. It seems interesting.
Down.
Given the fact that the vast majority of police work has nothing to do with the kind of crimes that we think police do in popular culture, whether it's, you know, responding to violence, murder.
Well, you don't even know what it is. So once you watch it, then you can let me know.
Assaults, things like
then you'll be able to have an opinion about it.
That means that we could immediately remove these services, and it would simply make for safer communities. That is the argument.
Police abolitionists are still trying to work out the best solution to violent crime prevention.
We ain't gonna brush your teeth, Danny.
Police violence poses a bigger and more immediate
police violence.
When we remove police from a society that is heavily
so should we
armed and
defund the
very
police,
fearful,
Danny?
like America is, there will not be a vacuum of
well, no, the show really don't start
till
till 10 o'clock. I'm really just kind of bullshit before the show starts.
Right now.
So why abolition and not reform? Campaigners argue you can't reform an inherently racist institution. You can only overhaul it entirely. Police forces were founded in the southern states to track down escaped slaves.
Oh, they were tracking down escaped slaves.
Segregation, also known as Jim Crow laws.
The Jim Crow laws.
The 1960s and 70s
I will
saw huge investment in the
as
police.
soon as
It was a period of policing that
my
prompted
God.
the formation of the Black Panthers, which was established specifically to defend black communities from police brutality.
Bullshit.
Zero tolerance or broken window policing in the 80s and 90s saw black men incarcerated at unprecedented rates. African Americans are incarcerated at more than 5 times the rate of white people.
Oh, so
Successive
police are racist. That's what you're
Bodycams,
trying to
more diverse
explain
police
to me.
departments, bias and de-escalation
Oh.
training, they've all been instituted by many police forces. But police brutality keeps happening. Michael Brown, Alton Sterling, Philando Castile, Tamir Rice,
All
Freddie Gray,
black people.
Eric Garner, Breonna Taylor,
All black people.
George Floyd.
They got killed.
The list goes on. So is the movement finally breaking through?
This was what you
Will the
call
police
propaganda
actually be
right
abolished?
here. This is what you call that bullshit, that propaganda, man.
Is doing just that.
Because I'm pretty sure those weren't the only people that got killed by cops, you know. but they're trying to send a certain message with this video.
The Los Angeles City Council has voted to cut its police budget by up to $150 million, and the Abolish the Police campaign in New York is also gathering steam. But there's still a long way to go.
I think it's a big question mark how this is going to play out. We've
let them defend themselves and see how the fuck they like it. They're gonna be standing there screaming for the cops to come and say they lied.
That there's mass movement.
That's just gonna be so funny.
Substantial and systemic changes to how we think about public safety. There's definitely a feeling of hope and optimism and change.
If you want to find out more about the history of the police abolition movement, check out the writings of Mariam Kaba and Ruth Wilson Gilmore. I'll put some extra reading in the description. And for the latest reporting, you can read my colleague Sam Levin at Guardian US.
Get exactly what you want on Wayfair. Cute table.
Like
a multifunctional find that does it all. That's cool. A lot of storage in a small space. Is it weird if I buy the same one? Because I maybe just did. Woohoo! And a kitchen refresh and a snack side table food wagon. This kitchen cart is the best. It does it all.
A drink bar?
One quick swap, bam, it's a whole new look.
Shall we?
Yes, we shall.
My God, though.
You have an alarming number of puppets.
I sell them online.
Let's make this puppet business legit. You are good. LegalZoom. Now you're in business.
God. Hola my gato. Hola my gato. Hola my God. Hola my God. Oh my God. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up, Grand? We too defund them racist popo could had the time. We ain't do enough. Ain't do nothing wrong on gang. On gang and them. Appreciate you for stopping by, Graham. Appreciate you, man. What's going on, bro? What state you from? If you could, you already know, hit that follow. I would greatly appreciate it, bro. But nah, I appreciate you stopping by, man. What state you from, man? ATL, for sure, for sure. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. How you like it there? And everybody should be coming in soon. The show hasn't actually officially started. Like, I kind of just came up in here, you know, just to watch a few videos before the show actually starts at 10. And then even at 10, you know, usually it still takes a little bit for people to join the Discord and you know, to come in and join the conversation. But you know, if you want to hop up in the conversation, if you like talking about politics and or just want to, you know, feel like you are trying to get your point across, you know, you can definitely feel free to join the Discord and hop on and chop it up with us. You feel me? You feel me? But I know that was pretty hard typing that because that was pretty hard saying that shit. You are very well spoken, I can see. I do have a speech impediment. Like I do stutter pretty often. Well, like it's gotten a little better, but I don't know. Like, what do you mean I'm well spoken? What you mean by that, bro? Do you play games or anything, or what? What brings you by? I'm guessing you're into politics, since you're in the politics section category. So, yeah, bro, feel free to join the Discord, and then I'll verify you whenever you hop in. All right. Well, okay. Yeah, I'll verify you as soon as you hop in. You know, turn you to a member. But yeah, bro, definitely stick around for when the Discord go down. It's gonna be real groovy. And Grand El Jefe, Grand Hustle. I'm talking about. But if you can, El Jefe, please hit that follow. You feel me? Please hit that follow. I'm trying to hit 100. Trying to hit that hundo. Stop.
Bro, no stomp his ass. Better do what Nardo said, cause niggas die for pumping gas.
Appreciate that, bro. Appreciate the follow, bro. One time for the one time. You already know, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate you for showing me love, man. But yeah, tonight we just gonna chop it up. Usually probably about like 4 or 5 people going up in the Discord. And then we just gonna talk about tonight as far as the people want to defund the police or not, because there's been a lot of talks about what happened in Uvalde, like as far as those kids getting shot up. Like a lot of people have been feeling like the police didn't do their job, or they didn't like respond within like a good enough amount of time. So people are like, why should we even have the cops? Like they're talking about defunding the police again, and that's already been in a conversation before, with like, I guess, people feeling like cops are targeting like black people and stuff. So that's why, it's came up in the past about funding the police. And I'm just curious to what people's thoughts are, and their points of views and whatnot. Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? You can't live in a civilization without law enforcement. Well, that's personally what I think. Yes, I would definitely agree with you. But there's other people, as you'll see tonight, who disagree with that statement. And yeah, it's kind of hard to understand why some people feel that way, but hopefully we'll try to get a common ground and an understanding, find some type of common place tonight. But yeah, I personally agree with you though. Especially like growing up in a bad area, like damn well you need law enforcement there, because you have a lot of criminals around you. So damn well that you need law enforcement. You're either close by or citizens there need to be able to be armed, so they can protect themselves. Because even if you have law enforcement, you can't always depend on cops. Like they do take a while to get to the places that they're going. You know, they don't just pop up, you know, just out of nowhere, you know. So that's why it's always good to stay strapped and stay protected. That's why we got the Second Amendment. Ask them why nobody riot over Buffalo shootings, but they lost their mind over George Floyd. Bro, thank you, LFA. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, bro. That's what I'm saying, man. They'll come out with a whole movement over some, you know, George Floyd, over some like Black Lives Matter type shit. You know, they'll come out with a whole fucking organization over police, what they deem as like police violence or whatever, you know, like, but the minute, you know, like some serious shit started going down, you know, you don't hear about shit. But one thing you do hear about is people trying to defund, well, not defund the police, but you know, trying to take away our guns and trying to, you know, do things and pass certain laws to try to take away our right to protect ourselves. You know? But yeah, that's definitely true. People will riot. They'll do the most for what they deem. Man, I need to order me a new headphone. This headphone's about to piss me off. I ain't about to count. I've been trying to deal with it. Piss me off. All right, I'm on. I'm fucking damn. Oh shit, I'm fucking tripping. Let me switch it to Discord. It is 10 o'clock. Oh my god. Some people do like to be on time. But what shit? I'm gonna just keep it on me right now. And then when people hop up in the Discord, then I'll switch a route. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, mate. Hell yeah. But yeah, hopefully it's gonna be lit tonight. Hopefully. Let me try to look up another video for somebody else come up.
If you're in the market for a new home, you might have to make multiple offers without knowing if
So
the
we can get our
systems are even working.
Our minds flowing and our minds going.
They start talking about dismantling the police department. And I think the fear comes from the unknown of what might happen leading up to a decision like that.
The 2020 presidential election is coinciding with one of the most polarizing times in modern American history. I'm traveling with Vice across the country to learn about the extraordinary actions of ordinary people that could shape our collective future.
It did get out of hand and we needed the police at the end.
It's ground zero for this movement on a global scale. It changes your perspective on what can be done.
We're making our way to Minneapolis, a city at the heart of the debate over police reform in the wake of the killing of George Floyd. And while the majority of Americans actually agree there should be some change to policing, the steps on how to achieve reform, especially when it comes to defunding the police and calls over abolition, have caused more uncertainty and division. In Minneapolis, they're trying to reimagine the role of police when it comes to responding and dealing with street crime.
13 days after George Floyd was killed, 9 members of the Minneapolis City Council pledged to dismantle the police department.
The announcement is a direct response to protesters demanding change in the wake of George Floyd's death.
The pledge gained national attention. The city council has yet to put a plan in place to summon the community to reimagine policing outside of the current system. I wanted to see how that's impacted the city and how the outcome might influence the national conversation around policing.
This place is many things at the same time. First and foremost, it's my neighborhood. The people who occupy the square are neighbors. They're people who live on these streets or nearby. It's also a memorial for a murder that happened right here on this corner. George Floyd was murdered by the police, and so we memorialize him, we mourn him. Visitors come to pay homage and sit vigil. It's also an autonomous protest zone, and they made makeshift barricades to say that Minneapolis Police Department couldn't come in.
Oh my
Being
God,
here is to commit an act of civil disobedience because we're sitting in the middle of the street. And the community decided to do some form of mutual aid. I wouldn't say
I can't customize a fucking YouTube subscription.
It's egalitarian
That's so annoying.
leadership. Everybody here supports the square in some way, in a way that they can.
And what is your role here in this community?
I'm a resident, I'm a protester, I'm a mourner, I'm a Black person. I'm just here, and everyone that holds space here,
I'm Black too.
We stand in solidarity to protest anti-Blackness. We have to imagine a world where social services can make house calls that don't involve kneeling on someone's neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. This place means something. So we're holding it down to show the world what it looks like to stand in solidarity and say enough. The systematic killing of Black and brown and indigenous people with impunity needs to end. It needs to. America can do better than what they've been doing. They have to. Enough.
Poya Najmai lives a few blocks from George Floyd Square and co-founded the Powderhorn Safety Collective, a group of neighbors who've made an informal pact to stop calling the police and instead conduct their own nightly community patrols. I met up with Poya to understand what happened to the city in the days after George Floyd's death and how that led to Poya's decision to start the collective.
So we're going first to the third precinct, or the former third precinct. And this is where they started burning the third here. Burning of buildings and looting happened, but at the same time, it also reminds me of this was a hopeful time too. If we rise up and if we tell the institutions that we're done, we're finished, we want something done, we want change.
If you've struggled with uneven skin texture, you'll know that even great makeup sometimes can't hide bad texture. So I spent years trying tons of skincare products and just nothing was working, and I was super frustrated, so much so that I almost just gave up entirely. But then I learned that a lot of skincare products can actually make the problem worse. So in order to resolve things like bumpy skin and breakouts, you need the right skincare products. That's when I took the skincare quiz on your skincare and factored in 33 different factors that might impact my skin, like my personal skincare needs, environmental factors, lifestyle, stress, and a bunch of other things. Unlike the skincare products I had tried before, your skincare doesn't just sit on the surface. Better do it, not cause niggas die for pumping gas. Skin. And it's been just completely effortless. I mean, the products do all the work for you, and it's completely transformed my skin. So don't risk making your skin worse. Just take this.
My fault, bro.
This whole front was on fire, as you can
My fault about that, bro. I was letting that stupid ass commercial play on.
see. And a lot of the insides, I believe.
I'm over here trying to make sure that my YouTube subscription, when people subscribe from YouTube, I'm trying to make sure that is working correctly, because lately when people have been subscribing to me on YouTube, it has been showing the animation.
All of this went up around here in flames and started gathering in this intersection. Protesters exchanging, I think they were maybe throwing projectiles, and I believe police were firing tear gas and so forth back at them, and rubber bullets. And I believe they started breaking into AutoZone here and looting Target. And at some point, the police pulled out. By Thursday night, protesters had breached inside. Then about 4 or 5 days after that, when things had calmed down and National Guard had gotten control, of the looting, they moved. And then all of a sudden we had George Floyd Memorial, as well as 2, eventually, large unhoused encampments within Powderhorn. So it really became an epicenter for a lot of the things going on in the city at the time.
Talk to me about the cops and the relationship to the neighborhood after George Floyd's murder.
Police were not answering anything during this time. I would say less than 10% of the calls for anything was being answered at this time. We realized that this was just us going to be able to do this, and we just stepped up and did it. All this talk about defund, abolition, and no real alternative yet had come. Me and a group of other of my neighbors go out on the streets, and we basically perform a night watch that is de-escalatory in nature and is nonviolent, with the main goal of creating public safety through strengthening the social fabric. And we'll split up into 2 groups of 2. Okay. And yeah, we'll start our shift. It's been quiet so far on Discord, but it's a Saturday night. There's a foot patrol, and then there is a bike patrol. And we typically, on most nights, or at least the busy nights, have a dispatch as well. And what we do is we let the neighborhood know through an app that we are all on called Discord that we are out doing our watch for the night, or patrol for lack of a better word. And that if anything concerns them, or if they need any help with anything, to get hold of us. We answer to gunshots, which happen a lot in our neighborhood. And then we show up and we treat injured if there's any injured.
Is there training involved with that? Tell me how that works.
A lot of this is evolving and ongoing. We've had already a few street medic trainings.
Why are y'all being bad?
Oh, screaming? We're on 33rd.
And that feeling of we can do things sort of died down. We don't really work with police officers yet at all, and this is something that's contentious within our group, because we also understand that we need to represent our neighborhood, and not everyone in the neighborhood is on the same spectrum where they fall in reform, defund, abolish, or any of that stuff.
What's your personal stance when it comes to working with the police?
I like to think of it this way. If you're going to call them, they need to be doing something that is dangerous enough that it's worth calling a group in that may kill them or may hurt them.
I just made a bag, bag of beef.
George Floyd and the uprisings again. Dealing with a call for noise violation, even mental illness things, and homelessness and drug use and all these things, that I do not believe that a police force is needed for that. How I see it, we're not a perfect alternative, but
what's up beyond the tags, bro? What's going on, man?
A lot of your own
appreciate you for
can
stopping
be taken
by.
care of by strengthening the social fabric of your neighborhood and getting.
What's up? Pro gun or anti gun? I am definitely pro gun. Which one are you? And what state are you from, by the way?
Getting out there and not waiting for the government or anyone else, and doing it.
While PSC has gathered support in the neighborhood, reports of violent crime around Minneapolis have increased by 20% compared to last year. And after a large homeless encampment moved into Powderhorn Park, neighbors became conflicted about whether to still involve the police.
I'm outside of Sherry Albert's home. She's a woman who's lived in this community for 30 years. Sherry gathered a group of neighbors to discuss what has been like now.
Played out right
Appreciate
here. The defund the police
that
had happened
follow,
right
man.
in between George Floyd.
What's going on? You said KY? KY? Oh, okay. I'm tripping. I did ask you what state you're from. Okay, so you're from Kentucky. And you're 150% pro gun. So what about the other 900%? So much I identify as a amosexual. Hell yeah, bro. I definitely feel you on that. Bro, I should have used that last night because I was getting harassed by a person of the that LBGT community last night. And they definitely asked me what I identified as, and everybody in the Discord just kind of kept quiet and didn't even fucking entertain, like the bullshit. But I should have said I identify as an homosexual. I think that would have been hilarious. Actually, pretty damn funny. Actually, pretty funny. I'm just waiting for some people to come up in the Discord, and once I get a few people up in the Discord, then the show gonna be on the road. But how's your day been going though? Beyond what you been what's been going on? And the same for you, LFA. You still up in the chat? How's your day been going, bro? What y'all been up to?
Dying and the homeless encampment come in. But within those few days, people had determined not to call the police. And so here we had, an extra few hundred people living in the park. And I saw more crime happen in 37 days than I had seen in 35 years of being here.
FYI, you're misspelled.
And it was so odd. But there.
Wait, what? You said FYI and you're about you? Yeah. Yeah, bro. You said. Well, what? Like, am I about me section like on my Twitch channel? Because I know like a lot of that stuff in my about me section and all those like little I guess like those little like the fucking house rules and all that other bullshit. Like, I need to redo all that shit, bro. To be completely honest with you. I need to spend one day to redo all that shit. In the about me tab. Yeah, because I was finding out more about you. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, you can definitely get a gist of of me and kind of see my PC setup. Even though I do need to update that picture because I do got a few more things. I just got off work and bought AK-47 browsing through the politics. Okay. Yeah, see, bro, and to be honest, I've always been pro-gun, but I just never, bought a gun. I don't know, I just never really just like really just thought about it. But like getting older, as I grow older, I do see the importance of, owning the gun, and it is because, it is, for your protection or whatnot, and it's actually dumb to not have a gun on you, especially to not have a gun in your home, like that's asking for trouble, so I have been looking into guns more recently, so I can purchase one myself. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're 100% right. You said better not to need it than want it. Yep. Because you never know what might happen to where you do need it in the situation, and then what? It's gonna be too late then. But yeah, bro, I did post a link up there. I'll post it again. But if you do like these type of conversations or whatnot, please feel free to join the Discord. We're always talking about topics like this. Trump or Biden? Trump, 100%. And Trump's going to win 2024 also, unless somebody else better runs. But yeah, most definitely Trump. Most definitely.
But I also learned that I didn't need to call the police for everything. It was like, whereas I would have called the police on people shooting up or driving their cars in the park, I had this like IMAX view of a different kind of life going on in front of me, and a lot of it was criminal. But I didn't need to call the police. And there were some things that I could do by myself.
I see you up in the Discord.
But then it
Do
it
you
did
watch
get out of hand and we needed the police.
Conservative Twins?
I
Yeah, also known back in the day as a Hodge Twins. Hell yeah, I've been watching them, you know, from the jump. And I've seen their growth and their transition into, you know, some man, not betas, some grown man, you know? So yeah, they're 100% authentic. So, you know, I definitely seen their growth. But yeah, I'm about to make you a member right now, bro. I got you. You can hop up in the Discord. I'm up in a politics room. Go to the discussions rooms, and then I'm in politics. I'm gonna join the conversation.
I just feel like when the police don't act in the right way is when they have to deal with people with mental having a breakdown. And so it's like they don't have training, and it would be great if we, like, part of the reform is that they have like social workers going with them or some kind of change where they know how to deal with that stuff.
Do you feel safer? And do you feel that there are alternatives right now within the community to address violence?
There are groups of people who go out and do around the neighborhood. Unfortunately, obviously, if it's something involving an actual violent crime, they're not the people to go to. We still have to call the MPD. But at the same time, they're the cause of the problem. They started this problem, and now they're coming back at the end here and trying to like make it look good. And it's like, if they'd done their jobs the whole time, we wouldn't have this problem.
So are you in favor of abolishing the police?
That's a complicated question. I would say yes, and there have to be plans for how to deal with violent crime. And right now I feel like the abolish the police movement is struggling with that particular issue. There seems to be a lack of wanting to address it. And it's kind of like, you know, people are saying things like, well, it's always been this way. It's like, no, it hasn't been this way. There's been a 300% increase in gun violence.
So the fun thing with the serpent is, how does a serpent talk? What, and not only that, but why is the serpent's punishment to crawl on its belly when that's what it does? If you don't know how to read biblical poetry, if you don't know the formal qualities of parallelism and expansion.
We hear gunshots almost every night coming from George Floyd Square's area. We want to replace the police somehow. We have to address the violent stuff because that has more of an emotional impact than everything else.
Eventually, the encampments dispersed, but the question of how to deal with rising violent crime around Minneapolis remains unanswered. So I'm headed to talk to Agape, a group who patrols around George Floyd Square, to see their approach to dealing with violence in their community.
I'm Steve Floyd.
Hi, Steve. What's up? So how long have you guys
Floyd,
been in
is he
George Floyd
related
Square for?
to George Floyd, I'm guessing?
From day one, and then each day has been progressing into a more patrolling and, I don't want to say policing, but for security area just grew.
So how do you do your patrols? Like, how does your operation work?
Well, basically in this area, which is zone 1, we patrol each 4 entrances. We go around because a lot of times people come in here, there's a lot of shooting going on, scaring the neighbors, a lot of break-ins. So we basically, the group we have now, patrolling this area, and then we do things outside of the area, like the shooting that happened over on 35th, you know. We rushed over there when the guy crashed. There was a crash right out there.
I mean, I think people should be doing this too, but at the same time, we still need law enforcement. We'll see need an organized organization, you know, that has proper funding, you know, which is other known as the police department.
Not just to intervene, but just see what they can do to help and protect. The guy was hungry. We provided him with food. Police stepped back, and allowing those type of things. A lot of groups definitely can't do what we do because with the clientele that we deal with. I mean, we deal with them straight on. That's basically our main purpose is, you know, these hardcore gang members that walk around carrying the guns. We can deal with them face to face because a lot of us come from that and a lot of us have learned from that and got wisdom of that. But when you see an inclusiveness of a community and everybody working together, everybody.
So what are you gonna do? Like pat them on the fucking back, bro?
But yet we can communicate.
Like, oh my God.
That shows a community involved.
Do you think that it's possible for all these groups to sort of do their own thing, but also be working towards a bigger goal?
The police, they respond to violence. They don't prevent it. So there's a difference. So I think the small piece of defunding the police is just putting the money in the community and letting the community be a part of preventing the crimes before it even happened.
Yeah, the questions of like abolishing the police, defunding the police, reforming the police, I feel like the semantics can get kind of tricky. So in your experience and what you're advocating for, what do you want the role of the police to be in the community?
I don't think that we're just saying just do away with the police as a whole. You know, and I think that's what a lot of people don't understand what defunding the police means. We actually do need police. You know, what's
up, Holy Fresh?
You know,
what's up, Holy Fresh? You said fuck the police, fuck the FBI, fuck the government, fuck the leftists. God damn, bro. Why you going so damn hard, Holy Fresh? Why you gonna hop up in the comment section just going hard saying fuck everybody? God damn. You going
what did I walk into
right now? I don't know. Some dude just hopped up in the comment section and just started going ham right now, bro. He's saying fuck everybody, fuck everything, fuck all the commies, fuck the Nazis, fuck the right wing and the left wing. God damn. Okay.
Damn.
Okay, Holy Flesh, that's how you living? That's how you feeling right now, bro? That's what's up. That's what's up, bro. But if you could, please hit that follow. Please hit that follow, bro. I would greatly appreciate it. But I definitely appreciate you for stopping by and hopping up in the chat. What state are you from, by the way? What's going on, Mello? What's going on, bro?
Hey, not
appreciate
much
you
doing
for
good.
stopping by. That's good.
Just walked in, I'm like, what I hear?
Nah, seriously, like, I seen that like as soon as he had joined the chat, like he was just. At first he said fuck the police, and then after that he just started going ham.
Fuck the police, fuck the priest, fuck the. You know, you're like, what?
But nah, bro, what you been up to there?
Not much doing good, man. I got the day off, just chilling.
He said, and fuck following. I'm not raising your fake internet numbers by one. You don't feed at it. Kids these days want to be entertainers and e-celebrities. So why do you have a Twitch account called Holy Flesh? You're completely contradicting yourself. But hit that follow though, bro. Hit that follow though. You feel me?
Yo, you gotta follow your fellow black man, you know? Gotta support a brother.
You gotta, you gotta hit that follow if you're all up in my comments too, man.
Facts.
But now, what'd you say that you've been up to?
Not much. Working, I got the day off today, which is awesome.
Okay.
Just saving up money, man.
Hell
I mean,
I definitely feel you on that. I just recently just took put in another vacation, and then
nice.
Hell yeah, I'm about to go to Austin, so tubing and shit.
Wait, where are you headed to for the vacation?
Austin. Yeah.
Like Austin, Texas?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, because I say, like, I already say, like, in Houston, you know, so it's only like a 2-hour drive.
Nice, man. Nice.
Yeah, no, it's fucking beautiful in Austin. Like, I'm actually thinking about getting transferred if like I'm moving out there because it's beautiful. You know, like they have a lot of like nature shit, you know.
Man, I got a brother in not in Austin, but in Texas.
Oh, okay.
I think it's Abilene.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like
What?
that's like a smaller town. Well, no, Abilene. That's actually on the east of fucking Houston. That's basically Houston, but that's just on the east side.
Yeah, man. I heard it was a pretty dope place. But good place. You want to get robbed?
Well, yeah, the east side, I'm not gonna lie, bro, it is a lot worse. I do stay on the west, like in the suburbs, you know, where it's a little bit safer. But on the east side, I'm not even gonna lie, bro. That's the first time where I ever saw like a prostitute like standing on the corner. I was like, what the fuck? So yeah. The east side is different. That's all I'm gonna say. It's different.
That's that movie. That movie shit like actually looks like real life. It comes.
Yeah, because I was like, people actually do that shit. Like, I guess, bro.
Then they get pulled over by cops, and
Look, like I got 5 people up in the stream right now. If y'all could hop up in the chat section and let me know where y'all from. All right. Yeah, bro. But Houston's a great city. It just and there's like a lot of different cultures and shit here. But it just we don't have it like I don't know, like there's no fucking nature really, you know? Like there's no like lakes and rivers and shit. Like fucking Galveston sucks. Like it's fucking dirty as shit. You know, like
yeah, you gotta like drive outside of it. Pretty.
yeah, cause like we got like Lake Somerville, but even that's like an hour and a half away, you know.
Yeah, I feel that, man. Hey, what's going on, Danny Finn?
What's up, Danny? What's going on?
Hey man, so the east side, the south side, the southwest, all got them prostitutes, man.
Yo, I hit him each one of them.
Hell yeah, El Jefe. I don't know what I do. Holy Flesh being a little bitch. What's going on? What's going on? Hail to the king. Appreciate you for stopping by for the first time. Cis woman on. Wait, cis woman on the grinder or a beaver, then the. Wait, what is going on? I hope there's not like another night like fucking last night, Danny. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro. What is going on again? The trolls are in full effect right now. But no, what's going on, bro? Appreciate you for stopping by. What state are you from? And if you could, Hell to the King, please hit that follow. Please hit that follow, bro. I greatly appreciate it.
Assuming that's Vincent Fold.
Bro, what's up, Danny? What you got going on, bro?
Shit, finally have my off day tomorrow, so I'm staying up tonight.
That's what's up. Well, shit, I get off early tomorrow. Well, shit, you got.
I ain't worried about you. It's about me right now.
But now you said that you're gonna be off, right?
Yeah, I'm off tomorrow.
All right, that'd be cool.
That don't mean I'm gonna be on your stream or anything.
Well, nah, I'm probably not gonna get on until later anyway, cause
I'm gonna need you to change.
People trying to be social and shit, and I'm trying to go home after work and just get on the fucking computer, but people are trying to make me be social. Yes.
I'm gonna need you to change your goon turned god cult little emoji person there.
Oh yeah. What no? What are you talking about? Which one?
Like on the goon turned god's cult. There's a little guru looking Arab guy.
That's completely realistic, bro.
It's really not
Okay.
because first of all, he's way too white.
Well, yeah, the reason that was because like I don't know how to change his skin color on the fucking desktop, you know? Well, yeah. I don't know how to change like the skin color of the emojis on the fucking desktop, so I was just like, fuck it.
Why don't you just color him?
Wait, what? Can't do that shit. Can't do that
No,
shit.
just leave him on the sun for a bit. You know what I'm saying? You might tan up a bit.
Right? Right, just like leave him there. But now, yeah. Well, I could go in and change it with my phone, but I don't know. I'm about to worry about it right now. Ain't that serious? Ain't that
I'll
serious?
take care of it. I'll take care of it later. Kind of, you know.
Homeless
I
Gotti,
feel
what's
like
up? What's up? What's up? What's going on, Homeless Gotti? But how you feel about defunding the police, Danny? Danny Phantom?
I don't really have a problem with the police because I stay in my own lane. But the only time I had a problem with them is when I was actually doing illegal stuff. So I mean, I don't have a problem with them anymore. So I couldn't
Yeah.
really give you an opinion on that.
But would you say that like we need the police in our community, or would you say that
I
they're not doing
mean,
their job and that there's no point in having them?
I mean, I agree that they're not doing their job completely correct. I mean, like just with this whole U Valley shit that happened, it took an hour for cops to go in there, and I mean that's definitely unnecessary. Y'all are trained to go take action, and if people's lives are in danger, especially little children, like I mean, you need to put yourself in that line of fire because that I mean, that's what our tax dollars are going to is to pay y'all to protect us, right?
But like you understand that like something like that wouldn't have happened in like Houston or Dallas. Like Uvalde is like a small town, right?
Yes, I know that.
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
it's like they didn't even have like the fucking equipment when they first pulled up, bro. Like they had to, get
well,
that
see,
shit.
that's their own problem. I mean,
Exactly, because they're a small town. They don't even like prepare for shit like this, bro.
well, everybody needs to
It's
prepare
because,
for shit like this. Because I
well,
mean,
well,
obviously,
yeah,
we're in 2022.
yeah.
Come on, there's at least been 20, 27, 28 shootings, and we're only in fucking June.
Nah, bro, there's been a shitload more, Danny, sad to say. Like, I looked it up, and, bro, there's been a shitload. So, yeah, bro. But, no, like, I do completely agree with you, though, that they
Where are we
definitely need
locating
to put more, like, funding into the security of these schools. But,
Where are you locating these shootings specifically? You know, you said 28.
what are you saying, Mello?
I think there was like 27 or 28 in just this year.
27 school shootings. Okay. Specifically, school shootings.
Oh
yeah.
You said
Okay, I thought you were
27.
I was like, what?
Okay, because I was talking about mass shootings, but like, yeah, specifically 27 for school shootings.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is still fucking crazy. Which is insane.
Exactly. Only in June.
That's insane. But yeah, man, because I was just talking about this with Casey. Like, they need a fucking like schools. Like there should be no reason why, like elementaries and like schools should be that vulnerable. For like people.
The thing is that pisses me off the most about that. It's like they're talking about, hey, let's arm the teachers, and I'm like, no. That's the stupidest idea.
Well, I wouldn't say arm the teachers, but you know how we had cops in our school, Danny?
Yeah.
So like, say like about like 3 of them should be fully like geared up for anything to go down. Like those cops, not the teachers, but like somebody like separate, that has special training for shit that goes down at a school. Because schools, bro, like people send their children to schools and they expect their kids to come back home safe. So it's like they should be able to do any fucking thing. They should have snipers on the roof if they need to. Like to make sure that these kids are getting home you know, and able to, you know, leave school and be in school safely, you know.
At the
That's
same
true.
time, though, you don't also want to create the panic that a shooting could happen at any time, right? Like when you have snipers on the ceilings, and I think you're definitely gonna have like so at my school, at least we had security, you know, um, that was on campus, and they were more like not like sheriff, but something like in that same training kind of experience.
Constables.
Yeah, and having someone that's at least on site to neutralize a target is essential. Like it's generally it's never going to be like multiple shooters, right? Like I think majority of the time it's always going to be like one shooter. I think if you had to statistically, you know, count the odds, but like I mean, half the time you don't. I don't think snipers would be necessary, but as long as you have good intel and someone to neutralize on the spot, I think that's probably the most important thing. Like fences. And the thing is, fences are probably one of the biggest things as well. Like there are schools that don't have even fences. Like fuck. Like I remember my school had to build a whole huge fence around, and then they had to create procedures in case someone from the outside came on campus, right? Not even necessarily a shooter, but I would say that yeah, a lot of these small precautions could definitely save
What is going on?
And
perhaps
see,
stop a school shooting.
I totally understand what you're saying, but a fence can easily be hopped,
Oh,
and that.
yeah.
So I
All
mean,
you need
but
is
the
all
thing
you need
is,
is a man to tap
what
the phone.
I feel like is important is not arming teachers and not necessarily even having cops, because cops sometimes they want more money for just staying in school. People are afraid of them. So I was thinking in my mind, for all these you know military veterans that are coming home from fucking and don't have any jobs and shit, why don't we arm them to actually be security for these high schools or these elementaries? I mean, it gives them jobs. I mean, and they
Yeah.
know how to work weapons like the back of their hand. So I mean, but I mean, in that case, also there are some military people that obviously have PTSD and shit. So
But
there would have
so,
to be
so
some research for that.
but and this is my thing. This is why I would just say cops, or like it would need to be another government agency, because like we would need to be able to hold these people accountable, you know? And
As well,
and
you
then
know what?
and then also they would need to go through like a heavy screening to be able to have guns in the damn school in the first place, you know? Because
Exactly.
yeah,
Exactly.
yeah,
But the thing is, like,
yeah.
that's why I'm saying military people are probably the best, like veterans.
Yes, yeah,
Also,
yeah.
when it comes to military people, you don't want to ever have to use the idea that PTSD, comes back and bites them, right? And I think that is
But the thing is, with PTSD, you always have to like keep that in your mind that they could have PTSD,
Yeah.
especially with military people.
yeah, sure, and wait, let me message. Oh wait, never mind. Yeah, definitely, and it's keeping that in mind because you don't want someone to not even someone who might fit the profile of someone carrying a gun, but you know PTSD clicks in and
What's up, Beyond Attacks?
forces them, you know, to a brutal extent. Like that's always an
I was trying to sneak in here and listen to this military PTSD thing. I very wanted to educate myself.
Okay, okay.
I think it's just I mean veterans definitely have the skills to do it if they came from in the military. But I think yeah, like I said, definitely selecting candidates who fit the profile and the temperament to do that job would be for sure.
They'd be extremely qualified for it. I mean, that's what I'm
Oh
saying.
yeah.
It would help out the community, especially the military community, because some of these people come home and they don't have jobs. They can't get jobs, and they would build opportunity for them to have a job themselves. and it's something that they would easily do. I mean, it's protecting children.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
come
you're
on.
right. You're right. But I would just say it would just need to be a heavy screening because I'm sorry,
Of course.
that's just the reason my mind goes straight to the cops because it's like, what other organization would you be able to hold accountable and does like heavy fucking screening like that, you know? To like make sure that like that person is not gonna do the fucking same thing that you're trying to prevent, you know?
Exactly. Because some of these cops, like I said, some of these cops are fucked up in the head.
Yeah.
So
I mean, yeah, that's true. Cause like you got some bad apples also, but
Especially
like
the
I would
area you
just,
live in, as well.
I mean,
Just to
like we can hold the cops accountable though, you know, cause they're like a government, they're like an actual government agency.
I would also say that depending on the area you live in, also changes the attitude of the cops hold as well on certain people. Like I think you're a cop from let's say California, LA is probably going to have a different attitude than one from the Midwest, right? Like sheriffs, different attitude on how to approach things, and that's I think interesting whether you hold that into account.
yeah, you're absolutely right. A cop from New York can't come down here to Houston and just act the same. I mean, it's a totally different environment.
For real. And honestly, like majority of the time, like okay, throughout the year, the cop's probably not going to have to deal with the school shooting, right? So generally, you're gonna want them to at least handle outside, things outside of that, out of that scope, that still qualify as security, right? Transporting certain students, to the office, all that kind of
Dealing with fights and all that. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
just perfect. That's where that temperament comes in, right? Where a cop might want to just
What's up? What's
break
up,
someone's
Blizzard? What's
jaw,
going on, bro? Appreciate you for
not
stopping by,
operating.
man.
But they're like, okay, I'm gonna
What's going on?
keep cool.
How's your
Gonna
night
move this
going?
forward, and this is gonna be over soon. So I can go get my
Shit,
cup.
I mean, at mine and Goon school, we would have fights almost every other day, and then people bringing drugs to school. So we had dogs, we had cops, and all that. And
We have people checking
they
our
they
lockers
were
and shit.
constantly doing shit. They were constantly doing shit. So I mean, it's
The
just
funny thing,
these people in high school, they just didn't give a fuck, even if the cops were there. They were fighting, and they would fight the cops.
For real, still bringing weed to school, still doing all type of shit.
Smoking in the bathroom, like lighting up fireworks in the
Drinking
bathroom.
in class. Bro. Yeah, bro, I ain't about to say nothing right now.
the funny thing as well is that I remember my school used to just you have assemblies out of nowhere, right? And what they would do is when all the kids went to the assemblies, they would get dogs and they sniff all the kids' backpacks in the classrooms, so they can try to sniff out someone of drugs, of some sort. I was like, damn.
But yeah,
I
I
mean,
definitely I don't know.
there was a couple of times that I went to school high and I talked to cops, and like they were like, do you have any drugs on you?" I'm like, "No. Why would I bring drugs to school? I'm just high right now. Like, fuck off. You have nothing on me. I'm telling you, I'm high, and I mean, you can't do nothing about it.
No,
I
seriously.
have no drugs. I'm 18 years old. I mean, I'm a grown ass man. Of course, I wasn't a grown ass man. I was just 18. So I mean, yeah.
But nah, I don't know, bro. Like, but just to get back to that point though, I just really feel like either if it's not the cops, then like how Danny was saying, then yeah, we should definitely give these veterans, an opportunity to like try to create some jobs for them, and then just use them as our security.
And I'm gonna chime in real quick now. Me personally, I'm a white dude. Okay. So this is just my perspective when I hear a lot of things going on with Joe Biden. Now, I don't talk shit about Joe Biden because I can waste my breath somewhere else. Because he's just the puppet, I guess. But they make it almost kind of go out of their way to hire the first black White House speaker, the first black astronaut, the first black. Imagine if we did that for the veterans under any administration. Like even Trump kind of dropped the ball on that. Why can't we do something like that? Because the only people I really see supporting veterans full-heartedly, not just some vote for me, okay, we got that done, now we can give up on it. But these companies like Black Rifle Coffee Company, they're
Yeah.
all veterans for veterans. Then, you have a lot of these companies that they say, oh, thank you for your service. But where's your military discount? Oh, well, we have a student discount. Shut the hell up.
But see, look, this is all right, and like I don't mean to like cut you off, bro, but this is
Oh, go
like
ahead.
another conversation that that like I keep bringing up is that we need to have more of a sense of being being patriotic and being like more nationalistic, like as far as like having more support for our country, because that will play into having more support for our military and just being more proud, like I don't know, like just having like pride.
Well,
So
I mean, you
like
gotta watch
I just
that fine line between a
well
nationalist
well
and a
yeah,
American supporter.
just as like a team, how like people like support their team or whatnot,
Yeah, yeah.
just like having that team spirit, basically, and like
Oh,
I
I
just
agree.
think and I just think that a lot of people have lost that,
Well,
having
now they
that,
call people who have pride in America, they call them nationalists, and they think they just want to be the
yes,
better race, and they made it so racial.
yes,
And you put up a Puerto Rican flag, you got this, you put up a black flag, you're proud. You put up a white flag or rebel flag, oh, you're a fucking racist. And that's sad.
yeah. Well, the whole rebel flag thing, I would discount that, because that's something that's going in.
It's 50-50. Depends
Well,
on what side you heard and where you grew up on.
well, yeah,
I
but
see both
like,
sides.
I'm just saying that I would discount that because that was something that was going against America, and if you're proud to
But
be American, then
But
you
not even that,
shouldn't.
the Betty Ross
Yeah.
flag, they're banning that one because that was when they had slaves, and that one doesn't count as American flag, even though it was
What's the Betty
created by a
Ross
black
flag?
woman. But I mean, a Trump flag makes whatever.
What's the Betty
But
Ross
I'm just
flag?
Betty Ross was one of the first designs for the American flag back when I had the 13 colonies. It's the one with
Like the one with the circle?
the one with the circle of stars.
Yes.
Nike's was gonna create that, and they're like, "Oh, that's racist," so they canceled the shoe. And that's
Oh
just
wow.
an old American flag. If you fly that or a rebel flag,
He
now the rebel
said
flag
white
is
is
that's a
different from
southern
Puerto
thing,
Rican.
but just the
There's
Betty
no
Ross
white
flag, look
flag.
it up. People think you're a racist. It's weird. I don't
We
know.
did I remember we did a play where
Gotti, you
the
funny,
girl
bro.
played Betty Ross. She was knitting like some type of blanket, for it,
Yeah,
and it
I'm just
became the
kind
flag,
of just
right?
letting him talk. If you.
And that
Essentially,
was
yeah.
really cool. I was in 5th grade, right? I graduated high school in 2016, so I was like, that was a while back. So it's like definitely changed in how people, have
Damn.
become more extreme.
2016? Shit.
Wait a minute, what did he say? What you say?
I graduated in 2009. You make me feel
Right?
old as
Nah,
shit.
seriously though. God damn.
Man, I outbeat all of you in this room. Holy shit. Man, okay. How about this? I guess you can go off my voice. How old do I sound?
I don't know, like 30, 35-ish.
I'll give you
37.
What's going on? What's going on, Nolan?
I was born in
Appreciate you for
85.
stopping by. If you
Yeah.
could, please hit that follow.
You're older
And
than my
I
daddy.
also got a link in the chat.
Wait, we're the
Well,
same. I'm the same age as your
here,
dad.
let me post it again.
No, my dad's like
Just in case if you do want to join the Discord, feel free.
he's about 15 years older than
Feel
you.
free to join, bro.
Okay.
But
Well, my
once
daughter's almost
again,
18.
I
That's what I was
definitely
wondering.
appreciate you for stopping by, and I hope you enjoy the show.
You definitely got the dad.
And I got the dad jokes to go with it. But yeah, I mean, so I was kind of piggybacking off the whole thing about doing more veteran
It looks
programs,
like
but
I got
I
5
look around and
people
they seem to
in
do a
the
lot of this.
stream. If y'all
Hey guys, don't
could,
be
please hit
racist,
that
but
follow.
our first
Please
White
hit
House
that
speaker has to
follow.
be a black woman. Funny enough, her Brown is actually in her name. I don't know if that was coincidence or just an extra bonus point. But the new one, her
So,
last name is Brown.
Oh, yeah, the
I thought
Supreme
that was kind
Justice.
of
sorry.
no, the White House correspondent.
Oh, yeah,
The
they
one
switched
that
the nickname, huh?
yeah, and her name is something Kalisha, I think Brown. I don't remember her first name. And but they're like, oh, we're gonna get a first black person, this and this and that. I'm like, why can't we just hire good Americans or veterans or like that? That's the divide because so my
Narrative.
thing is we'll never have a good support for the military if they keep on throwing particular groups in front of other groups,
Yeah.
regardless of what, if it's white,
Yeah.
black,
Yeah,
Asian.
no, they just need to stop the whole race thing with like
Yeah.
well,
Bullshit.
like, yeah, within, like as far as like Americans, because like I feel like that plays into it too, like, like as far as us calling ourselves like, like just like American, we're trying to make these different titles for ourselves and whatnot, and like that's very divisive when we should be more, just that just goes back into what I, be saying, like just had that sense of pride, of being American,
Yeah, I mean, when the whole George Floyd thing went down, I was at the gun range and there's a black dude next to me, but I never looked at it like, oh, hey, there's a black dude. My chance to be nice to him. No, I was like, dude. I was like, dude, that AK is beautiful, brother. He goes, oh yeah, and I looked at his
Hey.
guns. He looked at mine, and we're just chilling. We are chilling like American humans. We don't look at that shit.
I'm getting a call, so I'm gonna have to jump out. I'll see you guys.
All right,
All right,
bro.
man.
All right, bro.
All right, have a good one.
All right.
Yeah, I'll see you. Bye bye.
So, I mean, what happened to the looking at each other just as another human being, American that has to pay the same taxes and this and that, but now they want to do all this reparation and they're really trying to divide us, and it's always supposed to be we the people.
So how do you feel about reparations?
So when you're talking about
all right, let me state the question more like specifically or whatever. Like, how do you feel about reparations for Black Americans?
Well, so I go. Okay, first of all, if there's a company out there, big mega corporation that started during the time of slavery, and they're still a very big corporation now, you know what? I think that it wouldn't be the worst idea to make them pay something because they obviously profited off of slaves. If they got their name cutting back and owning some slaves, like, this company was around for, that time, then they should pay. But also at the same sense, why do I have to pay when my family never owned slaves? Or say you don't have your family going back and not a single slave in your family. It kind of reverses to, should you get it just because you're black?
Well, and that's what I was saying. That's why I said that the question as, would Black Americans get, because being, Black Americans, like of course our roots are gonna trace back to slavery, but like an African coming over here, their roots wouldn't necessarily trace back, to slavery. Like it might trace back to slavery in Africa, but they would need to get reparations, like from Africa. They couldn't get the same reparations that we're getting, if that makes sense,
And honestly,
because
and I'll be
like that's
honest,
the debt that's owed by us, from America, and for me, it's just to me, to be completely honest, it would just level out the playing field like a little bit more, but
would it though? I mean,
yeah, because it would give us that capital that so much of of us, you know, have to do other things to get that capital. You know,
Now,
whether it's work
now,
2 or 3 jobs or do other things, you know, to get that capital. You know, like until we can, open up businesses and do other things like that. You know.
and I'll kind of go off of that a little bit. Like I see your point. I absolutely, because like I said, a company who benefited off of it, they're big and fat and rich, and they're doing great for themselves. They have kids
Yeah.
that would get a piece of that property and this and that. But also, it comes down to the question of who's paying for it: the
Yeah.
government themselves out of their own personal paychecks, or the American people who never owned one.
Yeah, nah, I would definitely agree with you as far as the corporations because, even since way back when, like America has been being ran by, these fucking corporations or whatever, so
Yeah,
yeah, I would
but my
definitely
my family
agree.
never owned any, so like,
Yeah, yeah, but I would definitely agree, like with like these corporations and like I guess like certain like family ties, I guess that was, tied to it, they would owe it. I don't believe that people, should be getting taxed or like the taxes should go higher. But yeah, it would come from the government, I guess. Like it would come from the yeah, well, yes. But no. So the thing is, wait a minute. There's no reason to even think about it, bro, because reparations has already been paid. It's been paid to the Native Americans. It's been paid to
they got their own land,
the
and that's what that
Asians.
whole
They got
yeah.
like they got fucking $20,000 or whatever, and it's also been paid to the Jews. So like Black Americans we're just asking for our reparations the same way that they're getting theirs. Like the exact same way, the same system and all that. I don't know if it was personal checks or what, but the same thing that they was doing, is the same way that we need to get it.
Now, what if it comes out to the fact that at the end of the slavery, right, and they talk about
Yeah.
reparations because before there was actually land given to majority of the slaves because a lot of it was give them land, I think it was give them a land and this and that, and a lot of
Yeah.
there was a lot of slave owners that ended up doing that. And so, like, let's just say my family owned slaves, but
Yes.
once they said, hey, you can no longer have slaves, and we freed them and
Yeah.
we gave them a piece of our land, does that allow me to be off the hook? Because we did our promise, we gave them the
I
reparations.
mean, but like
And it is kind of like, where do you prove who did reparations, who didn't? Because there was a lot of people who did give out their land to their slaves in the end of it, and they felt bad, and not a lot of them actually ended up. It was mostly mega corporations that did that. Obviously, I mean, obviously a lot of personal slaves,
yeah.
but at the same time, I think that's where we start getting into that nitty gritty of, because let's be honest, how many records of slaves were sold to the number, to the preciseness? A lot of those records are lost.
Well,
And I
yeah.
agree. We did
Well,
give our
yeah,
land
and
to
that's
the Native Americans and
exactly.
stuff.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah, I remember.
exactly why I say, just I mean, but like we know that, slavery went on and we know certain companies and certain organizations were like involved in it. So like we know those basic things. And
Well, and this is what I'm going to follow that up with.
yeah,
We invaded the Indians, we slaughtered them,
yeah.
and then we gave them land, right?
But
Now, what about
but see, look, it's also like, okay, bro. So
a little
this
bit
is
more
the
than that?
thing. But see, look, bro, and look, because it's like bro, it's like both of us, damn near like agree with like everything that we're saying right now. But it's like sometimes like it's kind of like you're falling back into like the corporation side, when like you gotta realize that it was these corporations that were like like even with the Indians, like they even they gave them some of them reparations, they gave them like their casinos, but then and like they gave them like their land, like some land to live on, but like look at their communities, bro, like look at like look at like the situation that they put them in. Half of their people now are like alcoholics. They have high suicidal rates. Like like those people are really like are really
But it's
going
also a
through
lot
it.
about the money more than
But it's yeah, but it's these corporations that put these people in these in these type of situations. Besides actually trying to rehabilitate
put them in the
you know?
community. They're just putting them in a place, saying,
they're-
okay, well, you do whatever you want and drink all day, but you're not really a part of America. But we're sorry, but this is your own little land, and do whatever you want and have a good day. I know I agree with
Yes,
that, and that's
yes.
what I was gonna say was, when we did that to the Indians for this and that, but also now this is kind of the sensitive part about this is that what about you talk about the reparations from the white people. What about reparations for the
Well,
Irish?
it's not from
But
the white
also,
people, bro. It's from these corporations.
well,
I would
yeah,
I would
that's what I
personally
meant. Yeah.
say that
Government,
it's
the
from these.
government literally had laws that
Yes.
separated them as white people.
And also, are we going to go over and tie over the
yeah,
branches
but
from the slave traders and see who
but
where
like,
they're connected? You know what I mean? It
but
gets
like,
really
I would
dirty.
say that plays into, because like that just plays into like the propaganda that the government was trying to spread, at that time.
Yeah.
But now, obviously, they're trying to spread propaganda like unity and Black Lives Matter and all this shit now, But back then, it was like the racist shit, as far as like
intelligence and
just as far as like white people basically like just running everything and like you have to be white like to do certain things or whatnot, but like I just feel like that was just a propaganda that they were playing at that time. But obviously, like it's these corporations that are in the that like are in like the that like are behind all this, and they're
power,
and they're the ones that are actually making these
it's like the tobacco company. They're the ones
causing
behind
like
the
these type
ads.
of
Yes,
They're
exactly.
behind the ads. They're behind the addiction
Yes.
of their product,
Yes.
and therefore the propaganda is the same way. And I do agree. And so when you say, "Am I against or for reparations?" That's the tricky one. I don't think because you're white or just because you're black you should be involved. I think that if you have something and you are obviously affected by the slavery and like your great great grandma or something like that, and you can show some records. So Coca-Cola bought my grandma back in the day, and she was a slave. Then you know what? Coca-Cola should come forward and do that, especially for these companies who they should be willingly to make peace with the actions, but also it wasn't just like white men going over to Africa and picking them up on a boat. I'm not pissing, guys. I'm getting water. And everyone asks me when I get my water because it's the deep sink.
Hell no, bro.
But it's like, also, are we going to hold the slave sellers from Africa, those corporations?
See, so
also
that's a good
responsible
question.
too?
That's a good
But
question,
I
bro.
think that separating
I personally
corporations from the government is a little bit like not necessarily all of the weight against corporations. The U.S. government was complicit, and that's why we could hold them accountable.
Yeah.
But also, let's be honest: is the government going to pay it, or or the American people, even the black, Asian, whatever? Their taxes are all going to go up to pay for the reparations.
But see, look,
and they're not actually going to pay. It's going to be the American.
But see, look, bro, like you're
for being
asking
American.
like this question, but it's like we already have the answer to it, bro, because like we've already done this in the past, so we could look back in the past and see like that the tax rates go up, like when we paid that, when we pay like a lot of these Asian people, $20,000 or how much it was that they had got, so it's like we can go back and see like the actual statistics of like what was going on, so
and speaking on that, there's like a record of like 40 acres and a mule, right? And then when Andrew Jackson came to presidency, he kind of like nixed that.
And there was a lot, but there was also a lot of slave owners that were like, "Hey, yeah, we fucked up. Here, take this land, have your family, we'll protect you, and we got you."
But it's kind of like that whole Indian situation that I was talking about earlier. It's like, okay, like they did that, but like it's like they weren't trying to rehabilitate them because the society and the propaganda that they were in at that time was like
America
completely
in general
screwing them over.
fails at rehabilitation.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. In general, all the way around, it doesn't matter. I mean, the only successful real rehabilitation I've ever heard is AA meetings.
But that's what reparations basically is. It's like for people to, because like right now, bro, like the chart is going like, like a lot of, there's more white people, I could say that, are still, at like an upward movement. And it's like, black people are on the chart, still trying to hit that, we're still trying to hit that cross point,
the median threshold,
yeah. So but like, bro, at the same time, because I hate when like a lot of people say that they're like that black people are still doing bad, because I see this shit with my own eyes, bro. Like there's a lot of fucking successful black people, and there's a lot of black people with money, So I can see, even if we don't get reparations, that we're still going to pass that threshold, But we are owed, reparations at the same time.
And I agree. Something is owed. I do agree for the mistakes that mega corporations or individuals made. I do believe there should be something owed. At the same time, though, when they say, "Hey, if you're black, you're gonna get a check," like the way that they put it is just so. It's not sensitive. It's nothing like that. Like
corporations are the biggest virtue signals ever.
I mean, it just feels insecure.
Insincere.
Insincere when they're just saying, "All right, all black people get some checks," and it's kind of like, "All right, shut up, here you go."
And that's exactly why you got to step back and watch exactly what the fuck they're saying, because it could just be some bullshit, and that's exactly why, like, bro, that's exactly why, I wouldn't just, like if a corporation, like if McDonald's was to come out tomorrow and be like, "Oh, we're paying reparations to black people," I'd be like, hold the fuck up, bro. Like, what's really going on? Like.
To throw onto your comment about money, and I'll be honest, I would rather want to see a better system than that with just money, because I mean, I'm from California. I've seen the hoods. They throw so much money into that school, and that community just destroys it, within the year. Then they throw some more iPads, and they're all stolen, and all this other stuff. I think they need to take a different approach to just throwing money at it. Why don't they do a little bit deeper than that? Put the money where it's actually can go to better, because I can't remember who exactly said that. It said instead of fighting instead of walking the individual and doing everything for them, give him your tools for him to better himself. Maybe get a sports team for certain areas of color or whatever, and allow them to represent that, have something positive to look forward to. Maybe build a nice sports arena in the area so they can be like, dude, we got a dope sports arena. Let's take care of our area. Actually seeing the money go towards something versus like, hey, here's $500, because let's be honest, in the hood, in the ghetto, it's gonna go towards crack, alcohol.
Well, nah, bro. See, look,
you're making some crazy broad generalizations right now. You go
hold on. I didn't say because
reparations
to
poverty-stricken areas to fucking smoking crack.
Because all right, see, bro, look. Everything you're saying right now,
I live in Chicago,
could be true, but so the fuck what, bro? If those people want to spend their fucking money on crack,
I agree.
You're making such a broad generalization that's saying that poor people spend their money on crack. You're out of your fucking mind, dude.
But I mean, like,
you think it took away,
people can spend whatever they want, like their reparations on. That's what it's for. It's not for.
Spend their money on.
Like
that's what you said.
I said, and if you were listening earlier, I said instead of just throwing money at them, hey, you're black, here's a check. I think that they should also do that. What you were saying, Goon, about putting them into the community, actually putting it towards resources.
Well, no, I deserve that. I think that people need a individual check so they can decide what they want to do
get
with the
something.
money. Yeah.
I wouldn't say that
because
all
it's
these decisions
like
are made.
it's like
That's
you
not what
know,
I'm saying.
just like you
Smoking
said, you
crack,
know,
bro. Like literally, what was the connection to smoking crack? Because they're American descendants of slaves, they smoke crack. Is that what you're
Wow,
trying to
that's a
say?
straw pull from hell. Jesus Christ, bro.
What I'm
You,
asking you,
you
what did
said
you
you
saying they
what?
smoke
So
crack have to
hold
do
on.
with anything?
I said low fucking income areas like Compton, fucking all those kind of places. There's no jobs over there. There's nothing besides booze and cigarettes because there's nothing out there. There's no jobs. There's no corporations. There's no Amazon
Yeah,
fucking
you know, with
warehouses out
those no
there.
jobs, it comes with, selling drugs and stuff. I mean, I
Yeah,
understand what you're
it's a
saying.
loophole
My
of
bad.
fucking.
You think there's more jobs in Compton than there are in rural America?
Are you smoking crack yourself right now? What the hell did
Like,
you
what
get
are you
that
trying to
fucking
tell me
analogy
right
from?
now? What do you mean there's no jobs in
There's
Compton?
like
Like, what are you talking about?
in a lot of those places. You ever seen that movie Training Day?
The point of the matter
Denzel
is that
Washington.
where people tend to congregate, it tends to be the areas that are stricken by poverty as well. Meaning that's where the businesses are. That's where the that's
Yeah,
where the
liquor
people
stores, strip
coalesce.
clubs, stuff like that. Yeah,
Oh
that's.
my God, I'm talking about cities. You're talking about liquor stores and
I'm
strip
talking about
clubs. That is,
Compton still. I'm talking
bro.
about Compton. That's not a city.
Like I don't know. I don't know. You're
I
like
mean,
a
you're
half
from
a step away
Chicago. You
from
should
just
know
being a
exactly what I'm talking.
racist.
No,
Like you're
you
literally
said
half
you're
a
from
step away
Chicago,
from
right?
being a
You
racist.
said
Yeah,
you're
I
from
am from
Chicago, right?
Chicago.
Okay,
Yeah, I am.
so in Chicago, where's the sports arena?
There's fucking 5 of them.
Okay, where are they generally at? Where are these sports arena normally at?
There's 2 downtown. There's 1 on the south side. There's 1 in the southwest suburbs. Like, what do you want me to tell you? Like,
How many
they're
of them are
everywhere.
in trailer park places or the hood? How many? A nice sports arena. Any in
All
the
of
hood?
them. All of them are in the hood.
Well, then again,
Every single
Chicago's
one of
kind
them.
of. But what I'm
Wh-
saying is,
Do you
in
think that
general,
sports
Florida, they're
arenas?
surrounded
Do
by
you think?
hoods also.
Do you think sports arena towns are doing good or doing bad?
oh, I haven't been around one of forever. I
So
couldn't tell
why
you
are
right
you
now.
fucking talking
But what
about it?
I'm talking about when you're talking about these neighborhoods that are riddled with gangs, riddled with drugs, and you just give them more money, it's just going to go and feeding into the habits that would hold down those communities in those
Everywhere is
communities.
riddled with drugs.
It's like
Everywhere
giving
is riddled with
alcoholics
drugs.
just more money to help them fight their alcoholism. Because
It's so simple.
we're
You're
talking about
so simple.
putting
Like,
that
do you
community
ever
back
leave your
into
mountainside?
America. We're talking about putting that community back into America, putting them into more like he was saying, the face of this company, doing this and doing that, rehabilitating, I guess in the sense would be a short term. Instead of just throwing money at the problem,
well,
give them
no,
money so they do
It
what they
sounds
but
don't
like
have
that's
to
the
worry about.
thing
genuinely
that I was
dislike
saying
But also
earlier
putting
that
it
people
that are
need
in
their
into those
poverty.
capital. But like, bro, that's what I was saying earlier that people need the capital to be
I
able
was
to
talking
do
about doing
certain
both.
things.
I was talking about doing
You
both.
know?
I was talking about doing both. Instead of just
Oh well,
giving them
yeah.
the money, hey,
Well, well, no,
maybe redo
because
all the roads or something. That's what I was saying.
well, no, but like what I'm saying is like people need their
The cap, they need to put their foot down. Yeah, no, I
yeah,
got
but
you
like
on that. I
also,
already said I agree.
like if the government wants to also like just to throw in like an extra thing like to help out the community, I mean like yeah, that would be cool. But I mean like
And that's
yeah,
why I brought
people need
up,
their people just need their capital, bro.
and that's the only
People,
reason why I brought up a place like
yeah.
Compton because there's no sheriff over there, there's no police force over there because it's a lockdown neighborhood, and we're talking about like no one goes into Compton. If you're white, you don't even make it in. And you thought about throwing the money back in that neighborhood when it's riddled with gangs, drugs, and alcohol. It's almost like what's that famous street with all the homeless?
All of America is riddled with drugs and alcohol.
What's that
You're talking about gangs.
famous?
That's the thing that makes it different, and that's the thing you keep alluding to. Like, just say what you really want to say instead of pointing around, beating around the
Boy, what
bush.
do you think I want to try to say?
I
Please,
think
I'm intrigued.
I think you are a racist, actually.
Oh, hold on. Hey, honey, are you a white girl? Oh, so you're not white? Oh, whoops. Sorry, my racist was coming out.
It sounds like you generally dislike people that are in poverty. You think that they can't make decisions for themselves.
I don't like how they're stuck in the same community their whole life and can never get out because the system is literally, or their own community, the system and the community is not working together, and they're having to be stuck in the same hole versus getting out.
So you
So yeah,
literally think they're like second
you know,
class
you know,
citizens.
I grew up in like these ghettos, right? You realize that I'm from California. I grew up in lockdown facilities. I grew up down the street from Compton. I grew up in these neighborhoods. Oh, look at my white
It
wife
has
just
nothing to do with you
walked by.
personally. I'm saying the things that you are
I
saying
know
are
about these low
they're just
income
talking
areas,
points.
and no, it's literally a cycle. Just like if you go to jail, y- you go to jail for something, and let's use a person of color because that seems to be, person of color. They get stopped and frisked because they're black, right? Then they have to go in front of a judge, prove that they're innocent, but that cop just keeps on arresting them and arresting them. What's going to end up happening? Are they going to want to better themselves? No, they're going to get stuck in the cycle, and they're not
Do
going to
you
get out of
See,
that cycle.
hey,
do you get
hey,
And it's
nervous when
not
the cops
Blizzard,
because of
pull up
them.
behind you? Do you
But
get
what I'm
Blizzard.
nervous
saying
when
is
the cops pull up behind you
that
beyond the
that
text? Do you get nervous when
who
the cops
wouldn't?
pull up behind you?
Who wouldn't?
Exactly. So what are you talking about? It's
Blizzard.
everybody. Affects
I can
everybody.
kind of understand like what he's saying because like I kind of say, you know how like people call like the hood like the trap, so like I always say, like that, like like the hood is literally like a trap, because like you'll
Yeah.
get like caught up in a caught up in a cycle of like just that whole lifestyle and whatnot, and then
For heaven's sake, you get
like
a
the people
felony.
there, like the people there also, like they have like the mentality, like the crabs in the bucket type of mentality, to where like the majority of the people don't want to see like people like succeed or whatever, so like, and like every community has like communities like this, I would say, and like people like this in like their society or whatnot, but I would just say, personally, that's personally why I personally wouldn't want to live in an environment like that, is because like it's literally toxic, like it's like
Yeah, the cycle.
yeah, and it's just like I don't know, like I don't really know what
There's no
that's
jobs in your
called.
there's no
Like,
jobs in your
well,
neighborhood,
no,
so you sell
I wouldn't
drugs.
say that
No,
there's no
you
jobs.
Stop.
I wouldn't say that
that's
there's no
There's some.
jobs.
There's
I
some.
wouldn't go that far to say that there's
Yeah,
no
there's
jobs, bro.
some.
Because there are jobs and people do work their asses
Some
off, bro.
areas, yeah.
But they're literally caught up in a cycle of where they're trying to pay their bills. They're like,
But what's the difference
like
between the
they're
jobs out there versus like an Amazon warehouse or like,
because
you know what I mean?
kind of
They're
also
different
fits.
types
bro
of jobs. They're different types of jobs.
also certain jobs in certain areas, like say if I worked at a say if I worked at a grocery store like in the hood, that grocery store doesn't have as much funding as a grocery store that's in the suburbs. So, meaning
Yeah.
that they're not going to have a higher budget to where they can't pay their employees like a certain
Yeah.
amount. Also, even if you want to go to be like a restaurant as a server, or like something like that, like the people in that community literally don't have the amount of money to tip you like that.
No,
So
I
the
agree.
wages
Yeah.
are going to be lower, in
No, I
certain
agree.
communities. That's why,
That's my
like
whole point.
me personally, like I see a lot of people who live in the hood, they'll get jobs in the suburbs, which is,
Yeah.
they'll have to drive further, which is, like more gas and all that shit. So it
And
is,
that's my point right there.
yeah. So it is like a cycle of where they're spending more money and whatnot,
Yeah.
just trying to survive and whatnot,
And that's my whole
Right.
point right there is breaking the cycle, not just to throw money at the problem, but take that money and actually take that community and
Why do you keep on
maybe
saying like throwing money at the problem though?
And they keep trying that. There's all these committees run by people who don't live there and don't understand the culture, and and like, how are you gonna have government take care of that?
What were
They
you saying
always
then,
do it wrong.
Blizzard? Blizzard, what were you saying earlier?
I was saying I agree with you to the extent that the hood is like the trap, but
Yes.
the majority of America that's struggling with poverty isn't the trap. You know what I mean?
and that's just an example. I mean, you have places like this in the South too with white people. I mean, it's not just bang and it's easy. It's also, I mean, I was out in Arkansas and I went to go do the satellite dish, and this lady literally had a horse in her living room. Like, what the fuck, man? I mean, the house was shambles, but they enjoyed it. But the education out in Arkansas is super low. So, like, if you're trying to,
And
you gotta see what the
then
problem is and then
that's the thing
execute
also, like
in an
the
appropriate
funding
way.
in the schools are low. It's like, like
Yeah.
even the type of food that they serve, like I'm vegetarian. They don't serve a lot of food. Like you don't, like, bro,
Like
it's
it's cheaper to eat
just,
fast
yeah,
food than a
it's like
salad.
literally just like, I don't know, like there are bad area, like that's why I just advise, people to try to move into better areas,
Yeah.
but everybody,
So I have a problem with the
everybody
way
can't do
people,
that.
like, if you're not
Yeah.
from the big 5 cities in America, like, nobody fucking cares. Like, there's so much that's just left behind and not even talked about in the
Well, and
Midwest, the flyover country. It's like it's just forgotten, and that's where the groundswell of the populism on the right is coming from.
Well, and that was kind of my point. Instead of just saying, "Oh, here's your reparations, here's some money," and let them bite the dust. What I was saying is more investing into, maybe not even investing into these these trap areas, but allowing them. Hey, where do you want to live? Do you want to get a house out here? You have bad credit, but we want to see you succeed. Let's cover your credit. Does not matter. What house do you want to get, with your income or whatever? Hook them up with an actual job and get their family out of those areas, versus just, okay, well, we paid the reparations. Like, we're Gucci. Let's go back to the big cities and, put in a new sports arena. That's what I was trying to get at.
I
Now,
think anybody that could prove that they are an American descendant of slavery should be entitled to something from the government and from corporations together. But like, just broad
unfortunately, the
reparations
government,
is not the way to do it. The way they're trying to do it is with UBI and
yeah,
poverty-stricken areas mostly.
that's not gonna. I
I
mean,
mean, they're trying it. They're doing it. This is happening in
that one's
cities all
tricky.
over the country.
That one's kind of a tricky one because
And that's the thing that I was saying, man. It's like you can't just accept like, fuck,
you got to have people
but like
make
you
their own
can't just
decisions
like
sometimes.
accept like like what like they're handing us, like like I don't know, bro. Like yeah, like I wouldn't have necessarily like accepted that. Like I would have said that like if you can prove that you're that you have descendants of slavery, then yeah, you should be able to be paid reparations, and that's in a form of like
And not even slavery. Let's say
like
Jim
whatever,
Crow
but
era.
it
Jim
should
Crow was
definitely
a
be
pretty big one
going
too.
to each individual,
I think Jim
but
Crow too. Sit in the back of the bus and
I don't
drink
know.
out of
I
certain
think that
water
they
fountains.
are
I mean,
going to eventually just pay reparations, but yeah, through okay. These cats are pissing me off right now. But
like I'm down for it, except if they just say, okay, hey, you're black, here's a check. I don't think that's the approach.
what?
I think they actually need to have a system where, I mean, a lot of Americans agree with the reparations, but it's kind of like the COVID. The government's running it, and it's like, well, you guys were kind of there, a lot of people who, it's kind of like how my taxes. Me personally, I don't want my taxes going to abortions. I don't believe in that. Just like how I may want, of course, you have to pay taxes for the city and where you live, and give back and all that other stuff. But the way they're making it seem is that, okay, Bob, you're a white dude in America, you're guilty, you need to pay reparations. And that's how they're making it come off. And that's the only approach. It's the approach that I'm kind of like, that's cringy. That's not right, as a way their approach of it is, versus, hey, Coca-Cola, what's up, man? Like, you're around that time. We documented that you had this many slaves. Why aren't you paying? You know what I mean? And that's, I think it's the approach that can get more people on board. But also, why as Americans, why haven't we helped these people of any color who are struggling? I don't know why we have to wait for a movement. Or, I mean, look at our homeless veterans. I mean,
Well,
but
it's
nothing.
because we already have like things in place to already help like veterans and whatnot, but
I
like
mean, they get their monthly check.
specifically
it.
for like Black Americans, we don't have anything in place like to help us, with getting our reparations, and that's a problem. It's like we have like these things in place for like everybody else to.
Well, I mean, it does take time, I think,
Yeah.
too. I mean, we're always working on the next project, I guess. I don't know.
Nah, bro. These nah, bro. These
I don't know.
corporations got the money. They can pay
Oh
that
no, I
shit
mean,
like
I don't know
for
why
fucking
the
tonight.
corporations haven't done this
If
earlier.
they, like if they wanted to, but I don't know.
But a lot of them would just put a flag of what they support, but they won't actually like, you know what I mean? Like,
no,
like
they
they
won't. Yeah, no,
throw a
they won't
Ukraine
actually pay
flag
that
up,
shit.
and they throw Ukraine flag up, but they're like, yeah, no, we did our part. Like, no, 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 no. Like, but and that's what I mean. Like, just in general with like these programs, like, I don't know. I think instead of looking at the American people and trying to do that whole guilt trip thing, I think that these corporations, I mean, first of all, I mean, I'm surprised none of them's even stood up. I mean, I don't know if actually, I'm kind of curious what corporation used to exist that does now. I mean, I guess that's the first question. Or
JP Morgan, and like all of these banks and like all of these fucking insurance companies, all of them still got old fucking slave money.
and then, I mean,
Still got
honestly,
that
they're the
shit,
ones.
bro.
They're
Fucking
the ones that should be
farmers,
paying
fucking
up, to be honest.
all of these
Because
motherfuckers, bro. Like
yeah, I
they
mean,
still
there used to
got
be
all that old money,
auctions.
bro.
There used to be auctions for slaves, and maybe a farmer here and there got a slave to help out, a cook or whatever, and they were treated a lot better than these big corporations that were just like, you're out in the field for 12 hours and we're making a massive profit off of you.
Are you? Wait, did you just say that slaves were treated better than working
Some
free
slaves in
people?
different positions were treated better than other slaves in different positions. Yes. Or do you disagree with that?
Well, the people working for corporations that weren't slaves were not slaves in different positions. They're free people, right?
What?
You just said
A corporation that owns slaves would probably treat them different
okay.
and worse
Okay,
off
that
than a
was the point.
slave that was literally bought as a slave to cook for the
Okay,
household.
I thought you were just talking about a regular worker in a corporation compared to a
No.
slave.
No, I
That's the way
mean,
it sounded. Yeah.
no. But but also then we hit into the whole Irish thing too, because we had Irish slaves too, and I mean, maybe a smaller number, but we did. We had Indian slaves. I mean, we also had slaves. A lot of countries had different slaves too. So I mean, it gets kind of weird.
But most people, already got like the reparations.
I've never
I'm
heard
pretty
of an
sure.
Irish reparation.
Well, no, but Irish, bro. I don't know exactly what year, but when white people accepted Irish, as fucking white people, but
I think they just were like, "Fuck it, we're gonna blend in. We're white too. Fuck this." Watch.
But yeah, I'm not sure what year, but they were able to actually assimilate themselves into America.
Sure. Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
get all the riches. So they've already gotten their reparations through,
But had
being
the
able to
families
like
of those
assimilate so
people.
damn fast, And,
But I mean, now if
not go
if they
through
can't
all like the
find,
bullshit and not, being casted from society like that,
I mean, if they found a group of Irish that were, then I think they're just as equally. Then yeah, but I mean, they probably assimilated and blended in, and probably, I mean, be honest. I mean, same color, you can probably blend in pretty decent. They weren't
Well,
prejudiced.
yeah.
They weren't given because I mean, you
Same
can't
thing
just
with like the
you can't
Italians and
Michael
all that
Jackson
stuff,
yourself.
they were like discriminated against, like the whenever they first came over here, but they were able to be accepted as white.
Yeah, I mean, no, I agree. They were at least had the same water fountain as white people because they were still white. So I know. I mean,
Right.
I'm not saying that we need reparation for Irish. I'm saying that if there
That's
is a
exactly
neighborhood,
why
it
I
would
say
be
like specifically Black Americans.
yeah, no,
Yeah, specifically Black Americans, because and like, other people who were harmed by their countries or whatnot, you know, should get the reparations from should seek reparations from their countries. But like,
Yeah, I mean,
as far as like Black Americans, I honestly believe that we are owed, you know, our money from the U.S. government.
yeah, I mean, and like I said, I mean, I think that if they come up with a good system that
Well,
would
not yeah, well, yeah, from the U.S. government and you know, and
mega corporation,
yeah,
I think we
and
can all
these fucking
agree, at
corporations.
least, I think we all could agree here, mega corporations definitely need to pay something.
Yes, yeah.
Like, I think we
Yeah.
all can agree on that. Then when it comes to individual Americans, like
Homeless
my
guy,
family
Black
never,
Americans build
you know,
America.
my family never owned slaves. In fact,
Thank you, Gotti. Thank you.
you know, am I still responsible for being an American who is white, who has white ancestors, still equally responsible of paying back what
It proves that yeah,
what
white was
other
a
slave owners did to the
because they
African and American
clearly
community.
white
You know,
skin and rejected
how do you
it,
assimilate
made
who
that shit up.
because I mean not every single
Yeah, and
I
beyond
mean
the
the first
tags, bro. This is
yeah.
exactly what I'm talking about, though. Like, where, like, as far as the propaganda and like, this is why, like, I be questioning like white people sometimes when they be hesitating about like giving black Americans, you know, reparations. Is because like y'all are still feeding in the majority of white people, and this also plays back to why I say, you know, we need to redo the education system because like a lot of white people just really don't know, you know, and it's not a lot of white people's fault. It's like they like the society
I'm
and the
German, by the way.
education system that they were brought up in and the school system that they went through, you know, like they literally just don't know, like you know, like as far as like I guess like what's going on or whatnot, you know. So
Yeah.
just by me saying this, you know, like the whole race thing, you know, like a lot of white people do get caught up in like the whole like white black, you know, type of deal, and like you know, like a lot of y'all got to realize that that is propaganda, you know, that was made by these corporations to, you know, make people swayed and think like a certain way and whatnot, you know. And you know, so when black people ask for from for their reparations from these people, it's like, why are y'all siding with, you know, these corporations and the government and these same people that are screwing y'all over also? It's like, it's like it's like, so like back then, more say I could say, you know, that these corporations and whatnot fed into the racism more to get white people more on their side, you know, to like get like that you know, that societal
approval.
Yes, but now, you know, they're doing the whole Black Lives Matter and the LGBT thing, you know, to get people's approval and whatnot, you know. So it's the same propaganda and shit that I just question myself of like why a lot of white people feed in. Well, I only question myself, like I understand why a lot of white people do feed into that shit, but it's like you know, y'all gotta like a lot of white people gotta realize, you know, that like we're all fighting the same fight against these fucking corporations and against the fucking government that's screwing us over. So there should be no hesitation when people are asking, you know, what they're owed from these corporations and from this government, you know.
Oh yeah, no, I completely got you, and you know, going back to a lot of the education. I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, like I was saying, most of the slaves that were brought over were bought by these mega corporations. They were used up, and then they were kind of pushed over to the household side sometimes because more of the mega corporations had a lot of this money. And that brings up an interesting point to the fact that when you talk about the whole BLM and these movements, and you know, for me, I'm right down the street from Louisville, and they did it very decent. You know, if they wanted some water, I got them. But you know, and I tell everyone this: that's not my fight.
Yeah.
Martin Luther King, and I remember who said
Yeah,
this
no,
quote.
bro, you're right.
Martin Luther
Yeah.
King said, instead of doing the job for the black man, give the black man your tools of how you became successful so he can learn and do it for himself. You know, when you looked
Yeah.
at BLM for a while, you just saw a bunch of white kids with BLM flags and this and that. I'm like, wait, who's fighting this war? Like, or fighting for these rights? And that's not how it should be. And it shouldn't be having to go after the mega corporations for these for the rights due. These corporations should be wanting to do it. They throw in these rainbow flags, they throw in these Ukraine flags all the time, but when it needs a step up, oh, I don't want to lose no money. I mean, we can, you know, help build a part of a school or a gym or this and that, and that's all. You know, we did our part, but it's like, you know, you're mainly responsible for these issues that we see. You should be doing a hell of a lot more than putting up a banner on your Twitter profile, you know, and that's just me, you know. But so, I mean,
And bro, you're right. But
but you know, like I said, I mean, just like the Ukraine war, it's like that's not my fight. Just like the whole BLM thing. Like, listen, if you believe that you're fighting for, you know, whatever the case, and that's your fight, and you cold-heartedly believe that, I'm not going to stop you. See, I'm not a Republican or a Democrat or anything like that. I look out for my fellow American. You know,
yeah,
use
yeah.
my gun. If you are wanting to protest and, you know, you're nervous because, you know, it's a white neighborhood, you know, hey dude, call on me and I'll be out there with my gun to assure that you have your freedom of speech and no one should tread on your freedom of speech because you have that right. But me standing out there giving a speech about the people of color being mistreated while I'm a white person with not seeing the same experiences, that's some bullshit. It needs to be from the people who are affected. And that's not what we're hearing. We're hearing this propaganda from these corporations, and you're like, what are you talking about? It's like, you know, that whole COVID, well, we're in this together, guys. And they have like these celebrities that have like private bowling alleys and all this stuff. You're like, we're not in the same boat, man. Like, you know,
Fucking Ellen talking about, oh, I gotta be in my house, you know,
Yeah.
I gotta be secluded in a fucking mansion. It's like,
Yeah,
bitch, shut the fuck up. Like,
when they're getting their food flown in from Italy and shit, I'm like, what the fuck? And that's what I mean is that it shouldn't be the government giving
but
reparations. It should be the American people who know that there is so that we fucked up in the past. Now, instead of being like, I'm white and I'm responsible, it should be like, you know what? Yeah, you know what? America did you dirty. You know what? Screw this. I'm gonna give you a job because you know what? I see good in you, and you're owed an opportunity to do good. And you know what? And that's what Americans should do for Americans. We shouldn't be running to the daddy government, you know, this and that for every little issue we have. We Americans, just in general, whether it be a BLM, whether it be anything, we need to step up and start taking care of each other instead of being divided. Because whether it comes down, whether you support something or not, that your neighbor is still your damn neighbor at the end of the day. You
well,
may
see,
hate them, but you should love them.
and that's exactly what I say. But you know, like, we should see, you know, each other as Americans or whatever. That's why, you know, like
Reparations
the
will put you on that
majority.
playing field.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, and that's why
I
the
got you.
majority of white people shouldn't hesitate when black people ask for our reparations. It's because we're all Americans, you know, and we should, you know, have that pride and have that, you know, sense of, you know, trying to be on the same team and trying to, you know, fight for those fellow Americans that got screwed over by our government, you know. So there should
Yeah,
be no
and I
hesitation,
agree.
you know. There should be no hesitation, like when it comes with the reparations, you know,
Well, and that's
like.
what I was saying is that going to a white person and be like, "You're guilty. You need to pay this man." And that's not the approach. Yeah, because you're gonna get a lot of pushback. You will get a lot of pushback because, like, for me, if I was told I own slaves and I should pay money so I'm like, but I never did. Like,
My favorite thing to
you get
do,
pushback.
hey bro, my favorite thing to do is like when when like a fucking mainly like when like a Democrat or like a fucking hardcore liberal or whatever, like comes up to me and is like, "Oh, I don't know." It's just basically trying to assume and agree with everything that they think that like I think or whatever. And then like I ask them, what they think about reparations, and then like they freeze up and hesitate. I'm like,
Yeah.
like you got that same thing in you, bro. Like you got that same thing in you. You're just trying to like agree with me and make me happy and make me feel good.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I mean, like me personally, I don't support the BLM movement per se. I support the people who are actually there on the steps, demanding justice. I'm all about that. Peacefully protesting and assembly. You have the American right, and do it as much as you get. And if you need people to back you up, cool. It should be the voices who are affected, though. I still agree with
Yeah.
that. But smashing into windows, I haven't gotten that part. I think that's still your community, and you're destroying it, and it doesn't do anything. Or just like with the whole BLM riots, there's more black people killed during those riots
I mean, but
because
you
of the
can say the
riots.
same thing
But
with like when
I know.
people have like fucking sports games and all this other fucking bullshit.
No, what I'm
People are always gonna, like
yeah,
express their things
but
like when they,
there's been
yeah.
incidences with certain areas during these protests. They'll go out protest, and then there'll be a scuffle, and then a shooting, and it's like y'all just what the hell, I think that like Louisville, we did it perfectly. There was no violence. Everyone, they had the Times Square
Wasn't
little
there a
But
area,
shooting in
and they
Louisville?
did it. Oh
Didn't
no,
didn't
there's plenty of
they shot
shootings
at the
out there.
police in Louisville? Like Louisville is one of these
No, that
areas that you're
was.
talking about that are severely poverty stricken, like heavy gang activity, high murder
Oh, I
rates.
know. That's why I don't go there.
Hilarious.
But for the protests themselves, their group that went to protest, they went around the neighborhood, they did their thing, they went back, they cleaned up their mess, and then they came back the next day. Of course, you had other people who wanted to accelerate things because there's just those people out there, um, that do cause some havoc and want to see the place burn. They want to see it burn, on all sides. And I support those people who want to change. I may not see the change, but you know what? If you believe that you want to wear purple pants and everyone
Corporations
should,
taking a
and you believe
political
that, I
stance
got your
has
back.
been
But
ruled
now
as free
once
speech.
you start abusing people verbally
Yeah, see, I
and
think there should be
harassing
laws
and
against that,
going into
and I
restaurants
think we were
during your
talking about that
BLM chant,
last night,
flipping
right,
tables
Gotti?
and assaulting
Yeah, I
people,
think there
you
should
lose my
definitely be laws
respect.
against that. They
Moving
should
on
be
to the
treated like a
person who is
church,
still
They should have
doing it correct. And that's
restrictions
just me
about that
personally.
shit.
Because I don't
What's
think
up?
having
What's up,
violence out to your
Tiger?
other
What's
citizens
going on?
who are next to you, your
Appreciate
neighbors, your
that.
brothers, your sisters,
Appreciate you
regardless of
stopping
color,
by. I
once you start
grew up
attacking them, you're
in
going to
the
lose their
bad part
respect.
of
And then no
Detroit.
one's going to listen to you. I think that
Appreciate you
take your
stopping by,
anger
man.
towards the cops, take your anger towards the government or wherever your anger is placed.
Yeah, if
But
not
this whole
for the
fighting amongst each
police,
other
it
these
would have
last 2
been
years
a lot worse
have made
off.
me hate people more.
Hell yeah, we definitely need the
And that is
police.
sad. Not bring me closer to people. It's actually made me want to get more acreage in Kentucky and not see more people because people are sucking each day more and more. You see what I'm saying?
And I could, well, like I get what you're trying to get to, but I don't know, bro. Like
How,
at the end of the
how,
day,
what,
what?
I just wanted to ask, like, what about the social safety net? Are you a believer in paying taxes to help people on the bottom out?
I mean, don't we already do that? I mean, I'm paying for abortions and other programs that I don't qualify for, like, when I got injured from the Marine Corps. I mean, I don't get, like, I just had to pay for my daughter's birth. I don't get assistance in that, and so I assume my taxes go towards programs that would help other people because not going towards someone like me, I would assume the government is doing it correctly. So I don't think I really have a choice, do I? I mean, there's no option. Like, are you talking about paying even more taxes? Like what do you mean?
Well, either way, I mean, I was talking about just in general. How do you feel about the social safety net? Because you were talking about being an American and trying to help out everybody and everybody getting the same shot. And then, yeah, what about expanding it? What if for you seem to equate Black Americans with people in poverty. So what
We were talking about
if they
reparations,
expanded,
so to
if
bring
we
the connection.
expanded social safety nets to cover more people or to cover people more adequately, how would you feel about that if you paid a little more?
I mean, it depends. I mean, we pay so much money on our road work, but there's still potholes fucking everywhere in some of these streets. They're not actually going to the programs that we want to see the programs go into. You know what I mean? Like, we are putting money into a brand new sports arena and a new parking lot and you know, this festival or this and that, but it's not up to me if I divvy the taxes out. Like, if you're talking about a little bit more taxes, I mean, I think let's cut some of these instead of paying more taxes, because I think the taxes are getting a little too high now, and it's kind of starting to affect everyone. But why don't we cut out programs? I mean, did you know that when they did the COVID relief bill, only like 1% of that went to the American people? Some of it went to a thing called the Tea Party, not like Boston Tea Party, like American history, American, Tea Party. We're talking about a place, a museum that has teacups as a museum. A couple million went towards that.
I understand what you're saying. If we
we're
get,
not
I
choosing
mean,
where it
if we're
goes.
talking about corruption, waste, and mismanagement, that's a whole different story. But like, even if you wanted to go there, like, even
I
if we
knew it was
could cut out,
going. I knew it
well,
was
hold
going
on,
directly to.
I mean, could I say something or?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just saying, if we were able to cut out corruption, waste, and mismanagement, and you would pay just a little bit more, and everything would get better, how would you feel about that, though?
Well, let's be honest. If
Would
we
you
did,
be okay with it? Would that be cool, or would you just want to just pay less?
well, let's be honest. I think if we did that, we broke down where some of this money's going. I think we'd be freeing up a hell of a lot more to be able to cover it equally, just as fine. But if everything is in the up and up, and we are paying what we're supposed to be paying, there's no corruption, and I knew that the money of taxes, if it went up, and they said, yeah, we could show you a receipt that this money's going towards this program that will benefit
Well, just
this
say like
neighborhood or this
if
and that.
we
I
got
don't see why not. I mean,
if
I
we got
wouldn't see why
universal
not.
health care and you spent the same amount of money, would
No,
you?
I'm not doing
Is that
universal
cool?
health care. I mean, universal health care is that shit's kind of whack.
Even if we spent the same amount of money, you didn't spend any more? If they
Well,
cleaned up the books and there
You
was enough
said
money to,
universal healthcare. It's just kind of
I
weird.
mean, if you cleaned up the books, yeah, we're gonna find. I mean, let's use the war on drugs, because that's going great, right? I mean, look at the taxes. When we pulled out of Iraq and stuff, our taxes never went down. We're still paying the same amount of taxes, whether we're in a war or not. So there's gonna be taxes being used from leftover projects all the time. I mean, the war on drug ain't doing shit, all the time. But if we were able to, hey, if you pay 1% more, we can guarantee in 5 years poverty would be taken care of, and but it won't affect everyone. It just help these people. Sure, I'm down. I wouldn't mind that. But we're also talking about the government, who we have to pay all these city taxes and all these other things, and then they want to take guns away, or they haven't fixed that pothole, or they want to do all this other crap with it, like send 40 billion to Ukraine, or send all this other stuff everywhere else, and that's not okay. I don't think anyone's okay paying more to cover the government promises, or lack of promises, I guess you can call it that. Because let's be honest, if we'll actually get to where it needs to go, probably not. But
yeah,
if it
no,
was like,
I agree that we shouldn't be expanding any government programs without looking where we can contract others right now. But
yeah, I think we
I
should be
was,
looking at taking away from pointless programs and taking those funds and putting it somewhere else. Like the police department, instead of defunding them, maybe take away their brand new cruisers for one whole year and put it towards the police education. So they're not, so they can actually be more educated, and the funds can go appropriately where they need to be. I'm down for that. And if we need to pay a little bit more in taxes because they cleaned up the books and they're like, oh, we're still a little short, but we can make it work. Yeah, we should be able to pitch in for a little bit. But we also know that once that project's done, the government's going to still keep that tax rate. And I mean, we're probably still paying for Vietnam. Who knows? Like, we're still paying for wars that ended, decades ago. But also, it's like, where is this money coming from? and I've said this before, you see a lot of celebrities, they go into these red carpet events wearing diamonds. We're talking $1 million outfits. And why couldn't for one event them just not wear shit and just wear some jeans and a t-shirt, donate all that money and donate it to the needy or something? Why couldn't they do that for one event?
They don't.
I know
Most
that
of the
it's
time
not
they don't
theirs,
buy
it's
that
rented
shit.
out. I know
Yeah,
it's handed to them
or
for
they get
sponsor.
paid. Yeah,
That's
they
what I
get paid to
mean.
wear that shit.
That's
Like,
what I mean. Like, that's the theory of, putting the money towards, say, something like that. Why don't we take money that would be used, not so used appropriately and put it, I don't know. I don't
no,
know.
I
Like,
generally tend to agree with our government spending, but I don't give a fuck what celebrities do. Like, honestly.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, we never voted to shut down the pipeline. Biden kind of did that. And now we're going to pay almost $10 in gas in some places. Like, we don't get to control the decision that our governments make. We kind of have to roll with the punches,
We got into this the other night with the pipeline. The pipeline's like
It wasn't
kind
up
of
yet,
it's
but
a
still.
specter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Well, it wasn't just one he shut down. That's what a lot of people don't realize.
Yeah, he froze like new drilling on government property, and then he froze
Yeah.
new leases on government property, and then he
He
shut
just
down a
canceled the one in
couple of areas of speculation. But the
Alaska.
pipeline itself was just like a shortcut for an existing pipeline. They were going to be able to pump more oil from Canada to Louisiana,
Yeah, for a
to
lot
where the
cheaper.
refineries are at in Louisiana. It's cheaper for the company that owns it. Like,
Yeah.
it wouldn't have done much. There's other reasons why gas is way high, because we've printed fucking 200% of our money in the
And
last
we just sent
fucking
$40 billion
5 years.
to Ukraine, a war that we're not in. And yet,
$1 ain't worth shit.
for a war we're not in, that's a fucking expensive war
Oh,
that we're
we're in
not
that
in.
war. It's a proxy war, just like
Oh, I know.
fucking
I know.
everything else.
Oh,
We're
I know.
definitely in that war.
No, I know. But no, I mean, that's the same thing with like reparations, going back to the thing. Like, if it was like, hey, your taxes are gonna go up a little bit, but you're gonna help out all these people, and you know what? In 10 years, we
That's
should have
kind of
any
why I brought up
poverty. Like, I'm down for that.
that's kind of why I brought up the universal health care, because if it didn't cost you $1 extra and we were able to get universal health care
Nothing's for free,
going
man,
forward.
my dude. Nothing's for free.
Well, I'm not some fucking 12-year-old kid. You
But
know
I'm
what
gonna
I mean?
give you an example of this is the best way I can explain universal health care to you. Now, I stopped kind of looking into it. I don't know what kind of new changes they made, but the VA, for instance, right? So I'm a disabled veteran from the Marine Corps. Okay.
Yeah, definitely not. I'm saying like
I go
fucking
down to the
utopia, like
VA.
your perfect version of universal health care, and
Well,
you
let me
didn't
just
pay
tell
extra.
you. Well, let me just tell you my free healthcare that is existence of today
Yeah.
from the service from my military service. I did 3 tours in Iraq. I get my VA service. I go down there. They look at me and go, "Oh, it's anxiety. Have a nice day."
What's going on, bro?
And literally, they
Appreciate you
give
for
0 fucks
stopping
about
by,
me.
man. You got
They
defund the
don't care.
police. They got
Like, it's always anxiety. It's always some
fire 'cause they
bullshit.
scared
It's always whatever.
during the
They
active
don't
shooter
care.
situation.
Yeah,
I can
I
get
just
I can
imagine
get
it as the DMV for fucking
It's
doctors.
literally like
Yeah.
stripper doctors, where you literally, hopefully, you can find someone to listen to you for the night. You know what I mean? Like, but they don't care. They just, it's the most pointless doctor. And that's the one thing I liked about
Look,
Trump. He
Zay,
was going to
get
be
in
able to
here,
use
Zay.
our.
I want to hear
He was
Zay
gonna,
go off on some shit.
But
we were, yeah.
but hey, bro. One thing is, we kind of got veered off from the topic, because we started talking about reparations, and then we started talking about, like the rest of this stuff or whatnot. But let's kind of get back to the topic of defunding the police. And the reason I kind of bring up this topic is because of the recent, shooting that just happened. Like, a lot of people feel like, the cops didn't do their job, so what's the point of having the cops or whatnot? So that's why the discussion of defunding the police is like kind of like resurfacing again. So I was just kind of curious about what y'all's thoughts about that was.
Well,
Man, Yeah,
Oh, go ahead. Oh,
you got this.
well, I'll be
I
honest.
think you have a better
Texas,
perspective because you were in the Marines. I'm not sure what your job was or what you do now.
I sell guns.
You a FFO?
Yeah.
Right on.
So I do a lot of the Second Amendment. So a little bit about me. I'm a
All
Second
right, for
Amendment
sure, Zay, I
advocate.
got you.
I want to do more protests and stuff like that, but I have a kid, and people are fucking crazy nowadays. I'm not getting shot, but so Texas, and I say this in a nice way, okay? It was a horrible tragedy, and I could not even imagine what those parents are going through, and it should never have happened, and it's disgusting in every single aspect. I think everyone here is glad that they took him out because he was a disgusting human being, and he should never have had a gun. Now, with that said, a part of me feels it was an example of it got so bad that shooter was able to call out to the kids, "I'm the police, say if you're here," and they said, "I'm here," and then shot the kid. And he was able to do that for an hour because it was almost an example if we didn't have police. Now, did the police fuck up? Oh man, they were horrible, and all of them should be. I mean, I don't even know what charges they should get. I mean, the teacher who left the door open, to the police who didn't do anything. I don't care if it was miscommunication. We pay you to do your job. And
What
they're
do you
saying,
mean by the police didn't do anything?
they stood out there for an hour because they were locked out. I heard reports of them being locked out. I've heard reports saying that they didn't have to go in there. They didn't want to
Well,
sacrifice themselves. I've heard different versions.
So, like from my understanding, the police did go in there, but as they went in there, before the shooter even went into school, he was shooting outside of the school,
At
like
the school resource officer,
yeah. So like, the first responding officers, of course, were tending to
Well, it
those
wasn't an
students.
officer. It is a school resource officer, which is like a retired cop, essentially.
No, that's not.
But like
I don't
I'm
know
saying,
if
like when
there's
like the
like
cops,
updated info, but that's not how it happened. From what I
what?
understand, he crashed his truck. He shot at some people at a funeral home, and
That's
then
Yeah,
exactly
hopped the
my
yeah,
fence.
point. There's not
yeah.
And
enough
then
information.
the resource officer wasn't even on site.
Yeah,
So
I heard he left, and then I heard another story about there's 2 resource officers, and I heard one about there was 1 and they killed them. I mean, the
Yeah, no,
information on
maybe
this
we
one
just
is
need to
horrible.
wait for all the information to come out because it seems like
well, it
all of
seemed the one thing
yeah.
that they already Goon, the one thing that they already did admit is that at some point they changed it from an active shooter to a barricaded
Yes.
subject,
Yeah, they
Yes.
said
which
they
is
didn't go in because he was
And
barricaded.
and
I heard that
we
uh
one
talked
too.
about
and
that.
this was the point that I was trying to kind of get to. So, and that's a point where like a lot of people say, why did the cops wait like an hour? And it was because of that barricade situation. Because when those first cops that had
Might have been
came,
a hostage
they
situation, yeah.
yeah, they didn't come with like battering rams and whatnot. And like I keep telling people this, like if this wasn't Houston or if this wasn't Dallas, like a bigger city, then they would have already had most of this equipment and shit on them, or if not, the response time would have been way shorter than within like a smaller city, where like they don't have these resources necessarily on them, so like they might have to go back to the department, to go get like a battering ram or like some type of equipment, to get inside that barricaded door.
What also to add to
So
this, if a lot of people don't know, that's what we call a border town, meaning it's a town, but it's outside the main cities and they're right on the border of Mexico, meaning they have different resources and the border patrol will most likely run and patrol that area. So now you have 2 jurisdictions of government fighting over who's supposed to be on the scene, who's supposed to take charge,
oh
and you have
wow.
police officers. You
Wow.
see what I'm saying? So because there's more, a friend of mine lives down the street from there, and he was saying they have more border patrol agents patrolling the streets than they do cops. Because more than likely, during the interactions, they run into more illegal immigrants. So it's always smarter to have the border patrol around because that's who they end up calling anyways. And that's who ended up going to the building and handling the situation,
Oh
from what I've
wow.
heard. So I think that it could have also been, whose jurisdiction is this? Is he barricaded? Is it a hostage? I think that it's one of those things where it's something we haven't crossed yet because of, it's not like it just happened and we learned from it and we still made a mistake. I mean, I've never heard of this place before, you know what I mean? And we will run into these situations in life where we don't know exactly what the best approach is.
I think they arrested 2 kids for threatening to shoot up maybe the grammar school or the high school in that same city.
One
The
was
Uvalde.
Columbine, I know that. One,
I mean, Uvalde, either the high school or that school that got shot up. That was like 2019 or something like that.
oh, I'm not too sure, but I didn't hear about that. I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, if that to be true, I mean, it possibly could be. I mean, threats are made a lot, so I mean, but no, I mean, and that's what I mean. Is like, but that's why I kind of come back. I don't have all the information yet on this because it seems like someone's not telling the truth and someone's not owning up. That's what it feels like. Two agencies not talking to each other or want to take the blame or whatever the case may be. But regardless, defunding the police is exactly that kind of response you would get, I believe, an hour late, not really doing their job. I mean, they don't have the equipment, they don't have the motivation because, people are saying, "Oh, cops are bastards," and this and that, versus funding. And I'm not talking about funding their next Rhino or their new high-tech battering ram or their brand new ARs. I'm talking about let's put the money that we would take away from these funds of having these massive SWAT trucks. Why don't we put that in some books and some education and some training,
But
especially
no, wait, bro.
so we can respond faster, right?
Okay,
I mean,
okay, not
training.
necessarily like the rhinos and like the like the special like fucking like
The
artillery
million
trucks
dollar
and shit like
trucks,
that.
they don't need that
Okay,
shit.
bro, not necessarily that, but I would definitely say that cops need, like especially smaller towns like that they do need way better equipment and that they do need more
They
funding.
need appropriate
And
equipment, of course.
and like all across the board, I think that cops, should be paid way more than what they are paid.
Oh no, I agree with that. Yeah.
So we can get like the quality of like the so we don't get like I don't know, like I
Riots
like
and
this
corruption.
I don't know, like I like to call them like low budget cops. Like they just like
Better
it's like you
cops.
get like the Walmart workers or whatnot, like the
I mean, just like teachers, they're not
yeah,
doing their
it's
job,
like,
and you're
but
wondering why they're not doing their
even
job because they're not being
yes,
paid.
yes, bro. Even like the teachers, we'll get better quality teachers if they got paid more, and people will want to, they will have more pride, and they will want to do their job more if they're fucking getting paid more too, So,
Yeah,
but
I mean,
hey, not to change the topic too much, bro. But I would like everybody to know this. Target did change their pay from $15 to $24 an hour. I just think
Jesus.
that that's amazing, bro. I just think that that's what all cities, all fucking corporations, should start doing. But not necessarily all companies could afford, to do something like that. But
also, I'm gonna
yeah.
chime in. As a great as that is, how many employees are gonna stay on the same payroll after they made that change? Because there's some companies they went up to that $15 an hour, but then they cut off like a lot of their staff, so they had even less people working for a higher pay.
What do you want?
I don't know, bro. We can that can be a topic for for
Later down the road when it
hell yeah.
happens, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
no, like for later this week because like I would actually like to talk about that, like to see how realistic that's going to
There was
be.
a company recently that they did the 15 hours, and they're filing for bankruptcy,
But
or
nah,
they're
bro, like I'm
yeah.
saying, that Target is changing theirs from $15 to $24 an hour.
Yeah, and
So
I mean that's great if they can keep everyone who works there and make that money. I know, like, that's like if Amazon's like, "Hey guys, we're gonna pay you $25 an hour," but then they're like, "Oh, we also got new technology. Drones are gonna deliver, so we don't need delivery trucks no more. So hey,
yeah,
doesn't affect you. You get
yeah,
$25 an hour."
yeah, because they're
There's
already
been
fucking cutting their
companies.
staff down,
Yeah, there's companies that have done
Yeah.
the $15 and they've been cutting their staff dramatically, and it's like, well, no shit, you could afford the 15. Sounds great when you announce it like that, but you also just fired 150 people now, and now you have 50 people. You have a
Yeah.
bone skeleton crew that
What's
may
up,
not
Zay?
be
What's
able
going
to
on,
do
bro?
quality.
What's up? You get me, bro?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I ain't want to interrupt them talking, but what's up, y'all? What's up, Liz? What's up, Beyond? What's up?
Yo, what's up?
What's good?
I see y'all switch that topic again. I was trying to get on that. Should
Well,
we defund
yeah.
the police? You
Well,
know?
yeah, bro. Like well, yeah. Just because like I was just really like excited by that. Just because I mean that just gives people more of an opportunity to, you know.
How about we defund the war on drugs?
Yeah.
That's why the cops. I was gonna say that. That's why the cops got so many goddamn weapons. Because they were supposed to fight the war on drugs and shit. But that's obviously a failed war. Why are we still getting?
But wouldn't you say that they need all those weapons for hostage situations like this also?
They just get like fire departments. You get a new truck every 6, 7, 8 years. You know, when equipment becomes outdated, or they can realize that this truck can do the job better. But a lot of these police forces, I mean, they get some badass shit almost yearly. And you know, I mean, then they recycle old rhinos that are Bearcats, and it's like.
But like, don't you think that they need these
9
type
of 'em?
of like equipment for certain things that happen? And yeah, like I understand what you're saying. There could be like a lot of like a lot of like excessive spending or whatnot. But like, don't
Do they
you
need
think that
one every 4 years though? I mean, or if they maintenance it right, couldn't they then donate those Bearcats instead of donate it to the government or what? Why don't they give them to these small towns that could probably use them?
Yeah.
But they end up private selling them out to make that physical budget cut, and then they end up trying to get that money back in the same department versus sharing that love or whatever. I mean, you don't always need the newest tech or the newest shiniest toy to get the job
But you
done.
gotta always stay ahead of the criminals,
No, absolutely. But we're talking about like, armored vehicles for driving to a situation. I mean, we don't need maybe 12 of them. Maybe we need 3 because that's all we have ever been using. They don't use all 15. That's what I mean. Like, making an appropriate amount of the equipment they need,
What's up?
and then
What's up,
sending that
Chile?
money elsewhere
What's up,
where it can
Chile?
be so much better. I think.
It's good
I
to
don't
see
know.
you
I
in
mean,
the
that's
chat
just
too.
my version. I don't think defunding is the answer because that one cop who shot that one dude because she went for a taser and shot him by accident, that was a lack of training. If she had more funds to train, go to the gun range and actually know the damn difference, we might be telling a whole different story in that situation.
I think cops kill a lot of people because they're scary. I don't know about y'all, but my experience with cops are scary ass people. So to ask a cop to do a job that's something that an army person or a special forces person should be doing in a hostage situation like in Uvalde, I feel like the police are not capable of doing some shit like that because they are some scary motherfuckers. In fact, their training doesn't have them to go in to do that type of shit. You see what I'm saying? So I think giving them all that weaponry is unnecessary.
Well,
Because the world.
and
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say a lot of ex-military do go into these police forces, and maybe not so much Uvalde, but they do spread them around. But maybe they do send them to take some of that funding and send them out to like Marine boot camp or I don't know.
And see, look, this is the thing also because like I think you're right, Zay. Like I think they might have specialized people that might go into these places, because I don't think every cop necessarily, because that's why they wait for backup to like respond. Like I don't think everybody who's on the force, just like runs inside the building. Like I think they got certain people on the team that are like,
you supposed to. Ain't that cop's jobs? You the first one on the scene, right? Your job is like.
But say, wouldn't you think that they have like a strategy or something, or like
they had a strategy. Some
like
of
a
them
game
was
plan or
going around the
something?
back and getting their kids out. You know what I'm saying? That's their strategy was get their own kids out. They was keeping families from trying to go in there. Their whole strategy. I mean, I guess form of strategy. But it's one shooter barricaded in one room. I mean, you might lose your life going and engaging in him, but that's your job. That's what you signed up for.
But no, the door is barricaded though. That's the reason why the cops couldn't go in, and that's the reason why like it took like 40 minutes to like an hour.
But
no.
Why is that one? How did one
The
border
door-
patrol agent go in there and neutralize the threat?
But nah, bro.
There's
Nah,
three
bro.
of them.
Nah,
After 1
bro.
hour.
Nah, bro.
There's
That's
3
not true.
border
That's
patrol
not
agents that
true.
went in. There's
Okay,
3 of them.
okay. So
but
you could have had 3 cops that did it.
There
Why did it
is-
take an hour?
You're talking
There
about
were
the
the
training
cops that were sitting
differences.
up in a hall. This is what I'm saying,
Yeah,
bro. There's like all
difference
type of
is that
different
the Border
stories like
Patrol.
going around, bro. Because like the story that I heard was like the cops
The
were
cops
like
lied. The
in
cops
like
lied.
the
Don't listen to the cops.
hallway.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that's
Yeah,
been
so that's what I'm saying.
That's
misconstrued
the
the
news
whole
anyways.
time. Yeah.
That's the news in general. Like
No, the cops on there,
Fox,
like when they had
CNN.
when the police had their press conference, they lied. They lied about
Yeah.
everything that happened, how long it took, how long the cop was there. They lied about even engaging him
Well, I
before he
also
even
said
went
that you're
inside
talking
the
about
building.
Border Patrol and cops. They're not the same agencies, and neither
Yeah.
one of them want to take a blame for 22 dead kids. So they're gonna play their politics, red tape bullshit. We
I said
expect this from the politicians of these
the
departments.
the
That's
Border
expected.
Patrol
But
team
not the
is specially trained. They're basically door kickers, and they were like put on hold for a half hour and then disobeyed
Yeah, they
their
disobeyed
commanding
the
officer
orders.
and
Yeah,
went in and did it anyway. So
yeah,
like
they did the right
Yeah.
thing, I think.
there's a
But
little bit of everything. Like everybody should just fucking retire, quit, would like just clean house. Everybody involved should no longer be a police officer. This is fucking Texas. If this doesn't show that the America is in a decline, I don't know what does.
It really
But
does. Like that's the most embarrassing thing you can have as like as a like a police department. You know what I'm saying? You're scared to go save lives. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the most embarrassing things.
well, and this is
I
what I'm
wouldn't say
saying.
that
We're
they
talking
were
about.
scared, bro, because there
They
were
were
people.
scared.
There were
No, they're
people
not.
on that force who had kids. You know, so wouldn't you think that they would be
So?
concerned about their kids?
No, nigga. What you mean? Their kids inside the school?
Would you think that they would be scared to go save their kids?
No,
Maybe.
some of
I
them
don't
went
know.
in to save their kids. They didn't go in to stop the children that was being massacred. They went in to save their own kids. There's
That's
reports of
because
that. They confirmed reports.
see, bro, this is what I'm saying, because like from like my understanding, like the dude was in like the classroom. It was actually like two classrooms, but the dude was in a classroom with the kids, you know, had the door barricaded. That's the reason why the cops couldn't even get to him. And then that's how he was able to kill all those kids in the classroom.
I'm not gonna lie. I've only seen them
yeah.
at the front of the school. I've never seen them even open that front door.
Let me show
alone-
y'all a map real quick
I mean,
of
that just-
what I have.
And that's what I was saying.
But-
Regardless of what source you got, we all know it took about an hour. And I'm saying is that if you're for defending the police, you're gonna have more incidents like this, I believe, where if you defund them so much that they're not even willing to show up because they're not, getting paid enough to throw their line in front of a situation, then you're gonna run into cops who don't want to take the call. They just want to go home. They just want to get a check. They just want to go home. They don't want to put up with that bullshit.
But that's how cops already do that shit. I mean, sometimes
Some places,
some places,
yeah.
some places the cops will wait till the shootout is done before they respond. That's how
No,
scary they are.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
exactly. I mean,
But-
I
but
agree
yeah,
with
yeah,
that.
but yeah, I feel you.
And there's some places like today, I had a cop go into my store today, and he's just like, "Hey, what's up, dudes?" He just stopped in, said hi, and
I don't know what I do.
do I know if he has my back? I have zero clue.
It's like cops in general aren't bad. Like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, they get a bad reputation, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like I mean, I don't fuck with them, but I mean, not all cops are bad, obviously. But when you talk about defunding them, you have to be more specific. You can't just have a term. I mean, like that's the thing about American
Because like
politics.
we
Say something-
need
nobody is specific.
we
Like,
need law enforcement, right?
Yes, when you say defund the police, you don't mean like abolish police. That's stupid. Abolish police and defunding
Well,
them are two different things. You know what I'm saying?
There's some
All this
people
mo-
think
What
of
would
the
you
same
mean
thing.
by that? What
Yeah,
would you
exactly.
Some people think of the same
That's
thing.
why you have to articulate it. Like to abolish the
Yeah.
police means no more police. To defund the police, that means all that money we're giving the police officers for all these
Yes.
weapons and shit like that. Let's kind of like let's slow down with that. You know what I'm saying?
That's
Let's-
why I don't
But
say
like, don't
defund,
you
I
think that they
I
need
say
that money?
refund the police, like put it in a different area, like take the money and put it actually in an important place.
But when you say
Would you
refund,
feel
it means
like
we giving
cops need
something
to be
back the
paid
police.
more?
Like, nah, fuck it. Huh?
Say,
I don't know
would
the
you
exact
feel like
word,
cops
but-
need to be paid more?
Yeah, I do.
And
What-
I don't know
what
how
was
much
that?
they getting paid. How much they getting paid now? I think teachers should get paid more.
Yes.
First and foremost.
Well,
that's
yeah.
what I'm- yeah.
Well, yeah.
Police-
Well, yeah. Like, I
don't know-
definitely
I don't
agree
know how
with
much
you
they
on
get
that.
paid.
But yeah, bro. Like,
But, I mean, you know,
Our kids are stupid nowadays. We need to pay them a hell of a lot more.
Like, I think, like, the
that has to do
starting-
with the
I think, like, the
curriculum. That has to do with
starting-
the curriculum.
Yeah.
Not too
I
much
think,
about
like-
the curriculum,
Books
because
and- yeah.
the teacher just teach the curriculum. You know what I'm saying? Some go you
I
go
think-
you have college teachers that teach outside the curriculum,
Yeah.
but most teachers they stick to the curriculum.
I think like the starting pay like at for HPD at least it's like 50 to 60, which isn't
Wow.
much like for like a cop, you know. And that just being like a
Well,
base cop, but like I'm sure if you're like
Depends
you
on what city
know,
you're from too. If you retire from
yeah.
Chicago as a cop and you were like undercover, you can make
But I
money.
mean,
But if
I
you're
heard
bro,
on like
New
that's
York
if you're
officers
like
get paid like
undercover,
200.
and that's like if you're like in like a specialization, because there are sergeants and whatnot that make like 125, 150, fucking 200, you know. But I
yeah,
mean,
depends on
like
what they do with their career too. Obviously, if
yeah,
you're just a
but I mean, like the
if you're just
sergeant
a
pay for a cop and a teacher, you know, like it's very low. But like obviously, when you become like a professor or like things like that, then like you
yeah,
get paid
I
more,
know there's
you
a
know.
pay gap also
But
from starting to
but I
that.
mean,
Like
like
that's a motivation, but
yeah, like the start pay is like way too low for you know these people that we like rely on, you know, and
what's the
like
average pay?
and
What's
like
the
the
average
thing.
pay of cops starting?
Well, let me see. Let me look that up real quick.
Like from what I
I
hear, I'm gonna
oh,
say
yeah,
probably what 50 maybe 50 a year.
50,000. I
I mean,
wouldn't
it's not.
advocate. I wouldn't advocate for police to have increases in pay because I believe not every cop is racist, but I believe they operate under racist pretenses, like the war on drugs and how black people are looked at, black and Hispanic people are looked at. I think even if they're not racist, it's in their job description to
It
lock
says
us up. So I wouldn't
55
advocate for them to get paid more
55,000.
until they.
Depends on where you're from though too. That once again, like
Yeah, of
where I'm,
course.
where I'm
Yeah,
from, we have black cops here, and they're like the most chillest dude. Like we don't have
black
that
cops
much
are the
racism.
worst. The black
We
cops,
we
Hey,
actually
in
don't.
my experience,
Hey,
black
We
cops
actually
are the
don't
bro.
have that
worst.
much
Hey,
racism where
bro.
I'm at.
The
So
average pay of cops is 55,000, by the way.
how much at 50?
55.
Yeah, like someone just
That's
told
not.
me
I don't think that's a lot.
where he's at. No, we're talking about average because where
Yeah,
he's at, they
yeah,
make
no, it's
about
not.
40K a year.
Because if you
They
have
make
two
about,
jobs, you make fucking just as much as a fucking cop, which is sad, bro.
yeah, that's what I
Which is
mean. And
crazy.
they're gonna throw what
But not
their
even two
self.
jobs. Shit, like
They're gonna throw
damn.
themselves in front of a bullet for people calling them all cops are bastards, and you know what I mean. Why would they want to do that? And that's what I'm saying.
And then like
The
you're just
Texas,
getting
Well,
like
the
good,
cops need to stop
people.
giving people reasons to call them bastards. Then people ain't just
and
saying fuck the police for no reason. It's reasons why we say that shit.
there's
So the
always a
police need to
bad
stop
one.
being bastards. You know what I'm saying? And then
Yeah,
if the good ones gonna cover up for the bad ones, then you know y'all
but
all
the
in the
dude who
same
gave
gang,
shoes
bro.
to that homeless dude in New York, he gave him shoes.
Okay. What about the
Like that
cop
was
that shot
Well,
the
super
yeah,
dude?
cool.
bro.
What about
That
the cop
is
that shot the
why.
dude that
That
didn't have
those
nothing?
that I wouldn't
I
necessarily
agree.
agree with going around saying fuck the police because you are
I'm not saying fuck.
demonizing.
I'm not
Well,
saying fuck the police.
well, no, like just as like a thing that people say, you know, because it's like when people say that, then that does bring like I guess that
They're kind of like, well, fuck you too, then. You
well
know,
They've been
well
saying fuck us.
yeah.
That's our response for them saying fuck us. It's fuck y'all. Fuck the
I
police.
wouldn't
some places,
The police
necessarily,
treat
some
the
places.
but
police.
like you can't
Yeah,
say
some
all
places.
cops, though, you know,
I'm not saying
because
all cops,
Yeah,
but you
no,
got
no, no,
some
well,
no.
cops who look at
no,
all black
bro,
people.
That's
not
the
you,
no,
Zay,
no, hold
not
on.
you,
That's the
Zay,
chance.
but you know, but
Yeah,
like
the
obviously,
chance from a lot of these
yeah,
protests are ACAB, all cops. That's
yeah,
what they're saying because of, say George Floyd. That's when the whole all cops are bastards. All of them
yeah,
defund the police.
Because
It,
yeah.
all of them
because of an
defend
incident.
instead of pointing out the bad cops and trying to take them out, they defend and protect the bad cops. Just like if your
I will
homeboy
have to
shot
say there
somebody,
needs to be
you
a
wouldn't
lot more
snitch and tell on your
transparency.
homeboy. You wouldn't snitch on your homeboy for killing somebody.
And
If the
I
police kill somebody, they wouldn't snitch on their officer. They're a gang, just like most street gangs are. And that's how
I
some black or some people that have interactions with them from generations, my parents, my grandparents, you know what I'm saying? We tend to have a culture of fuck the police because the police have a culture of fuck us. You
Well,
know what I'm
and
saying?
I strongly agree with what you're saying. Of the fact is that they are shielded, and a lot of these places they could do no wrong, and nobody's gonna. Why would you want to snitch on your buddy from the academy? Just like in a gang, you want to snitch on your homeboy for
Yeah,
selling
stealing
drugs.
or killing.
You
Yeah,
want to
you would
do
do that.
that. You would be like, I got you, bro. We'll make it work. And I do agree that we need more transparency in the police force. Like actually have public hearings, actually have the union. I understand why they have them, but it shouldn't make them disappear. Where a cop
Yeah, I
does
don't agree with that.
something, they get they get a sentence of a whole month without pay. What are you talking about? The dude just stole $1 million and
Nah,
he's not going to get.
seriously.
You know, they are
I'm not.
protected. I
I'm
agree
not.
that is
I'm not.
bullshit.
I'm not. I do have like strong opinions against the police, but I will say I'm all for improving relations with the police. And one way we can improve relations with the police is having police from the communities actually police the people in those communities. You can't take a cop that grew up and lived his whole life in the suburb and police people from the hood. He's not going to understand that mentality or how they live. It's going to be a whole
He's gonna
lot.
get
He's going to be,
frustrated.
and
He's
more
gonna
importantly,
be like
he's going to be
fucking.
scared. He gonna be
Yeah.
scared as fuck sitting in that
Gonna
cop
be
car, you know what I'm
scared.
saying, with his assault and all his guns and all these black people walking around. And the only thing he know from TV and music is black people sell drugs, black people do this, that, and the third.
Yeah.
And I don't know how the training is, but I'm pretty sure in their training they say, hey, stop and frisk that nigga, because 9 out of 10 they got drugs and guns on him. Whether he just walking home from work or whether he really is selling drugs. You know,
Well,
they indiscriminately target us. That's the problem.
Well, and I will say this, and I'm gonna take it a step further, is that, you know, I'm gonna blame some of these communities also in the same sense, white, black, Asian, don't matter. I'm not taking a piss, I'm getting water. Is that the fact that as a community, we should be stopping that motherfucker from tagging. We should be stopping that dude from robbing
That's
the liquor store.
exactly,
We should start the
exactly.
community before the cops even
And
show up.
these are conversations I have with my brothers too, my people too. Like in our own community, we can't always be dependent on the police to clean up our shit. Like back in the days of the Black Panthers, we wasn't calling the police. We called the Black Panthers to handle domestic violence issues in our community. The Black Panthers employed or got kids together to clean up their community. For
Hell's
some reason,
Angels been starting to do that too now.
yeah, but the Hells Angels wasn't like when Black Panthers was doing that. Black Panthers were deemed terrorists to the United States because they were improving their community. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like, well,
And
I
there was
agree
a
with
lot
you.
of radicals though too, though. There was a lot of radicals that would put that bad stamp, and then you
Yeah,
had some that
I wouldn't
actually
call
cared
those.
too.
I wouldn't call those radicals. Like some people had a extreme response to for
Yeah,
killing,
yeah.
rape, and murders.
Yeah, okay, yeah, fair enough.
Yes. For somebody to sit here and say like we can march all we want, but that doesn't make change. If the police gonna come and kill us when that cop car drive by, we gonna shoot at that police car. In places like Chicago, New York, and Oakland, these things went on because that was the only response that we had. But to your point, and I agree, a lot of these communities need to do a whole lot of cleaning up. They got to be accountable, or the children that they let run around the neighborhoods and commit chaos, you know what I'm saying? The trash in their community, they need to clean up their communities, you know what I'm saying? They got to hold each other accountable. That would take a whole lot of pressure off the police, and the police wouldn't have to police these communities.
Because
So
they
I
have
do
no
agree with
reason
you
to
there.
stand there and frisk everybody who walks by, because what were you doing in the first place? Well, there's no crime. Well, then move the fuck on.
Exactly.
You know, stop smashing the lights in the neighborhoods where the kids can't even play. And so now you got dudes standing underneath no light bulb in the dark talking to each other. Yeah, of course that looks suspicious. Stop bringing the lights and just have light on you and talk. And so the cops would just have no reason, which
Well, it
every
would. Yeah,
cop
I
will
mean,
find a reason.
people
I know.
talking outside is not. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I'm saying. If the people from those communities police those people in those communities, it'll
They
be a
wouldn't
whole lot
even
more
be
understanding.
suspicious in the first place. You know, they would
Because
just
they know,
have
yeah,
that like
I mean,
understanding.
they
They'll
could be
just-
under the
yeah,
street lights
yeah.
hustling. They could be doing that, or they could just be outside having a good time. You know what I'm saying? Enjoying the summer. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, like
I
I
grew up
say,
in California. I know what you're talking about. Like some communities are just, you know, you could just be walking by. I mean, I've been stopped for being white in my area, and it now maybe laughable, but I would lived in a Mexican town. I mean, I was raised in a black family. I lived in. I
what
grew up
you
in a
mean you
lot
was
of
raised
different.
in a black family? What you mean by
So
that?
my family left me when I was 3. I grew up in the group home, juvenile hall, foster care, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I bounced around from home to home, and I lived with the Wades, and they took care of me for about 4 or 5 years. It was a black family. The mom was Mexican, so that was frowned upon. A black person with a Mexican, that was frowned upon in the community. And I guess they talked about it. I was young, so I didn't really catch on to it. And then I moved over to another family, and you know, so I got to learn a little bit of culture and the little diversity, you know, do rags and, you know, all that kind of cool stuff. You know, I had a pair of BKs when I grew up, and I had no clue what they meant. I just know one of my foster brothers had it, and they looked dope as shit.
Our culture is deeper than the do-rags and shit. No, our culture is deeper than the do-rags and shit.
No, I'm as an example. As an
The
example.
do-rags part was just funny. I'm sorry.
You know, I mean, I be giving people a hard time, bro. I don't mean nothing by it.
I don't want
talk about
thinking.
that black shit.
I don't want people thinking that's all I know, and I'm like,
Yeah,
you
no,
know.
it's funny hearing white people say, yeah, you know,
culture equals
I
do-rags
listen to
and
Lil
other
Baby,
cool
I listen
stuff.
to the Baby, you know what I'm saying? I know about black culture, yeah, you know.
I got a
Jay-Z
record. What's up? But
yeah, that's it. Lil Wayne went
but
hard. You know, I get you.
But I grew up in
funny. That's
Mexican
funny as
places
shit.
too. National City, Chula Vista.
What's
I
up?
was
What's
locking
up?
up a
What's
friend of
going
mine's
on?
liquor store gate in the
23.
back where the truck
What's
pulls up.
going on?
Cop straight up
How's your night
arrested
going so
me.
far?
I was in a
And what state
Mexican
are you
neighborhood,
from?
and I'm like, what the fuck, bro? Like, I was locking my buddy's gate. He goes, I've arrested you. And I was like, No, you fucking didn't. Get the fuck out of here. Because I had
Yeah.
tattoos and I was discriminated against. And he's like, well, what are you fucking with this thing? You break it in? I'm like, no, motherfucker, I'm locking the gate. I'm like, you know what? Go ahead, search around you. Go find the pick or whatever I was fucking breaking in with. Or you could do your damn job and listen to me. Go inside the store and ask him if he asked me to lock his gate.
Thank
It took 25 minutes for him not to find any evidence of me breaking in. Took him 2 minutes to ask the fucking owner, and the owner's like, "Yeah, that's my buddy. I told him to lock it. We had a shipment today." A whole half an hour wasted for what reason? Because
Oh,
he
okay,
thought,
okay.
as a tattooed white
I
person in a
understand.
Mexican place, I looked guilty.
Well,
So
I
I hear
mean,
you on
thank
that.
you for stopping by. Thank you.
But we need to train these
Thank
cops
you for
just to
stopping
let's skip the
by.
bullshit.
If you
Stop trying to
could,
find a
please hit
reason
that follow. I would
and get
greatly
to the
appreciate
reason.
it.
But that goes
And
back to my point of
I
the
hope you
job. The
enjoy the
cop's job
show.
is to lock people
If
up.
you like
The cop's
these
job is to put people
kind
in jail. That's
of,
what I
yeah.
personally think. Like, so they
if you
always
like
I
these
agree.
kind
their
of
job is to look
discussions,
for reasons to write you tickets, to
I'll
make the city
post my
money, and to
Discord
write
in the
you
chat.
jail to write
Okay.
these
I
to
don't
get
think
these.
it's a quota. I think it's more of they're hoping they get someone important or they hope they find something on you that's worth a promotion. I don't think it's a quota. I think it's like you bring them in like, oh, look at I got a leader of a terrorist organization by accident, and they take all credit and they get promoted. I don't think it's a quota thing. I think they're just trying to get the right person, or maybe this guy has enough drugs to him to snitch on his leader, and maybe you can do a big old drug bust. You know what I'm saying?
Nah,
Like
they
maybe I'm
have
wrong,
RICO
but
they have RICO cases for the big drug dealers. You know what I'm saying? They're not going they
but
don't
they
do that
start
little.
from the bottom. They do start from the bottom.
But because of social media now, like trust me, it's not like the cops don't play the games like back. The dope game has changed, and the police way of attacking it has changed.
Yeah, and I'm going back from like 10, 15 years of how so I have a criminal justice degree, and when I was in school, they kind of covered a little bit about that. Obviously, you have to change with the times. You can't be looking on MySpace anymore. You got to maybe jump to Facebook once in a while.
Do you? But why do you think that there's not a quota? Don't you just by thinking outside the box? Don't you think if the city gets paid for the tickets that they write, if prisons get paid for the number of prisoners that they occupy, you don't think that there's some type of incentive for police officers to write those tickets or fill up those jail cells if it's a lot of money involved?
I don't think it's a quota as of like how many tickets. I think it's more of how much the city's gonna get back. For instance, and I'll tell you this.
Hell yeah.
Now, bear with me on this one. Instead of pulling over a black dude that may not be able to pay his ticket, or a Mexican that may not be able to, or a white person in the South who has no money, they tend to say ticket them, even though you would think they'd go after the richer people because they'll just pay the ticket. In fact, they do quite the opposite, because they don't go after like the Asians who have every paperwork from the first day they bought the car organized in a folder, ready to go, because they'll have all the documents. They'll pick on people who can't afford to lose a shift of work to not go to the DMV to change their license, and that would be a reason to pull them over and then get that guaranteed money, whether they're going to pay it or not. So it's not so much the initial
Okay.
ticket.
If
It's
that
that
follows,
cycle that they can create to keep
if that
funding
follow
and
for me,
over
please.
time, not just for that week or that month, but creating that fund for the prisons over time, over 10 years, 20 years, where they keep on finding reasons to turn this one person who may have turned into I didn't go to the DMV to update my address, and now he can't get a job because he lost his job because he was arrested
I
on the
made you a
weekend. He lost his
member.
job, and now he has to sell drugs to pay rent, and then all of a sudden now he's a felony, and now it's creating the cycle, not so much just that individual. I hope that makes a little bit of sense.
No, it kind of does, but you just kind of like reinforce my point, because there is a war on the poor people. It incentivizes that would mean it
I think the quota
incentivizes
is to
them to
keep everything
target them.
full. I think it's to keep the jails full, not so much 15 a
Meaning,
month. Like, you know what I mean? Not so much.
I think they go in the back, they have their mathematicians and their statisticians and shit, and they calculate how many people in the city, how many poor,
And it may not be the cops may
how
not even
much
know about
money,
it.
but how much money they could get if X amount of tickets are written per month. In the fiscal year, if you add up the X amount of tickets that people write and pay or don't pay, because they don't pay, they're going to sit their time out of jail, and they get paid to house those inmates. So,
Exactly,
like I
yeah.
said, I just think I don't want to be Mr. Conspiracy Theorist, but I think that cops are incentivized to target people, and the people that they would want to target are the underperformers in society. You don't want to target the rich because they contribute more to the society, especially when they spend as much money as they do.
And they won't spend
Poor
time.
people. Yeah, but poor people are what you call a burden on society. You know what I'm saying? So they're vulnerable. So they would be easy. If you're going to incarcerate anybody, first you would target the former slaves of this country. But once the jails and the system gets bigger, you're going to target as many people as possible. Because that's
Also,
that's what prison and the police was for anyway, for slaves. You know what I'm
like you
saying?
might find one bail bond, like where I live, it's a white area, but I mean, we have a bunch of people here. We have one bail bond. You got to like Compton, there's probably like 15 on a street,
Yeah,
because they're
it's
used
big
more in
business.
that area and they keep them in business by doing that. But I wouldn't say the cops are told, all right, Johnny, you got 15 tickets to write this month. I think what it is, and this is where I kind of go. I don't think they know. I don't think the police officers have a quota. I think that the system creates them into filling a quota filled in by the system. Because I know, like, for sometimes, like I said, a buddy of mine, he was a cop, and they'll be like, all right, guys, so what we're going to do today is every blue car that you see with a letter, you're going to pull over. So there is exercises to promote randomness. There are those, and there are like the border patrol. If you ever talk to a border patrol agent, they'll say the same thing. Like, I want you to pull over every 7th red car, and then after red, you're gonna pull over the 4th blue car. And they do these so there's no system. Confuse the enemy and keep them off guard so they can't predict your next move. And they do this, and it may not turn out to be anything, but then the system itself of, all right, guys, we've been having a
He's
lot of
like,
drunks, and they
well,
talk
this
to
is
the
what
cops in a
happened to
certain
me.
way
This
where
is what happened
they
to
may
me.
start going after more drunks, that the system would maybe convert it, actually end up attacking poor people or people of color. So the system in general might have loopholes that would create numbers, but I don't think like the captain's like, all right, guys, 15 tickets this week. I don't think it's
Maybe
that
not.
direct. Not
Well,
direct.
I just think it disagree. I disagree. I think it's very direct. Just because like I say, they're a gang, man. They're trying to get money. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? Like
I think it's more
I just think.
indirect counting than directly. I think someone is behind the counting, but I don't think it's Johnny in his uniform. I think they might be like, "Hey, Johnny, you're not performing great this month, and you won that undercover business. I mean, listen, 5 tickets ain't gonna cut it." So now Johnny's thinking
Well,
about the numbers, and he's gonna do more numbers than, they didn't say 15, but if he wants to get that week
Yeah, yeah,
vacation or he
yeah,
wants to get
yeah.
promoted,
It's like
he's
that
gonna start just giving
incentive
out
or whatever.
bullshit tickets.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like, not a particular number, but they're motivating them to write more tickets.
What is that called? That's like pressuring, or what would that consider being called?
bro, cops is not getting peer
Manipulation?
pressure. Nah, cops is not getting peer pressure to harass the poor. I think, like I say, it's a war on the
No,
poor people.
they just know that
They
it's easy. They know that they won't come up with a lawyer and they'll win the case, and that won't look bad on the cop. I mean, imagine this. Would a cop pull over a
So
rich
you
Asian
don't think that
for
like
for something versus a
you
poor
don't
black
think that
guy?
like
Who do they want to go to court against? The poor black guy,
well,
not the
the
rich
poor and rich,
Asian.
the poor and rich don't live together. You know what I'm saying? So it's easy. It's very easy to decipher, like, oh, who's poor and who's rich. If you're driving around here, you living around here, you're poor. You're easy target. They're not going to go to the rich neighborhoods and do this shit. They're
Yeah,
not. They
because they're
don't
not
bother the poor
profiting
like
off
that
of that. They're not
because
profiting off
poor people don't perpetuate crime or not this type of crime like street crime and things of that nature. So there's no reason to really over police them. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
I say it's just I think it's a conspiracy. You know what I'm
I
saying?
think we're on the same page on
Yeah,
that
yeah,
whole
we
thing. Like,
we are. I'm just being more forward in saying, or more like
yeah.
straight up and saying, like, yeah, it is a quota that they need to meet, like, and they do this intentionally. But and
Okay.
you're
I
going the
agree there's
fence
a
of
system.
it's not like they're oblivious to it. You're saying they're just doing their job and
There's a
they're
lot of
oblivious
cops
to
I
it.
met. There's a lot of cops I met. They don't have like a racist bone in them. They're the coolest dude
No,
ever.
I've met some cops that
And
fucking solid, bro. I swear to God, I had
now there are some
solid.
cops. There are probably some cops like, watch, I'm gonna get a
I've met a
promotion
lot of
quick.
racist ones too.
I'm just gonna arrest every black person that looks at me. And you're gonna run into those.
Yeah,
Just like you're gonna
they
run
hate that.
into. I mean, just like if we said, "Oh, this politician's telling the truth," you'll look at me and go, "Okay, motherfucker, what?" No, there's gonna be that odd person out.
But you have to
There's
look at
always
the
gonna have
history
that
of the
one person.
police and why they were started, and I'm just speaking from my experience and how my community is targeted by police officers.
Where do
That's the
you
only
live,
experience.
if you don't mind me asking? Like,
I live in Katy, Texas.
Katy, Texas.
That
Yeah,
is so
that's like the
funny.
suburbs of Houston.
And that is so funny.
It's like right
You got
outside
it.
of Houston, west side of
That's
Houston.
so funny.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I'm from Chicago originally, and I lived in the north side of Houston for a little bit in Acres Home. But and even still, even like like I say, most of my interactions with police officers have come from being out here in the suburbs, and I'm telling you, they treat black people the same no matter where you go. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I gotta say on that point. That's why my experience. That's why my experience is never the same. I've been pulled over because I look like somebody with a warrant, bro, and a cop came to my car with his hand on his gun, asking me questions and shit. You know what I'm gonna do? Whatever you say, yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? Show him my ID and shit, show him all my information and shit. I asked him why he stopped me. He just asking me where my ID and my registration is.
I think they should have a live interaction, not a pre-recorded interaction. I think they should have like live PD, like there's someone watching like live, and if I ask for a supervisor, they had a button, the supervisor watching directly and could pull that officer. I don't know. I think there's a lot of ways we could probably help with this, but
when you
I don't
ask
know what the
cops
answer
questions,
is.
they get mad, bro. They get upset.
I
with
mean,
you. Like
yeah,
how dare you exercise your rights, nigga? I'm telling you to do something. You're supposed to comply and do that.
yeah,
You know
I
what
don't
I'm
like
saying?
that part about cops. I hate
That's
that
how
part.
But that's not all cops though. I have interactions
Yeah.
with some decent cops, with some solid people. You know what I'm saying? I've cracked jokes with cops before. You know what I'm saying? I talk shit to cops before, and they joke back. You know what I'm saying? White cops. You know what I'm saying? Like all cops aren't bad. I'm not the one to say that all cops are bad. It's still fuck the police because of how they operate and how they move, and I don't see no change in them.
What's
But
up, Danny?
I do believe that, you know what I'm saying, that our relationship with the police can improve and change. You know what I'm saying? Our relationship with this country can improve and change. I used to be radical. I used to be like, fuck the police, fuck America, all this shit. But as I've gotten older, I'm matured. I understand the economy. I understand, like, yo, you can't keep blaming these motherfuckers for your situations. A lot that we could do. I believe that we can improve our situation, with improve our relationships with the police officers. And it starts by having with cops that's from these communities and actually know these people, policing these people. And it starts first and foremost with the people. Yeah, the people policing them fucking selves. You know what I'm saying? Because there's too much retarded stuff going on. Excuse me. There's too much crazy stuff going on. You know what I'm saying?
Retarded's fine.
The R word.
I didn't know. I didn't mean it. I'm trying to use those terms as I get on these
Well, as long as you're
platforms,
not calling anybody retarded, like or somebody.
Yeah, some of the actions, even in the black community, bro, I just cannot stand. I just cannot like co-sign that. I have to speak up against that shit. Like, yo, y'all brothers is tripping. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have to police ourselves first and foremost. Then we can turn around on the police and be like, you can't do that to us, because we don't even do that to us. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't treat it. We don't. In this community, we love each other. We take care of each other. If you're gonna police this community, you better have that same energy. You know, or we don't need you. Then you can start talking about abolishing
the same as equally as you would call an outsider in the same thing. You know, like I would expect if I went to someone else's neighborhood, white, black, whatever. I expect if I started going against their traditions or their way of things, you know, I expect someone to be like, yo, you don't come up here and trash in our home. Don't do that. Get out of here. I would expect every community to do that if you disrespected it. You know, you'd see these videos on YouTube about people climbing sacred, you know, like hills or like a burial ground. Like, no, someone needs to stop that before it happens, because then you're just giving the police more reason to be there, you know.
Are you streaming, Zay?
Yeah, I'm streaming right now.
What are you streaming on? I wasn't able to I never had a link.
Here.
On Twitch. Nah, bro, I don't watch porn. I gave up.
I'll post it in chat. I'll post it.
I said no more fappy.
Yeah,
no.
post it in chat for me.
All right, for sure. I got you.
Yeah, bro, I've been slacking on my streaming, bro. I need to get back up here, man.
That's all good.
But you know, and that's what I mean is, like, you know, a lot of people will nowadays, and this isn't just about race, it's about responsibility, the guns that are getting shot. People kind of stop looking at responsibility from themselves, you know. That's why, like, in the Marines, we have a lot of moral courage, like do the right thing even when no one's looking.
You served in the military?
Yeah, I was in the Marines.
As somebody whose duty is to protect and serve the American people, how do you feel about the police killing unarmed people? Would you look at the police doing that as a terrorist act? As something that the military should be involved in to prevent?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry. I had some jackass in his truck.
What do you feel about as a military whose job is to protect the American people? When you hear about unarmed people, what's up, Blizzard? When you see unarmed American citizens getting murdered by the police, how does that make you feel as American soldiers who do this to protect the American police? And would you call those cops terrorists for, you know what I'm saying, murdering innocent American civilians?
So,
what up, homeless Gotti? What's up, boy?
So my response to that in general is, man, that's a tricky, because everyone's gonna do stupid shit regardless. Like, I'm not gonna babysit cops because I was in the Marines, but I mean, obviously, probably someone does. But I, man, see, gun control. Oh man, see, that's a
Take
twister
all
of
right,
shit.
take cop out the equation and put Al Qaeda. No, ISIS. If ISIS was killing unarmed citizens in America, how would you feel about it? It would take cop out and then replace it with a foreign terrorist organization.
Let's rephrase this to this. I think I know what you're saying. If I was there and I see a bunch of cops with billy clubs beating the shit out of a black dude, and I'm right there.
No, don't put a race. Let's say protesters. Like, let's say they're protesting a higher wage. You know what I'm saying? And the police turn and start beating people. As an American soldier, and you see those cops literally like disregarding Americans' rights. As somebody who upholds the Constitution and protects his people, how would you feel? What would you do in that instance? Would you stand idly by and watch the police do that, or would you step in and protect the American people?
I'll put it this way, and because I don't know the whole situation. Maybe they threw a bottle. I don't. Maybe if I was there and they were just standing there protesting, they beat the shit out of them. Yeah, I'd stand up for them. But then again, maybe me recording it and posting it everywhere would do a little bit more help. I don't know the situation because
you are the military.
Hold on. If it's just me and there's like, talk about a protest with lines of cops, and I can't get that footage because now I'm arrested too.
Okay, you're just one man.
So now, if you're talking about, put it, let's see, I just had it too. Hold on. Putting it in a different perspective of, I had the train of thought and I lost it. Okay. Trying to think. Sorry, I have a thing called I have a thing called TBI. It's a brain injury. So I get a little flipped up on things sometimes. I'll have it and then I'll lose it. And
I gotcha.
Putting it in a perspective, I think that would be better instead of just like, watching over and be like, oh, don't do that. I think that having motherfucker,
I'll put like this. There was a do you remember that police shooting in Dallas where that dude had killed those cops? He was a former Marine.
The drive-through guy or not? Which one?
Nah, the black Army veteran who killed those cops in Dallas.
Oh,
and they used that little robot, the remote robot, to kill him, blow him up and shit. He's a military veteran, and word is, and he got some problems in his head and shit. Word is that he started killing police because he saw them as a terroristic threat. I didn't get that from a Dave Chappelle skit. I mean, or Dave Chappelle stand-up comedy routine. Like, I really read that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I asked you, with somebody with a similar mindset that's been in the military, who did you actually serve like in Iraq or something, like, or in Afghanistan? Oh, okay,
Yeah, I did
okay.
3 tours in Iraq.
Damn,
Let's
bro,
put
you
it
just
this
got
way.
closed a lot of shit.
Let's put it this way. Instead of letting it get to the point where protesters are getting beaten,
Hell yeah,
why
Gotti,
don't
hop
we
back in
use
the
people
party,
who are in the
Gotti.
military and who
Hop back in the Discord, man.
I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I lean in a very different way that I would confuse the shit out of half the people here. But why don't we, military or the good Americans, instead of, and we talked about it a little bit before, let's use a BLM protest. Let's use a BLM protest because they did a lot of that. Well, if it was white people protesting, they wouldn't have been arrested, blah, 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 that's why there's more arrests, whatever the case. Why don't we, who defend America, why don't we grab our ARs and protect them? Just like how Hell's Angels,
Black Panthers used to do. Yeah, Hell's Angels.
Hell's Angels protected that little boy to go on the stand to give him the protection to voice his accuser? Why don't we? What And I'll tell you right now, like I've had people ask me the same question. Oh well, if I needed your gun so I can go on those steps and demand justice, would you? I said in a fucking heartbeat, because you're doing the right thing, using your voice. You're not burning down Dairy Queens in your neighborhood.
Would you stand with those people as an American soldier? Would you stand with the American people against the American government or against the police, against anybody that would go against the American people's right? I just would always want to know the perspective of a war
I wouldn't stand.
He's always trying to test people.
I may not. Okay.
You know, I just want to see
if
him.
you're standing out there for your own agenda, it doesn't mean by me helping you voice your opinion against the government, it doesn't mean I have to agree with you. That is your right as an American. I don't have to say, yeah, man, Black Lives Matter. I don't have to say that. All I have to say is he's demanding justice appropriately. He has a right to protest. He has a right to freedom of speech. And these cops should not intervene with this or harass him. So if we lined up between the cops and the protesters, and the protesters ain't doing shit. Now, once that bottle flies, hey, you need to fucking stand up. You can't be throwing shit. We're here to help
Let's
you.
say, all right, ain't no bottles flying. Let's say a cop just shot a beanbag at somebody. What's your response to that? No, there's no more talking at this point. You got guns, they got guns.
If they're
What you
literally
doing?
just standing out there, nothing's being thrown, and they beanbag the shit out of them, and ain't nobody getting closer, we would have to do something, because that's uncalled for. That's a escalation of force that's inappropriate, and obviously we would see, hey, fucking take this cop off this line. They are obviously an aggressor, and if it happened again, then we the people, man. I see, a lot of people don't know this about me. I'm an oath keeper. I'm more of an oath keeper, 3%.
What does that mean?
An oath keeper and a 3%er. We will protect Americans against the corruption, against the tyranny. We won't
I've heard of
strip
a 3%er before.
Americans' guns. We won't strip the guns. But damn well, if you use that against the Constitution,
Homeless got him. My fault, bro.
We will not allow people to become slaves. We will not lock up our American people. We will not allow the foreign wars to come out to our land and have the American government be friends with that enemy on our soil. And it's a lot of things like, we will protect your right to have the Second Amendment, but also if you fuck that up for yourself, you're no longer protected under the Constitution. Just like you have every right to voice your opinion on the front steps and do your thing. Once you start breaking out the violence, only God can help you. So that's how I look at it. That's where I am.
I ain't gonna lie. I just wanted to hear you say, "Yeah, I'm a side with my people." If it came down to killing them cops, I'll do whatever I gotta do to make sure that the American people is
if they
rights
go around,
number one.
If they go around, they just pull up and start gunning down the hood, or
They
people
do
start,
that already.
hold on,
They do that already.
hold on. And I'm,
They do that already.
but see, this is the thing though. I'm in Kentucky. I can't do much for you, man. But
No, well, I'm just saying. I just wanted to see your state of mind, because I just want to try to get a whole lot of
if I
like,
was
see
in the
the
right,
general mindset of the
absolutely.
military, the general mindset of the military, because I think the real change in this country, and it's very controversial for me to say this, I think real change in this country is gonna come when the military steps in. Just like in all other countries, when we see revolution and shit like that, the military steps in. If our military takes its focus on foreign shit and pay attention to what's going on domestically, I kind of think that the American army would kind of rebel against the government and take steps to defend its people. You know,
Goon found out, by the way. Goon found out.
Goon found out what?
Damn it.
Nah, bro, it's all good.
Can I reveal?
I see your cat. I see your kitty.
So I wanted to come in here and not
wow,
throw around
bro.
who I am.
Oh wow, you actually
I'm
why
an
is he talking about? Why you talking about Katy, bro?
I'm a political streamer.
Oh wow, okay, yeah, like I see you got a pretty big following. That's pretty dope, bro.
Also,
Goon.
Goon.
What? What's up, bro?
You see the tattoo?
What?
Oh, you on his page or something? I'm over here. This dog.
Yeah.
Kitties and shit.
Hell yeah, you got the Constitution.
I thought y'all look at this, some bitch. No, you got the Constitution tatted on.
Yeah. Constitution, we the people, right there. Article 1.
Yeah, that's what's up, bro.
So you say you don't see yourself as left or right. Well, how would you describe yourself?
3%er, Oath Keeper.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
man,
gonna
that's
Google
what's up,
that
bro. I
shit 'cause I
definitely
don't
hit
know.
that
I
follow.
don't
I
know.
definitely hit that
I'm all
follow.
about the American people, man. You know, I'm not gonna.
Let me Google this shit.
But where does that fall? What does that mean when you say that?
It ranges more to libertarian, but not this new age bullshit
Hey,
libertarian.
appreciate that shout out, Keith.
Oh yeah, bro. I got you.
Like the new age libertarians have gotten kind of weird, but Oath Keepers are, you know what? I don't need to agree with what you say, but if you're being unjust against the government, just call upon me. I got you. It's kind of like the Black Panthers in a sense too. Not the origin of it, because a lot of this fell back to. So there is a bad side of the 3%ers that people like to try to exploit during the whole rebel flag type thing, and you know this and that. But
Wait, what?
the 3%ers were the group that was more looking out for Americans, white and black. They didn't care about that. It's kind of hard to explain. You kind of
Were they
have to do.
behind? Were they behind the January 6th coup? The coup?
No, that was like more Proud Boy bullshit. Let's play army and go run around. I don't.
Oh, the Oath Keepers. The Oath
our far
Keepers
right
is the
government
dude with the
militia.
eye patch, right? That was supposed to be a glowy.
Dan Patrick.
He was considered an Oath Keeper,
I know
but
that.
see, a lot of people think Oath
Wasn't he
Keepers.
like a chapter fucking president of wherever
There,
he was from?
yeah, so he
All
was
right,
a
got it.
chapter
Got it. I'm
where
looking.
he
Oh, hold on. I'm
was,
sorry.
where he was. So that doesn't represent every place, obviously.
Do you guys
and
have a national president?
I'm not part of one. That's the thing. I identify more of an Oath Keeper, but I took an oath to this country. I belong
Wait,
to no party.
so are you an Oath Keeper or are you not an Oath Keeper as
See,
far as the
I'm a
organization
3%er.
goes?
I'm more of an 3%er, which is not an organization, but I lean towards the Oath Keepers agenda of what an Oath Keeper means to me. Does that make sense? I don't need a. I don't. I know the oath I
Well,
took in protecting this country. I don't need a leader to tell me what the Constitution right of Americans are. I don't
but
need a leader for that.
these are actual groups, though, right? I mean,
Only Oath Keepers, and I agree with Oath Keepers, but I'm more of a 3%er.
wait, the 3%ers
3%ers
aren't
is not a group.
organization? I didn't
Nope.
know that. I thought they
No,
were.
there's no
I heard
chapter.
of 5%ers. I ain't never heard of them.
I heard of 1%ers.
I've heard I got 5 on it, but that's about it. I don't know. But
So
no,
you
yeah.
consider yourself a 3%er, but you
10%er maybe.
you agree with the Oath Keepers? And
Not Oath Keepers. I don't know exactly what they stand for in their chapters, but as a person who took an oath
What
to
are
this
they?
country,
What are they 3% of?
I will be keeping my oath to this country, whether I'm in the military or out. I will still protect the American people if I can against the tyranny of government, foreign, invaders, stuff like that. Something that I can actually do, because when you get out of the Marine Corps, you're not done protecting the country. If we get invaded, I'm going to be right there. I got my guns. I'm ready to go. If that means I'm going to hand my gun off to my neighbors so they could defend themselves, regardless of, dude, I'm going to give you every opportunity to have a fighting chance.
I'm just interested in what
Appreciate you
when
for
you say
stopping by,
you
Captain.
consider yourself a
Captain
3%er, what
Oath
does that mean?
Keepers
What's
is
different
an
about that
American
than any
far-right
other group?
anti-government militias claim to
3%ers
defend
aren't
the
much different from
Constitution
Oath
of the United
Keepers. The
States.
only
It
difference is Oath Keepers
encourages
are a group and
members to
3%ers are not.
disobey
That's
orders
the only difference.
which they would believe
This sounds like
violate the
some Nation of
Constitution.
Islam 5% and shit, bro. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not. It's not. It's. I see what you're saying because I follow the Nation of Islam. And I follow the 5%ers. I just all this just sounds very like.
So like as far as like the 3%ers, like it's saying that y'all well like as far as like the Oath Keepers is what it is, right?
So the 3% concept. Oh, I'm sorry, Keith. I'm sorry.
Well, wait a minute. Like the actual name of the 3%ers is Oath Keepers, or is that like a separate group?
3%ers are someone who's not part of a group, and then when you become a group, you're an Oath Keeper.
So what is? That's what I'm saying. Is like, what is the underlying philosophy of being?
I see what you're saying. No, that wouldn't make you a 3%er because you'll be the you would consider other people the 97%, right? I don't fucking understand. I don't fucking know.
That's what I'm trying to get at. Like, what's the underlying philosophy that you agree with that you are saying is 3%er? What is that?
Because like
So
yeah,
3%
yeah.
back for the Revolutionary War. The 3% was the 3% that stood against the government when they were trying to enslave, abolish, abuse the citizens to their power, saying, you know, we're gonna do this and you're gonna do that. And we're the government, so move the fuck out of the way or join us. The 3%ers were kind of a rebellious group. And they said, that's against the Constitution. You can't take our guns. So you're gonna have to fight us with our guns, or we're gonna fucking gun you down. That's the 3%ers. They're kind of like the rebel flag without the racism. And so the Oath Keepers is more of a group that, as a group, they will go to Washington D.C. They will go to these conventions, and it's the Oath Keepers are like the Hell's Angels of the community. 3%ers are
the 3%ers are so
well, I don't know if I can say that.
ideology
Like the Hell's
of
Angels,
anti-government
the New Age
and militia far right.
New
So
Age
they're
guys.
basically like
The new,
fucking
not the old Hells Angels.
anarchists,
They just fucking went
right,
crazy.
Captain?
But
Because
or
that's
the
what
Black
it sounds
Panthers
like
are
to
good,
me.
you know,
Shit,
like
the fucking anarchists.
you know. So the Oath Keepers is more of a group
No.
that, you know, they do the
Oh
whole
wow,
in their
okay.
group, and
They
they kind of take an
just,
oath of,
but
you
they're
know, we're gonna do this
anti-government.
together and this and that. Now 3%ers are more of the
But Captain, if you
to
could please
represent
hit
the
that follow, I would
3%
greatly
that went against
appreciate
the
it. I'm trying to
government,
get
went
back to
against the
100.
slavery, that went against the
I'm not sure what happened. I
abomination
think
against
those
the
were like
Americans in
bots
the
or something.
Revolutionary War.
I
They
don't know
went
what the fuck happened, but
against
my shit
the
went
people who
down.
wanted to keep
So if you
slaves.
could please hit
They
that
went
follow,
against the
bro.
government who wanted to murder people because they didn't have slaves and stuff like that. They went against the government
So
when they crossed
you
the
kind of
line of
see
the Constitution.
you
When
guys
you
kind of
break
see
that
yourselves as
Constitution, we step in.
defenders of the Constitution. What do you see as threats to the Constitution now that like warrant the existence of the ideology?
Right to bear arms. When they try to take
Not
our constitutional right to
anarchists.
bear
They're
arms, we
more
step in.
like
If
taken
down to
to
freedom of speech, you know,
pre-democracy,
down to whatever it is that we
constitutionist
can actually do.
absolute.
Not allowing the government to imprison our own people, or allowing a foreign enemy settle themselves. Like if Biden's like, oh yeah, come on China, let's get you a base set up right here, and then you can invade us in 2
I
weeks.
couldn't understand
We
that
won't allow that, because that should not be how it is.
because
You
I
should not be
definitely
able to
heard
abuse your
that point
power as a
before.
government to allow
The
another enemy to destroy the American people.
pre-democracy,
It's pretty much the
constitutional
actions against the American
absolutists.
people. If they're Constitution, we step in and we say, no,
I've
fuck
definitely
you, we
heard that
will end
concept
you.
before. But
Essentially.
I can
That's
see,
But
I can
not
see where you're
the
coming from on
I
that.
know you said you had some pretty rough words for the BLM earlier. Like
I don't
not
have rough
BLM.
words. I'm not against it or for it. It's not my fight.
The base
I mean, you can use my
and
tools I have as an American, as I guess some people call it white privilege. But
But
if you want,
everything you
basic
just said,
premise
wouldn't it be
and
your fight
theory
if
is
people are
no
being
rule.
fucking stepped on by the government? Wouldn't it be your fight?
I mean, if I was there and a cop is literally shooting on protesters, I would take arms and end that cop before he kills more people. Absolutely. But it's not my fight. Like I said, my part of that fight, if someone said, hey, I want you to come to a BLM protest, the only way I want you to come to a BLM protest with me, and I will respond, what, like as security? Because the words, I mean, of me saying, yeah, you know, you keep my people down, like that's not my words. I don't see the same experience as other people who has seen the abuse from cops. Am I gonna take away their experience?
Can I
Am I gonna
just say,
overspeak
hold
them?
on. Can I just say the Black Lives Matter protest is for people like you, because our focus is Black empowerment. Black Lives Matter is something that you should say, you know what I'm saying, along with Black people, to let people know that our lives matter.
Anybody that recognizes an injustice should speak up against that injustice.
Exactly, no matter what it is.
No, and that's why I said, and
You don't
Martin
have to
Luther
say. You don't have to say.
Martin Luther King said, instead of doing it for the black person, give him the tools that you have and teach him how to take the power for himself, essentially.
But you just said it's not your fight. How are you giving anybody tools if you're just sitting back waiting to see it?
It seemed like as if you wouldn't even care.
Hold on. My voice is not my fight. My voice is meaningless versus coming from someone who sees as injustice and had this injustice put upon them.
So how
But
did the 3%ers help without adding
actually,
their voice?
that's a great question.
Because it sounds
They've actually provided security with their weapons at some of these protests.
And I'm reading
the Boogaloo Boys. Are those guys 3%ers?
They're fake. They're bullshit. They're little kiddo rejects that got rejected from the army that want to play dress up.
From my brief little reading on the 3 percenters, it sounds like they're just a far right militia
They
group.
got nice outfits. I like.
And one of the bases of why they're called the 3 percenters is because historical claim that only 3% of Americans fought in a Revolutionary War against the British. Is that?
They've flipped it over the years to deem it as extreme right winged. But if you actually look at
What I'm looking at is is painting them in a very like.
Yeah,
I wouldn't use this one as to like get to know them.
Well, far right doesn't necessarily have a negative connotation.
No. This article from ADL.
Let me link this
video. ADL is super biased.
Yeah, it sounds like a liberal publication. That's why I'm reading it. I'm reading it very like I'm taking it in slowly, I guess.
So let me link you this video, and it actually breaks down. This is the perfect video for you guys if you want to play it on your stream or whatever. This is going to be your best. I'll just put it in welcome. No, I'll put it in videos.
How you say his name? Mike Vanderbilt.
I'm gonna put this in your videos channel.
All right, bro, for
Goon.
sure. Yeah.
So there it is. That is the best way.
All right, bro. I got you.
That is the best way to explain it all in a nutshell. The myths, the bullshit. You could skip very far ahead in a sense because the guy just plays rock music for like a minute. I don't know. Fucking dude's weird.
They talk about Michael Brian Vanderbilt, whatever. This is the founder. See, I do research a little different. I want to know when y'all organized it, who were the leaders of the organization. Do a little research on them. Well, if you're gonna claim that you something, you got to go deep into it, bro. You just can't be a part of an organization and not really know the history and detail.
The 3%ers never really had a leader. The Oath Keepers. I'm not part of Oath Keepers. I am a Oath Keeper, and that's what Oath Keepers started as. But they turned into some group and some clique. I'm still an Oath Keeper because my oath to America has never expired. That's what I mean by.
I mean, in the sense that if we get invaded, you'd go out and
not
army
just
up.
invaded. You can get invaded. You get invaded by the government. It's
shit. If we get invaded, everybody getting their guns and defending.
But it just sounds like a LARP because are you gonna strap up and go take care of these injustices?
Christian libertarian.
First, like you just said, they're attacking our First and Second Amendments, and the 3% is a signifier that you're ready to pick up arms, right? So
I did it in Iraq. I did 3 tours in Iraq, and I fucking do it again if I have to.
That was in service of our country, though, not against it. So
when did my service end? When did the love of my country end? When did all that end?
If you're forced to take up arms against your country, are you still serving your country?
I think every day, if you're willing to protect your American people, you're always serving, whether you're in the military or not.
That's a good trick question, bro. I like that question. If you have to take arms against your country, are you still serving your country? Technically, no, because hold on. I'm sorry. As a soldier, what is your duty to your American people or the American government?
The people. It's always been I never fucking.
Would you say would you say America is the government or its people?
No, it's the people. We run shit.
Nah, your duty is to follow orders. Exactly. What was like? I mean, I don't want to get into it. I don't want to try to say anything that might come off as trying to demean your service. I do appreciate your service.
No. But I want you to challenge
Thank
this.
you for
I
that
want
follow,
you to ask me
Captain.
All right, so you said you served 3 tours in the Middle East. Like how exactly do you see yourself serving the American people in the Middle East?
Say the cops start collecting guns. Well, let me help you hide your guns. Let me.
But my point was that you weren't serving the American people in Afghanistan. You were serving your superiors and whatever the political agenda of the time was dictating.
In fact, most soldiers do the bid of the government, not the people.
You're not wrong about that. But see, I went into the military. My best friend lost his entire family. He lost his entire family in 9/11. He got sick and he stayed at the hotel, and his whole family died in 9/11. Me and him were good friends, and we both were like, fuck it, let's go over there and get revenge on these fuckers who attacked American soil. Okay.
Oh yeah, I mean,
And
I wasn't trying to argue about if
I
it
know.
was
Well,
just or not. You know what I mean? I
well,
tend to
I'm
believe
getting
that.
into that. And so my initial thing was I'm getting revenge for the people who can't stand up, who did get affected by 9/11. I didn't live in New York. I didn't know anybody besides my friend's family who died. I wasn't impacted as a community because I didn't live there. But America was scarred. America was hit from the heart and it affected everybody. And you know what? I had the ability, the body, and willingness to go stand up for what I believed at the time to do the right thing and is to put those people in check who think they're just going to run over and kill Americans. Now, when I was over in Iraq, we did a lot of good. I helped build a school. I helped get information, protect villages. I paid them money. If you can find some IEDs and protect soldiers, I will pay you money. And this is kind of that retribution about giving money if you know where it's going. We used to hand families cash if they had intel so they can feed themselves. They can move out, they can get plane tickets or get a visa or a passport. People would work. I helped hire Iraqis to go through junkyards and find us certain things. We used to do a lot of employment that way. We also protected a lot of security for the locals. But one of the biggest thing, I was a weapon specialist. I was artillery originally, and I did provisional infantry. And I started training the Iraqi army to be able to stand up against ISIS.
So,
I
but
trained them to take arms in their own matter to protect their people.
right, that's their people. I was asking about how like
Because we can't
there's
take
I'm
care
sure
of our
there's a way that
neighbors.
you
I
could
mean,
spin it to take care of the American people. You know, if they're fighting ISIS, then that means ISIS isn't focusing on us, stuff like that. But it, I don't know.
but
I think it
what's that
sounds
saying?
like
What's that saying? Silence is violence. If we're standing watching these people getting murdered for their orientation of, their sexual preference, or being murdered because they're not being. I mean, there's gay Iraqis. I mean, come on now, and people who just walking
it,
down the street getting murdered by ISIS, and no one's there
but
to protect them.
it sounds like a contradiction with the extreme libertarian side of your views,
Well,
though.
this is also when I was 18.
My bad. I
Okay.
was muted when I said that shit. But there's people in this
Yeah,
country
you was
right now
muted.
getting murdered for the color of their skin, bro. Why ain't the
Um,
American military mobilizing in this country right now to protect its own people who get murdered for their sexual orientation, which I think is a little blunt, whatever. But the color of their skin, you know what I'm saying? Even their political
Good question.
ideologies, like people out here getting. Why hasn't the American people or the American government sent troops on the ground to protect its people from that shit?
Well, let me ask you another question. I don't have the answer for that one. Let me ask you this: why aren't the people standing up to the government allowing this to happen?
Man, every time,
Why are we
every
relying on
time.
the government to protect us?
Because that's their job. Or we don't need no government. We don't
How
need an
many
army.
employee
We
how
can
many
form our
employees
own
of the
little militias
government
if that was
versus
the
the
case.
people are there?
Where's
There's a
our,
hell of a lot more than
all
us.
of our tax dollars are going to this goddamn military machine. So I'm
There's a lot
wondering why
more
this military
Americans than there is
machine.
government.
Listen, we pay this military to operate the way it does for globalization and all the other shit that it does in other countries to make sure other people are okay. There are American people right now fighting for their goddamn rights. We can't even get a politician to be honest and uphold their
I agree.
the shit they promised to us. That's
No, I agree.
that's some shit that they need to be militarily removed. Our military needs more intervention in the bullshit that we go up against as far as our government is concerned. Why
Well, yeah.
haven't they done it? Why don't they do that?
Well, and like
It
I said,
goes.
I
I'm
mean,
sorry.
me being one person, I can only do what I am capable of doing. I'm not going to walk into the White House and be like, "Yo, Biden, check it out." But what I'm saying is that it's we the people. It goes back to the community. As a community, I mean, they put up flags for gay pride versus why don't we get a bunch of, like I said, 3%ers will do this. They'll provide armed security for protests. They would watch out for people because they know that hey, every year a cop kills someone. Then so we would show up to ensure that death doesn't happen.
But it
We can
goes to
only do
Blizzard's.
so much. You
But
can only do
Blizzard,
so much as a
yeah,
small group.
But Blizzard's point was, how can you say that you're for the people and you take orders from the government as a soldier? Like you work for the
I
government,
was
you don't
also
work for the
18.
people. That's the
Let's
point.
be honest. I was
It,
18, young, dumb, and full of cum.
it doesn't matter. The government trains its soldiers to work for the government, not protect its people. The
But
government
also,
doesn't
we've
put
had
the
orders.
people first in the soldier's mind. You know what I'm
But
saying? The
we've
orders.
we've had orders and we've disobeyed them. We said no, that's not right. We've gotten in trouble for it. We got slack for not following certain orders. And it comes
But it's
down to
also your duty. I mean, that's a part of the military law, right? Like if it is an unjust order, you're
Exactly.
supposed to not follow it, right?
Yeah, and when you are young, there is a fine line. You don't understand what is just and not just. Now, I'll be honest, and I'm gonna say this right now and clarify a few things. Going back in it, knowing what the Iraq War was actually about, I probably would never signed up.
But that goes to our point. You're only working for the government. You don't work for the people. You know what I'm
But
saying? You don't. You're as even as a 3% or whatever. When you join the military, you're an
but
employee of the
knowing,
government.
but
You're
see,
not a. You're
listen,
not a.
this is the thing.
You're a
Knowing what
hero
I
for
know,
our country for sure, but you're not like.
I'm not though. So this is the thing: is that knowing what I know about the end result of the war and how it's bullshit for oil and all this other crap, I probably wouldn't have signed up what I know now. Obviously, I joined in 2005. That's all right off of our
Oh,
attacks.
okay. So you was okay. Being 18, bro, I can understand that because
And
you don't know too
now,
much about politics of the world at that age.
yeah, I was young, dumb,
I
and full of
definitely didn't. Not to understand I have now.
but at the same time, knowing that there's some people, and this may not make sense, but knowing that there's somebody watching over the country at night while you get to sleep is what some people do want. They want to know that if we got invaded, there's a military force ready to meet them
Hell
with
yeah.
fierceness.
All these
So
goddamn
Hell yeah,
guns
you
we got, we
damn
all
right
do
and shit.
if me
You
signing
damn
up
I tried to
right.
bring that
provides
up
that,
earlier though, and you told me that it's not about invasion; it's about from within.
Exactly.
Wait a
Okay.
minute. Whoa. So y'all were talking about earlier that we could do without the military and that we could
not
just.
true.
Absolutely not. I mean,
Oh,
if
okay.
anything,
Yeah,
the
not
the
yet.
the
They run
world
our
situation
defense.
right now shows us that it's a good time to have all this
Hold
fancy,
on.
nice new shit because
With
nobody's
the
fucking with it.
situation in Taiwan, the situation in Ukraine, bro, I'm saying it's a whole
We
lot
need
of
to
reason to have
focus less on our
weapons right now.
offense. We need to focus less on our offense in other countries and focus our defense and taking care of the American people.
But
That's
that's
what it
why I'm
sounds like.
saying it needs to
Thank you.
be Team America. We need to be back with that patriotic shit. You know,
Yeah, I
it
agree
needs to
100%.
be. You
But
know, we gotta be back,
patriots is
trying
supporting
to
the troops. Don't
support
question
each
ass.
other.
Don't even question the
You
truth like
know
that. I don't like that. That's being a patriot.
what?
Is just supporting the troops blindly. Like no matter
I
what,
think there's something
just
to being a
I mean,
patriot because we live in a system that allows for change, that there is a possibility to make it better. And there's many other systems all across the fucking world where there is no like they don't allow you to question the system. You know what I mean? I think there is something worth being proud of in the way we do things. We
And
make a
also,
lot of fucking mistakes and a
I
lot of
think
people get
it's
hurt along the way, but at least there is a route to take to improve the system. We're always seeking to make it better, to
I
yeah.
mean,
make
you
it
have to
more
make
perfect,
mistakes.
so to say, right?
I mean, you're gonna fall before you fly. You're gonna. It's like you want to talk to a
That's
girl, and you're like, man, I
crazy.
don't want to talk to her, man. But you're gonna miss 100% of your shots you don't take. You don't know if you're gonna succeed or fail. Sometimes shit goes bad. I'm not
I
gonna
think
lie.
I
But
think that
as long as you're
I
willing to improve,
to sit
can't
here
go
and
wrong.
say that we can improve, we can improve along the parameters that the government allows us to, because we know the government
You
likes to
might
give us
want
concessions,
to
but they don't like
remind
to. They
them
give us
that
little
the
concessions, but they don't
reason
give
the
us the full
world
change
enjoys
because it
free
doesn't fit
trade is
their
primarily
agenda.
because
So
the
we can talk
U.S.
about
Navy
we have the right
that
to
is
complain
an
all fucking day. We have that
interrogation
right, and that's as
on
far as the
ship.
change goes. Because if you want to talk about
Join in
increasing the
Discord,
pay rate in
Captain.
America, it's going
Captain,
to be a
join in
big debate about
Discord,
it. It's
bro.
never going to happen. You know what I'm
Hop up
saying?
in there.
They're going to create two
Hop
political
up in the
parties
panel,
where
man.
one thing in this one party is going to
Already
go against
posted
the
the link
ideology
in
of
the
this
chat.
party, so no one can ever agree, even though we all agree on the basic thing. You know
Hate
what
the
I'm
Hop
saying?
up in the
two-party
panel,
system.
bro.
The change that we want,
You already know you're welcome.
it's manipulative. They use our rights against us. The
I'm
only
in
thing
the
that we can do
Discord.
is vocally. Yeah, we could talk shit about Biden all day. We could talk shit about Trump all day, but they would not allow us to make any change.
I got you.
And I've
I'm
noticed
about
that
to
with the
make you a
black
member
movement,
right
when
now.
they killed Martin Luther King because he
My
recognized that
fault.
we can talk and march all day. But nothing's gonna change until we actually fight back. You can only turn
All
Martin
right,
Luther King
bro.
before
All
he was
right, bro.
assassinated. He
You're a
said we're gonna
member.
turn the cheek so much.
You're a
We're gonna
member,
turn the other
bro.
cheek so much. We run out of room. You know what I'm saying? Our face is getting swelled up from getting hit so much. Eventually you have to fight the bully back. You know
Go
what I'm saying?
And that's
ahead and
exactly my
join.
point. And that's
Hop
exactly
up
what
in
I
the
was saying is
room.
that
Hop up in the
I may
room,
not
bro.
be there screaming or chanting Black Lives
Be
Matter.
glad to talk to you.
Yeah.
I may not. Let's just say let's just say I don't agree with that message.
What's up? What's up, Captain? What's going on, bro?
What up,
But
Captain?
Howdy.
I am willing to go, you know what? I may not agree with your message, but you know what? I believe that you should be protected by Americans to be able to voice your opinion, to do what you need to do, and I'm going to be there right there to ensure that you do this safely. And if you fuck up, I'll point the fingers at your face too. When the cops fuck up or whatever, I'm going to point my fingers at them too. It's not just what I believe. It's
You a
about what I
soldier.
think is right.
You need to point your rifle, not your finger. You are a soldier trained to protect.
Well,
We not trained for this. You know what I'm saying? You are. You
No, I
and your
know.
comrades are. Well, no, comrades is a Russian term. You and your
But it's also
soldiers.
not just a matter of the government training to point the gun. The idea is that the military, that the training, not just from the weapons, but also from their behavior, is to protect those that are less capable of protecting themselves.
Exactly.
Now, when you're in uniform, yes, you are technically in service of the government, but
You're paid by the government
overstanding order
for the services
is
to the
to
people.
protect from enemies. That's why in our vow, it's to protect the Constitution from enemies, foreign and domestic.
Foreign and domestic.
Exactly. Yeah. Meaning
Now,
that
we may not
includes.
always live up to that, and that's a fair point, but that
Yeah.
doesn't detract from the overall.
I think soldiers need to monitor their own. Because I think they're programmed and trained to be drones for and pawns for the government. I think they like other like
I
like
fucking
other,
hate the government.
categorically
What are you
untrue.
talking
like
about?
other well nah,
Fuck
but
the
you
government.
still was in Iraq doing their bidding though. You know what I'm saying?
But
So and I know you were young. I understand you've grown to get a better understanding. But I'm just saying that for other young soldiers as well, they need to start thinking for themselves. You know what I'm saying? We need to have more people educated before they join the army. You know what I'm saying?
but also I help
have a
build
better
schools.
understanding.
I also help people. I help feed
But
people too. Like
so
I mean,
But not
I
maybe
did a
not
lot
you,
of
but a lot of
good.
American soldiers did a lot of
so
raping and killing over there as well. And in
so
fact, y'all breeded a
Maybe more
whole
so
nother terrorist.
Vietnam. Maybe more
No,
so
no,
Vietnam.
this so
But
too because a lot of people did not want the people there did not want y'all over there because y'all intentions were to steal the destabilize their region so y'all can control the oil over there. Not, I mean, I'm gonna say y'all because you
Zay,
was they
I didn't
put
know much
Zay.
about. Yeah,
what's up
I was
bro,
young.
what's up?
But bro, see, this is the thing that I gotta say. Like I know, and bro, you already know that I know that America does a lot of fucking dirt, bro. But at the same
No,
time,
for sure.
like you know, like we still gotta support our bullshit to like a certain extent, you know, and like
The same people
we
protecting the
we
borders.
still you know gotta be able to you know be willing to join our army, even though we might be doing some fucked up shit. Like we're still supporting our country to you know to like support like what we have and what we got going on. You know, if not, like we wouldn't be the country that we are. You know.
Well, and I'm gonna chime in with this too. A lot of people, you talk about the government and this and that. When there's an uprising, the government may think they have full numbers, but this is the thing: how many people are gonna be like, "Nah, bro, I ain't for that. I'm here for the Constitution, and you can put me in the brig, bro. I am not gonna do this for your bidding." There's gonna be probably a lot of people who won't be the drones. Now you're gonna get the 18-year-olds to like the 22, 23, like, "Okay, Captain, I need to get a promotion," but you'll have some people who's like, "No." And so, yeah, they do manipulate the brains of the young. I mean, that's why they love.
Isn't insubordination like a bad thing in the army? Like if they tell you to go raid this village
But
and
it's
go shoot
all
this
in
village up,
numbers.
women and kids.
Though. But see, when one person with a voice doesn't mean shit, but when they have a backing of a community, it's bigger, right? And there's more exposure, because this is why I have tatted on my arm. The only thing you can read on my tattoo is "We the People," because that's what matters in the end. I think gun control is racist and sexist. I'm not like, "Oh, it's my American right and I want a double barrel shotgun next to my hookers." No, I think gun control is predominantly racist to charge people to have their guns and charge them each year to be able to protect themselves. I think it's racist because some people are just trying to get to one part of their neighborhood to the next, from their job to their home, without being mugged and
That might be the first thing you
raped
said that
and
I
this and
agree
that.
with.
And that, once the government starts stripping the rights of people, no, that's unconstitutional, and I will take bear arms
That
to
is
protect
completely
the
right,
American
bro.
people's
You're
rights.
not lying about that.
I've done a lot of just thinking and research on this whole debate, especially after those shootings in Buffalo and Uvalde. And I just want to say, like, taking guns away is not the answer. You know what I'm saying?
no.
It's like putting a Band-Aid on the goddamn thing. I've been thinking, and then they talking about having. I don't agree with training goddamn teachers. That's retarded. You know what I'm saying? That makes no goddamn sense.
Interesting fact about Buffalo, real quick. there are,
Before you
whether
say
referred
that,
to
there's been a
as
lot of different news sources, so we're kind of all in agreement that we don't know which one we're gonna go with yet.
No, that's Uvalde. The Buffalo one is
Yeah,
pretty straightforward.
the Buffalo one is
Oh, Buffalo.
the
Oh, God.
Buffalo one
Yeah.
kind of breaks apart the gun control argument because New York
The
has
manifesto,
red
yeah.
flag laws. And the red flag laws because this guy was known to law enforcement in a similar way to that Florida school shooting years ago. He was
Yeah.
known by law enforcement, and law enforcement had the authority under the red flag laws to do something, but they did not.
Well, he also
So
made
then
a
that's
threat. He made a
fault on
threat
that
to that.
department then.
It's a
you know?
conspiracy, bro. I think
It's
all
not a
this shit,
conspiracy.
on that
all this shit,
department.
they allow these mass shootings to happen to have a goddamn gun debate.
I don't think
I'ma
it's
say
allow.
a
I think it's that
conspiracy
they were
theory.
lazy. Like,
Well,
and this is part of why, like, on my end of the gun debate, it's the issue isn't that we need more laws, because most of these laws that they want to pass would not have stopped probably 80% of the mass shootings that have happened.
Yeah.
The problem is that the laws that we have in place, which we have a litany of gun laws in
In
place,
some places,
is
yeah.
people not following them. The authorities that have the power to follow them aren't following them, and then they're trying to scramble to explain why they didn't.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
they're
and
like
to
incapable of administrating the rules that are already on the books for some reason.
yeah, I mean, a red flag, and that's why universal background check is just as horrible. Because if we can't even get the government to report 5150s or mental or legit red flags, universal background still won't work. Because if that agency doesn't report shit, it doesn't matter because universal won't have it either. And this is the thing, though, is that
Wait,
the
you're against universal background
A
checks?
background check, bro. You could look
I
through somebody's
think
social media and be like, nah, he don't need no goddamn gun.
you can
know what I'm
also
saying? You
have an
can do that type of
ex-wife. You can also have an ex-wife saying he threatened me, and we all believe all women, right? And she could take away your guns, but you don't get to face your accuser.
A woman ain't
That's
gonna
the
lie. A woman
biggest.
ain't gonna lie on that shit, bro. A
I
woman
know
ain't
it's
gonna
an
lie about
example.
that
No
shit.
woman's
You know
ever
what I'm
lied.
saying?
In
No,
the
no, no, no.
ivory,
They do. But not. Why would a
I
woman
was
lie
being
about?
sarcastic.
To make sure he don't get. They'll lie to get money out you, but to make sure you don't have guns, bro. Ain't no man.
I
A
mean,
woman
how
ain't
many
gonna go through all
women?
that shit.
Okay. If
That's
you could
Maybe
funny.
fairly
get money
ask,
out your
if
ass.
you could fairly ask, why do so many women try to pin a kid they know damn well ain't theirs on another man?
That's
So
different. That's different. That's
it's
different.
still money.
We talking about
It's
like a woman saying,
revenge.
like this
well, it's
dude
not
beat
even
me.
money.
I'm
It's punitive.
gonna say he beat me so he don't get guns in the future. That just don't make sense.
Maybe he has a nice collection, and he used to spend time with that collection more
Okay.
than her.
Okay, bro. You
Maybe
crazy,
she
bro.
knows that will
All
hit
right,
him
bro.
hard. But
Or
what I'm saying
maybe she
is,
has a misguided idea that because they're exes, he might try to use them, and that'll be her explanation.
yeah, well, yeah,
Well,
and there's
that's a
no,
dumb reason.
All
But
yeah,
if the
No,
reason
there's
is
all
there's
these
literally cases
scenarios.
if the
where
reason
Amber
that
Heard, hello,
yeah, no, there are literal cases where red flag laws
been
have
used
been
against the
used
person. Yeah.
against people, yeah, and that's
And,
the fear.
what are all
well,
right? What are some of the red flags laws? Like what would constitute a red flag?
5150, licking and talking to nobody. I mean, but see, the Buffalo shooter, it's not so much a red flag that was triggered, it's the red flag that was triggered. This kid made a threat, not just of a shooting, he made a threat a year ago to the same grocery store with saying, well, I'm going to buy an AR, I'm going to go shoot them, N-word, N-word. And they knew about this. They seen everything. And he's been hospitalized, and they released him. But the
So
government
hold on.
failed to report it, and he
That's
did his thing. Now,
crazy.
this is the thing.
That's crazy.
Then,
But
then the
wait,
government, hold on,
That's
let me
fucking
finish this real
wild,
quick.
bro.
Then the government, who failed to report this and allowed this to almost to pretty much happen, are going to say, well, I guess we need to implement new rules. You're not even following your own rules, and you're blaming the American
Yeah,
people for your failure.
yeah.
That's what pisses me off.
My thing always been, how in the hell you going background check or not? How in the fuck is 16-year-olds in Chicago got guns this motherfucking big with 1,000 rounds and shoot terrorizing? How'd they purchase that gun legally? They didn't.
Oh,
My
legally
thing
is
is
not the term that you
exactly
want to
as long as you have all these guns, that's maybe you can if you're going
There is a law.
do something like restrict the manufacturing of guns or something like that, or make it less
hold
accessible to
on.
people. If anything, I mean,
Deanna
I don't know.
This is
But
the war on drugs all over.
Zay,
This is a war on
taking
drugs all
taking
over.
but
guns away is
Zay,
not the answer. That's what I'm saying, because people
but
can get it
Zay,
no matter what. If I want
This
a
is
gun, I
the
go
look,
get it
war
right
on
but
now.
drugs.
It's
Drugs
not
are
but
legal,
look,
and we still have them.
this
Right?
is why
War on
like
drugs.
this is why like I say when people try to use these situations to try to put any type of regulations on guns, it's like, like I always tell people this, like you're not gonna affect criminals because
No.
criminals don't
Yeah,
follow the law in the first place,
exactly.
like
60%
like the
steal
only
them.
gun
people
crimes were committed
the
with
only
illegally
people
procured
that you're gonna
weapons.
be like affecting and penalizing is like law-abiding people in the first place, you know. So
Because what
yeah.
do criminals do? They break into these houses, especially these country. Well, I'm in the South, so you break into a country dude's house. When his ass ain't there, you gonna walk out that bitch with 7 fucking guns. And
Actually, you know
on
what?
the street.
Let's
You know what I'm saying?
let's do this. There was a Texas
That's how
shooting.
they get it.
You guys heard about them shooting that murderer that escaped? He broke into someone's house, stole their gun, killed the entire family with their own gun,
Yeah.
and then booked it. That's a
Yeah.
prime example.
That was that
of
shit that was
as-
close to us right here.
What's
You know-
going what, as we have these debates, as these debates start getting bigger and bigger, what the only thing that's going to be is not background checks, none of shit. People are going to try to abolish guns, like make sure that Americans don't have, only people that's going to have guns is the police and the military, and I find something very troubling.
That's
with
what
that.
they're trying to do
I
right
find
now,
something very
bro. That's what
disturbing.
Biden's
That's
trying
what
to
I'm
do
saying.
right now.
The talk is going to gravitate towards, you know what? There's no way you can't stop the illegals. You can't stop criminals from having them. You can't stop them from getting them illegally anyway. We
You
just
know how
need
you
to
stop
make guns
criminals?
unaccessible.
You know, criminals for the most part are pretty stupid in some sense. You know, the basic criminal. But there's some that when you put a home security tag in front of your house, they're gonna go, let me actually look for an easier target. If they know you have a gun, they're probably not gonna hit up
Hold
your
on.
house.
Wait.
They
We
want
should,
the easy targets,
when we
not someone
talk
who
o-
can defend themselves.
But when we talk about this, we should keep it in the context of like mass murderers, like not just like everyday street bullshit or
No, absolutely.
domestic shit. I like talking about people whose mentality is to walk into a public area and slaughter innocent people. You know what I'm saying? Like those people, like what makes these motherfuckers do this shit? You know what I'm saying? Those are people we should focus on instead of making the thing so broad and everything like that. Because nobody cares about 3 people getting shot in the hood. Nobody cares about 5 people getting shot over the weekend in the hood. Nobody cares about that.
That's why they
It's
don't
when
report
schools
it.
and- They do. Those are mass shootings, but they're not the headlines. That's local
No,
news shit.
they
That's
may
not
report it, but
headlines.
no one's clicking on that shit. They want to
But
hear about the white dude who shot up the classroom. They don't care
yeah,
about the hood because they're just like, whatever.
because the victims are, who cares? If the victims are
Black on
children or
black, who
white
cares?
people, the victims are children or white people, then it's gonna make fucking headlines. So my thing is, or in this case of a mass shooting where it's racially motivated, that's gonna make headlines and shit like that. But we should focus on those people who commit those mass murders instead of making the conversation the whole. We should be like, what is making these people commit these mass murders like that? Because that's psychotic. Like that's not even just like I'm mad at this dude or somebody owe me money, I'm gonna shoot that whole house up. No, it's something going on mentally in this motherfucker's head that made him do this shit. You know, I'm not using that as an excuse. But you have to be insane and crazy to murder that many children, dog. You
But it
have to
doesn't
be.
matter. It
So
doesn't matter how they became mental. That would be good to know, and we will study people and hopefully come up with an answer. But until we figure out why they think that way,
nah, I'm talking about
hold on. How about instead of ignoring it, how about we go, okay, this guy actually has intention to kill people. Let's protect the people by not allowing that to fucking happen, and then
Dude.
we can figure his mental state later.
But like the thing is, just like you said, bro, like we already have things like this in place, but it's like
But
these
only when
these
when
like
they
the
actually
apartments
submit
and
it.
yeah, and these like
They didn't submit it.
facilities, it's like they're not being audited or they're not being kept up to their
Transparent.
standards to
Exactly.
what they should being
Like I'm a FFL, I sell
kept up
guns.
to
I denied a lady a pistol because she dropped it 3
Okay.
times. Her first statement was, "Will this kill
Okay.
someone?" I did not sell her a pistol. I don't know if she got approved or not. I said, "Ma'am, it's going to be delayed. It's going to take a couple days." I took her application. I put it right at the bottom of the pile, and I sent that bitch off. I didn't sell a single pistol to her because it's on my job, and I would feel responsible if she did something stupid. I did not
Yeah.
think she was fit enough. Now, you got some FFLs that are like, "I'm just trying to make a dollar
Get that bread,
because
man.
I'm making profit." They
Exactly.
don't
That's the bottom
care.
line.
So,
And
but now most of these guns are obtained illegally. So let's just go with they want to go after gun factory. Let's just say they legally purchased these guns to commit a mass shooting. I think that because we can do the whole crime and he stole it, this and that, and whatever. But we're talking about legally bought AR-15s on their 18th birthday, and they did a mass shooting. The thing is that a lot of these shootings have had red flags. Family members. Remember that one guy who shot
Yeah,
up the
I was gonna say
spa?
that.
He shot up the spa, the Asian
Even
spa,
even
because
this
whatever.
dude.
I mean, he told his family pretty much they saw him playing with guns, and he's bipolar. A bipolar dude playing with guns the night before a mass shooting, and the family didn't go, wait, you're not supposed to have guns because you have been locked up mentally.
That's
The
a
family
forget the
failed
How do you
to
square
report that.
that with being a libertarian and also a constitutional defender?
Hold on,
How do you
hold on.
how do you
If you're
square
not
that?
mentally fit, if you're not mentally fit to defend
But
yourself, you're gonna probably
how
do
does the government
more
find
harm.
out about your mental?
Hold on.
How
Back
does
up
the
to what I
That's
government?
said,
what I'm
though. Hold
saying.
on.
That's a
Back up to what I said. A
Like, are
bipolar
you
person.
against like HIPAA
hold on.
laws? You just think
Hold on.
that the government
Hey,
should build like
hey, hold
a
on.
Let me back
Hold
up to
on.
what I said, though.
I got a question real quick. When it comes to universal background checks, do they look at like your social media and things of that nature too? Is that part of it?
No.
I don't know.
Because I heard because the Uvalde shooter, he had some like disturbing, like you can see it, especially on Twitter, you can see how a motherfucker tweet, you can see how their mindset is a little bit.
But
You know what I'm saying? So
But
if you
beyond the text, do you understand what I'm saying? Like
yeah,
the Second
let
Amendment
me.
is a huge part of the Constitution, which you see
Yes,
yourself as an oath keeper and a three
absolutely.
percenter to defend, and then you're saying,
hmm
oh, but red flag laws too.
No, I'm against red flag. So what I'm saying
But red
is
flag
that
is supposed to be
what?
based on due process.
hold on.
Yeah.
So the person who there was an incident, and I think it was a spa guy. He was bipolar, schizophrenic. He had mental. He couldn't take care of himself. He was mentally deranged. He was hearing voices. He told his family, "I'm crazy." They had him involved, and at that point, he's not fit to be holding a dangerous weapon. The night before the shooting, his family saw him playing with the guns in his room and didn't fucking question it. And then the next day, he went out and shot a bunch of people. Okay,
Right. So
I'm not talking about the government taking it
what
away.
policy that would stop that dude, but
The
allow
family
somebody that
stepping
has
in.
like mild depression?
Mild depression. I mean, you should be
Like
able to handle your own
how would
depression,
you be
right?
able
You're a
to
big
draw that
boy.
line? How would you be able to draw that line?
Man,
Because you're
look at
advocating
somebody's
for
social media.
some kind of
Because
a
there
system.
is a sizable difference between someone who looks like they're moping around versus someone who looks like they're either talking to
That's what I'm saying, bro.
themselves
Look
or
at their
Yeah,
tweets. Look at their
emotionally
but
social
attaching to
media.
other
that's up to
people.
the community. That does play a huge part of the community. If all of a
Yeah.
sudden I start talking to myself and I'm playing with a Glock, you could be like, dude, this guy's fucking crazy.
No,
That's the point
I'm
when
not arguing
you
against
step
that
in.
scenario that you put out. I'm saying that yeah, you might be right in that scenario, but
But
where's the
also,
line drawn for you?
a,
Because
a,
I don't understand how you could
a friend of
square it.
mine was feeling super depressed. Him and his boyfriend. Yes, I know gay people. Whoa, whoa. A lot of you'll get that
Like
later. The more you stream,
I know
the
gay
more you,
people.
the more
gay
hold
people
on,
are normal
the more
now.
you
It's
I
stream,
know
the
for
more.
real. Like everybody
Hold on.
fucking gay if you ask me.
It's sarcasm on my end because I'm white and I get attacked a lot on Twitch. So, anyways, mostly from like the left, but so I always sarcastically throw that shit in there. But so him and his boyfriend had a huge fight and he was feeling super depressed. He lost his job, and I went over there and he was drinking. I just took his guns away as a protection to himself and his boyfriend,
But
and gave him
but
back the
this
next
this
day.
this what I'm saying.
but
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go
I'm
ahead. Go ahead.
looking
'Cause
out for
that
my
just don't make
buddy.
sense.
I'm looking out for my buddy so he doesn't harm himself, so he can not have to be he doesn't have to face that demon himself. I helped him out so he can process that demon and not do something stupid, hurt himself or someone else. So I protected him as American and his boyfriend possibly. Who knows? But not doing something and something happens, I'm gonna feel shitty that I didn't step in to protect him.
Did you
right,
get the guns back to
but
him?
we're talking about like
Absolutely.
You gonna be
a
the
meta
next time they get
conversation.
into it?
Like
I don't live over there anymore, but
Come on.
but
See, if
that's the
that so
thing.
that you maybe you should have reported it so he can get his gun taken away because you're not gonna be there the next time. If you concerned that he
Why?
was gonna do something like that, if you were
Why? He was a
concerned he was gonna do,
Marine.
if
He was a Marine. He
you
was
if you was
he
concerned
he had a shitty moment. He had a shitty moment, and that shouldn't take away his guns for the rest of his life. He had a bad day. He didn't say he was
But
gonna kill himself.
if you was the media, if you was like the person that stopped that, and you're not going to be there every time, and if you're concerned that was the case, who's to say next time you ain't gonna see in the news that hey he shot his boyfriend in the face?
Who said there's gonna be a next time?
Because couples get into it all the time. If you're concerned that if they get
If
into it and that's how they're going to react.
if everyone had a shitty day, nobody would have guns.
But that goes back to what I was trying to say earlier. Like
But
everybody.
what I'm saying is,
I'm saying the government shouldn't be able to step in and screw up his rights.
but
I
that's what you're
stepped in to
advocating
protect
for.
him from the government taking his rights.
But what you're advocating for is the same situation, that should have took the guns away from the other dude that was showing like that's the only difference, was that he was actually showing signs to go shoot someplace up.
What I'm saying
Like,
is I stopped something before something happened. A lot of people, they talk about, oh, we stand for
no,
mental
I
awareness.
understand your
They're not
personal
doing
story,
shit.
and it's
They're
an
not. But
anecdote,
I'm
and it's
saying is,
cool, and I could
people
probably
who are
you kind
throw a
of
reporting
have
bunch
this
to
of
aren't
different
separate
doing
the
anecdotes
shit.
in
personal
there
story
too.
from the policy story.
But what I'm saying
Right,
is
exactly.
people are advocating for this background when the government's implicating for this background check and it's universal, but they're not even doing their job to help prevent these incidents from happening. I'm not saying I don't like red flags, but they don't really do much. If the agency, and now if red flags actually worked, I'm all for it.
for probing somebody's social
But this
media.
is the thing.
It says a
If
lot
the
about you. I
agency, the
promise you it does.
government, if the government isn't doing the job, it's stupidly not effective, and we need to find a different approach. But having someone not be able to face your accuser and doing that's just all bullshit. That red tape bullshit that's not going to solve shit. If
Well,
someone makes
no,
a
no,
threat for
no.
a
That's the
school,
thing.
evaluate them.
That's the thing. The red
Figure
flag
out.
laws, if properly applied, which there are people. One of the main arguments against the red flag law, like writ large, is that the process they believe the process takes too long, because the idea isn't that if somebody makes an accusation where the red flag law is attributed, that the gun is just automatically taken. There is a due
Right, and
process requirement that is involved.
And it would be
exactly.
too
And
long anyways. Now I'm going to flip it back. Instead of
in
taking
addition
away,
to like I'm just saying, beyond the tags, like your buddy, you said he was a Marine, so he's
Mhm.
probably got PTSD, probably a little bit
I
bipolar,
have PTSD.
probably would qualify for some of these red flag laws
Oh,
that
I'd be
you're
red
talking
flagged out
about.
the door in a minute.
But that's what I'm saying, and you're advocating for it at the same time. I just don't understand
But
how it squares to you
my
with when you're
PTSD is
saying
maybe
you're a
different than Joe
libertarian,
Schmo.
you're a 3%er, like
I'm not
it's like
advocating for
the
red
whole
flags.
argument is like is just all contradictions to me. That's why I'm asking you if you could square it.
Well, I mean, let's flip it around. Instead of talking about preventing these mass shootings, let's do this. Let's flip it around to a woman who has an ex-boyfriend who shouldn't have a gun and threatening her life. Say, I'm gonna kill you, bitch, and threatening her. She's supposed to go this whole due process about how to legally obtain it. I mean, well, obviously legally is correct, but
I mean, in
obtaining a
a perfect
firearm
scenario, she would
that's gonna
report it
take
to the
all this
authorities, and then he would
exactly.
have domestic violence charges, and
And
then
he
he
wouldn't
wouldn't be
have his
allowed to get a gun.
exactly.
They're allowed to have a
Exactly.
gun.
That's
All
the
right,
right thing.
okay. Well, let's flip it back to this way. You're in a black neighborhood. You're a white. You're a
Well,
black
you
dude.
flipping this
Black.
motherfucker.
Hold on.
Right?
Like
Hold on.
America died.
We're flipping
So
with you. It's cool.
we're also
Yeah,
talking
come on.
about somebody. Let's just say, and I'm all for felons without a violent past to be able to also have the right to bear arms too. So keep that in mind. If you're just smoking pot, you should have every right to defend your family. You know. So, but we're also talking about people who want to
Well,
right to
people
bear
just if you're
arms.
just smoking pot, it's not a felony. I mean, let's be real.
Most
If
people
you
get
have okay,
felonies. Most people get felonies for trafficking large amounts of
let me
pot.
phrase it this. Let me
That's the
phrase it.
felony right there.
Let me phrase it
Let's
this way.
flip it this
If you
way.
have a felony, you can no longer buy a gun in America. If
In
you have a
some states, that's
if
true. Some states.
felony is pretty deep, and you are automatically disqualified in 99% of America.
Yeah, it's a
Now,
state thing. It's not an American thing, though, right?
a violent misdemeanor like this, some domestic abuse, some violent things, you are also disqualified. But smoking pot 3 times, that 3 strike rule, that's a felony.
The 3-strike rule means 3 Class X felonies is life in prison. It has nothing to
Yeah,
do with
no
smoking pot.
misdemeanor. Yeah, misdemeanors. You can get a bunch of you can get a bunch of speeding tickets. That's a misdemeanor, but you ain't gonna
And it
get a
becomes a
felony by your
felony.
It
You
ain't
get
gonna your
one
fourth
Class
becomes one.
X felony, you ain't getting no gun ever again for the most
Yeah.
But what
Class
I'm
X
saying
felonies are.
what I'm saying is that a lot of these consequences aren't adding up to what you did. Well, what I'm saying
Domestic
is
violence should.
well,
And
it
that's what it
should.
is. Most states, domestic violence and
All right,
violent
let's just say it
felonies,
should
All right,
right
Gotti.
now. All
that
right,
is the
You
rule currently.
definitely enjoy the rest of your
but
night,
also
bro.
with
All
red
right.
flag, Johnny Depp and Amber
But
Heard, and his guns were
I
taken away,
always
just
appreciate
like his
you for
movie.
stopping
Let's
by.
take his movie, Pirates of the Caribbean was his gun, right? And they took it away. How long? What, 4 years that he finally got to clear his name? He had
But
5
isn't that
years
what
of
you were talking
not
about
having a
earlier?
gun.
If people are showing signs of instability and showing signs of violence, that someone should step in and take their guns away. Isn't that what you were talking about
Oh, I'm
earlier?
about to sum it up right here. This is going to blow a lot of your minds. So most mass shooters are 16 years old. Why aren't they talking to their mom? Why aren't the parents talking to their kids? Why aren't the teachers paying attention in school when Johnny used to
Where do you get that?
hold on.
Mass shooters, like in general, or like these
That's
school shooters, or
stats. mass shooters, school shooters are more so they're 13 to about 15 years old, 16 on average. That's the average
Really?
age. Yeah.
You're gonna have to
Really?
back that up for sure because most
Oh,
school
I can.
shooters, I thought were in
I'll
their
throw the
What's
40s.
up?
range.
What's up,
If you're talking
Vampire? What's
about just
going
mass
on, bro?
shooters in general,
Yeah,
meaning shot more than 4 people
Appreciate
at
you for
once,
stopping by.
Well,
it's
we're
a
not
little bit
including
closer
gangs
to
and
believe.
stuff like that.
Oh, not including gangs. Well, then you're definitely.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
do we
with
hold
yeah,
on?
with, yeah,
Do we
without that
report?
part.
Hold on. Do we report gangs in regular local
Yes.
media? No,
Yes,
we
they
don't.
do. Yes, they
Yeah,
do.
I mean,
we
not
They
do.
are, no.
Are you kidding me? What are you
No,
even saying?
when the news comes on, they tell you all the bad shit that happened in your city before. Then they tell you about the weather. You know what I'm saying? That's
I
some
mean,
fucked
maybe
up
for 2
shit.
minutes. Maybe
3
for 2
people got
minutes.
shot in the face. Somebody got robbed. A cat got killed. And tomorrow's gonna be
Sometimes, yeah.
85 degrees.
Sometimes.
You know what I'm saying?
But they
All
don't
the
they don't
time.
continue covering it. They will talk about it and then
Yes.
move the fuck on. But
Nah,
anyway, my
bro.
point
Nah,
is
bro.
okay. Let me back up.
Hold on. Wait.
But so what I'm saying is, why aren't the teachers paying attention? Johnny used to always raise his hand when he knew the answer, but today he's writing down in a notebook. Why don't you go look over there and see why Johnny's completely not paying attention and it's so outside himself? Because all you know, he could be writing down a shooter's list, or
But
Johnny.
just to say that that's not happening,
Hold on,
like
real quick,
Hold
as a
on.
that's
live fact
fucking
check,
nuts,
the
man.
median age of mass shooters
I was
is in
looking it up.
fact 16.
Are you serious?
Washington
I was looking
Post
for
has an
that.
actual statistic. They track a number of things. They basically tracked everything since Columbine High School. So you're looking
Only
at
school shooters?
well, no, mass shooters, but
Oh no,
Columbine
I was
High was
looking.
the big one.
I was looking for
Well, I
school
mean,
shooters because
no one,
mass
no one,
Yeah,
shooters.
well, school
not
shooters,
many
it doesn't change.
school
The
shooters
median.
would be over 18 because they're not
Yeah,
in school.
most people in gangs that commit a lot of the murders and shootings are children. You know what
I
I'm saying?
saw
The
a
adults are getting
study done by
money.
the Secret
But here's
Service
the
of
thing,
just
even
school
if you
shootings, and the average was at 44, I believe.
Yeah,
The-
I'm trying to look. I'm googling the average school shooter's age right now.
the median doesn't change very much because the prevalence of school shooters is high enough that even when you incorporate the other mass shootings, because of the generally young age, it might go from 16 to 16 and a half, but writ large, the median age of mass shooters is 16 years old. If you account for everything, schools, gangs, anything like that, it's because that whole age range tends to fall between 15 and 24. So, but
Yeah, I
most of them
mean,
are on the younger side.
yeah. And also you got to think a lot of drive-bys aren't reported either, and because maybe they don't even know who did it. You know what I mean? So I mean,
I'll put a
there's going
link
to
They
be
to
a
the
lot of
still
live.
things
report.
too.
They still report it even if they
Hey,
don't know who did it. They ask the
Yeah.
public if you have any information called.
Yeah, it has to be only
222
reported.
tips.
Doesn't mean
You
that
know what I'm saying?
that other things don't happen. There's unreported crime as well that will
Hey,
vary the
I'm
range
gonna put
too,
the
obviously.
Washington Post article in the general chat of Goons
But I
Discord.
just
But
wanted
what
to. I just if y'all find something on the school shooters, people who commit
This
mass
one is
shootings of
specifically the school
innocent children.
shootings for
Well, I
you.
mean, are they students?
Okay.
Are they going to school to do the shooting,
They
like the
go into the
Texas?
school. They just
Like,
go
you know what
into
I
the school
mean?
and shoot
I
them. That's what
mean
I'm saying.
that one, yeah. But what I'm saying is
Hold on.
that we as a community should be able to hopefully identify some of these problems before we have to call the cops who don't really give a shit. I mean, we were talking about the cops, just want to do us harm and do this, but why are we going to allow the cops to step in and screw up this kid's life because he might make a mistake that you could have easily just talked to them? Maybe you could have just talked to them like a person, and that's all they needed. You know what I'm saying? That's where I'm getting at
That's
with.
why. That was my thing. I was asking like why, like in both instances, these children are 18 years old, and in the case in Uvalde, they were saying he got picked on, he got bullied and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like what?
Why do
It
we
got to be
need the
the
government to give us laws?
because the people not doing it. Because the
And there
people
are
not doing
some
it.
acceptable
Oh,
laws.
do y'all think that her parents should have
work
his
at,
parents should be prosecuted?
I mean, there was that
yeah.
one about the school shooter. His parents are getting prosecuted because they knew he took the gun and didn't report it. And I believe they should get the same sentence. I absolutely stand by it because they
That makes you
advocated and allowed it to
complicit to the
happen.
crime.
Because
Absolutely.
I know he's 18, but I'm at the age now I can call an 18-year-old a child. You know, as a kid. You know what I'm saying? But
In some
I
ways,
think the
the
parents should
Uvalde
still
shooting
be
was a one-off.
Negligence
Nick
and
literally bought them on his birthday 2 days before the shooting.
Yeah.
And then he
that's
tell
not
his sister he was
normally
gonna
the
do that shit.
process. He
Yep.
told somebody on Instagram.
Yeah, but the parents were just as equal to blame because they didn't see the signs that were clear. They bought them the guns and they didn't lock them up. They weren't parents. And they they gave him the tool
It's like
to do something they
50-50.
should have been able to see.
Here, I'll post this. It says it's like a 50-50 if it was safe stored or not.
The safe store doesn't do shit. That's only for domestic.
Well, just safely stored means
If you're the
know.
parent, yeah, if you're the parent and you have an underage person, I mean, you hear about 3-year-olds shooting her mom on webcam during her Skype meeting. I mean, that should never
There's a
fucking happen.
7-year-old that shot
That should
their
never fucking. Yeah, that should never happen. And that's what we also need. I mean, they talk about all these laws to protect that. Why not the dumbass? Stop having you leave your gun out on the couch. Stop putting, those Hollywood movies. Cop comes home, they take off their badge at the front door and place their gun on the fucking key bowl, and they're like, "Oh, good to be home." No,
You know
put
what?
it in your safe. What are you doing?
America has made it a thing to, like, when they can't figure something out, the government has always stepped in and figured it out for them. So this has become another issue where the people don't know, so they're relying on and they're so fearful about it. Every time it's a school shooting, they become so fearful again that they're going to again give up
Run
their
to the
rights or
government.
whatever to
Yeah.
protect themselves. Just
And
like with
that's
9/11,
exactly what they're
they gave up
That's
all their
exactly
rights to
what they're
be
doing,
to
bro.
be spied on and shit like that because it's for national security and shit.
And this
like
is
that.
why
people are scared. They give up their rights for
And
protection from
bro,
the government.
this is
But
why
we allowed it
Conspiracy.
happen.
this is
We allowed it to
why
happen.
I
We didn't
like
take control.
low key think that like it might be something. I don't know.
Like a
That's kind of
conspiracy?
because it's like
Hey, I said that
I
shit
agree.
jokingly,
they're
but
like
people
really
No, I agree.
they're
No,
I
like
said that
I
shit
agree.
jokingly,
really
but people
trying to
agree.
do
Because you know what?
things to
That's so
like
funny.
they're like really trying to do things to push laws and to do things to
No, I
take
agree,
rights
because
away
why are
from
all
us.
these
You know?
shootings right next to these midterm elections? Why are all these shootings?
Yo,
Where were they
No,
last
seriously.
year?
why when Obama was getting out of office, all black people was getting shot on TV and it was fucking news and shit. We've been knowing this shit been going on, but now the news want to finally cover it as soon as Obama
There
was
you
leaving
go.
office.
There you go.
I found out to be very peculiar. You know, I like what the fuck.
Media, they don't give a fuck who you
It's a
are.
big word.
As long
Peculiar.
as you can make them money at the end of the day. They don't give a fuck. Oh, we support BLM, then turn around and some other bullshit, and they just forget all about you. Oh, that was gay pride, and they put up a fucking banner, and then they fire someone for being gay right after that. They don't give a fuck. They're all. I mean, look at the White House right now. They got that that gay intern thing. I don't know what the fuck that confused the fuck out of me, to be honest.
Oh, what?
Oh, there's worse things than that going on in the White House.
But that's just an example. Yeah. Oh, we have a gay intern. He's doing TikTok. But yeah, we're not gonna let you. We're not. But we're not gonna allow gay people to
Hey,
adopt
how
kids.
about the
That's
thing
too
that-
much.
How about the thing they're calling Blaxit from the White House? The
I
mass
heard
of
something
African
about that.
Americans that were leaving the White House due to chaotic or worse working conditions.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. They're scared. I was like, oh what?
I ain't heard about that.
Yeah, it's some weird conspiracy because white people are making them feel uncomfortable at work just for being white, and I'm like, what the fuck am I? What the fuck are we looking at? Like,
Wait a
hello?
minute,
Like,
what?
it was weird.
They
because
probably they probably seen some shit in the White House. Be like, man, hell nah. I know
somebody-
black people. I know
See,
black
and I'm gonna
like,
say
man,
this. I'm gonna
fuck
say
that.
this
We outta here.
to wrap this whole thing. The government,
Oh,
no,
tweaking.
the government doesn't need to take our guns, guys. They don't need to.
Hey,
They need to convince the people to take our own
Hey,
guns.
just
what
to
do
let
you
y'all
think
know, just to let y'all know real quick, I am gonna get off around 2, but y'all can stay on and talk amongst yourselves. But
I got
am
stranger things to watch. I'll
getting
probably get
off
off.
at 2.
And this thing
I mean, I
already
really
is
enjoyed this
fun.
conversation. I'm not gonna
Oh
lie. This is
yeah, oh
pretty cool.
yeah,
Yeah,
oh
I
yeah,
did
bro.
too.
And tomorrow, by the way, just while y'all are on here, tomorrow the discussion will be animal rights. If y'all would like to talk about that, like
Wait, are we talking about like giving them
Animals have the
genders?
right. Animals have the
well,
right to
well,
be
well,
tasty,
like if
delicious.
well, like if
Bees are
right to those
fish.
11
Bees are
secret
fish.
yeah. So
Bees can identify as fish, guys.
So I mean, we'll
Oh
get
my-
to the
oh my
discussion.
God, you saw that article too?
We'll get to the discussion tomorrow, but
You know what?
yeah.
I actually have a good take on that. You know what I'm saying?
But
So,
yeah.
I'll
we
probably
ta-
pop in. But the game is at 8 o'clock, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Ah!
Y'all start at 8. I'm not gonna care.
Wait,
game,
what time zone?
game
are you?
2, Central.
Central.
I'm east, so I'm an hour behind.
Yeah,
So
nah,
7 my time.
my
I mean, if it's a
start,
blowout, I'll pop
That's what I
in.
meant. Yeah.
but no, it might start a little later because people want me to be social tomorrow. So, but
Yeah, I got church and
Yeah, I'm
stuff
off
like
tomorrow,
that.
so I got. I got kids, so I gotta be a dad and shit.
No, I got a kid too, man.
I gotta do dad stuff.
Yeah, I got church, and I got to go down and fucking go to Verizon and go deal with them, and then I was hoping to go to the gun range tomorrow, but
I'm gonna start
bro.
going, man. I need to make sure my aim on point. I got good aim, but I want to make sure my aim on point. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
and just to get more familiar with it, because I feel like we do now more than ever. We need guns. Like they're trying to take it up. I think more than ever we need guns.
And my stream and my videos that I make aren't like we American. It's in our blood to do this and do that. You know, I don't do that redneck bullshit. Fuck that. No, I actually teach safety videos. I actually debunk these stupid myths of like ARs are like the most popular. No, it's actually pistols. And when Biden's like, do a warning shot. Well, that's illegal, Biden. You can't be doing that. Well, Americans, they couldn't buy a cannon. Yeah, they could. Americans, when the Second Amendment was enabled, they could buy cannons to fight against the pirates who were going to try to kill them. So it's just a lot of bullshit and mismedia. But I go to the gun range. I live stream shooting guns, and like today, I just picked up an AK-47 red laminate. And I'm gonna go take that out after cleaning it. We're gonna take it out and mess around. I
Do
mean,
you
I
just
sell
like
guns.
like you just you sell them?
I sell
okay.
them and buy them.
I
Like
do
this.
need to get to the range too. I got my M68 sightless.
Oh yeah,
finally.
my site broke.
Why y'all got these rifles, bro? What y'all be waiting on, bro? What y'all gonna do with these heavy ass guns?
Okay,
bro?
hold.
I'll tell you in
I can
about a
answer
month
that.
probably.
I can answer that for you right now.
Red flag, red flag, red flag. Tell me
Not
now.
up to me.
Tell
That
me
ain't my red flag.
wait. What's going
I
down
have
the
a
month, my brother?
perfectly
Hold on, bro.
reasonable explanation for why
Voting
I
to
have
ban
an
the
AR.
AR.
Yeah,
Because it is
bro.
the most accurate weapon, which means that if I have to use it for some reason in home defense, I don't have to worry about aiming at the perpetrator and then it veering to the left and hitting my daughter.
Wait, hold on. You said the AR is the most accurate for home
Well,
defense?
the AR being built on the same frame as the M4/M16 among
Well, that's actually
against
fairly incorrect, actually.
Oh.
So, because you shoot at the intruder, he comes in your house, and you have a 5.56 in an apartment, that bitch is going right through that drywall and possibly hitting your own daughter.
Or the neighbor across the
if
street.
the round gets in him, as long as you hit center mass, it mushrooms and tumbles in the body. If it's point blank, then yeah, it's got enough velocity to go out the back.
When you're dealing 5.56 or anything higher, it doesn't matter if it's a full metal jacket or a fucking or anything like that, because it's so fast it's going through. It's gonna spit a lot out in the back,
Y'all
and it's
must
gonna
live in
slow it
castles or some
down.
shit, dog.
But when you are 5 feet away, most AR is gonna hit maximum target at about 400. You're more accurate at 400 than you are 5 feet. You will definitely probably not miss your target, but those bullets are gonna go in and out. Versus
No, I think there's
you get something like a shotgun that has a duckbill spread, you're gonna fucking get his whole body and push him back, and that's gonna get stuck more in the drywall than going through and through. I mean, you've seen some of these videos of 5.56, they'll go through a block of ice. Now, are they most accurate? Absolutely. If you know how to use it, they become the most accurate, and you just got to know your surroundings.
As an infantry veteran, I am versed in the use of my weapon.
Yeah, so you know what lies beyond your target. We're talking about civilians.
What's going
Like there's
on?
that
What's going
swimmer,
on,
that swimmer
mama?
who shot up
What's
that
going
intruder, and it
on?
was his
Why
girlfriend.
would we
That's what I'm
defund
talking about.
police? Well, that's what we're talking
You're
about.
catching my point, though. You're
What's
catching my
going
point
on?
as
Shotguns
someone
are
who
not
served as well,
meant
right?
to be
You know
accurate.
exactly
Well,
what I'm
yeah,
talking
that's
about,
what he
though.
was talking
Yeah,
about.
he
He was
shot his
talking
girl.
about
Yeah,
in
he
like an
wanted to kill
apartment
her.
type
He wanted to kill her.
situation.
That
Because you
struggle was a
wouldn't
crazy
want
case,
like
though,
the
too.
no, if you
Sound
shot
It almost had everyone
somebody,
confused.
you don't want
But
like the
like,
bullets going
if you want to
through
talk
and
about
then
not
going through
hitting
the wall
anybody
and
past
then
that
shooting
I'm not
target,
talking
anybody
get
about
in
else.
no,
defense
So we're
not
talking
rounds.
past.
about
I'm talking
different
about to the
close
side.
range
No,
type
no,
of
I'm talking
guns
about like
that
you're
you
aiming
can
at you're
use in
aiming
like
like
a
say you
close
have a Beretta
environment.
9mm and
You
you're
know, like
30
a
feet
pistol
away.
or like a
And
shotgun
I
or
mean,
something like that,
theoretically, people like us,
but
we
not
know
like
how
a
to
strong
compensate
rifle,
when
you
firing
know,
the weapon, so
because
we're
you don't
not
want
like
the
to
bullet
jerk
to
our
go
hand
through
out.
them.
But the
Yeah.
average person may not.
Yeah, they see intruders, they start spraying, and they can hit every single fucking neighboring person by hitting
Appreciate that
the
follow.
wall. And that's what I'm
Appreciate
saying.
that
For somebody
follow.
who's
For real, for real.
inexperienced,
Appreciate
the
you
most
showing me
accurate is
love.
whatever you're comfortable and whatever you
But
know
I
you
am
can do
about to get off
correctly, versus
soon.
just this big hunk of metal with full
Probably by
metal
like 5
jackets, and it's
minutes
going to
because
start
I do
spraying
have to
through
go to
every
work.
bedroom. Versus you get
But
something like,
I definitely
something that
appreciate you
mushroom
for
tips in
stopping
front
by.
of them
What
from a
state are you
9
from,
mil.
by the way?
You don't have to worry about that bullet exiting and
What
hitting your
state are you
daughter,
from, by the way?
Now,
because
I
it's going to
will
get stuck in the
say
body.
that for as I am generally libertarian on gun laws, I will say that I absolutely support requiring some form of training in
I
order
agree.
to own a firearm.
I agree, because that does not interrupt your Second Amendment. Also, I do believe while selling these guns, there should be a body language interpreter that can oversee if that person is showing signs of nervousness, suicide, and if they're trained good enough, they should be able to see the body language that person's giving off and be able to auto deny
You
someone
said to turn my
based
mic
on their
up.
body language alone.
Was I not
I'll go
talking
that
loud
far.
enough?
Yeah, I think that might go. I mean, I
Oh
understand the
yeah, I was
reason.
If you're
saying that I'm
sweating and
gonna
you
get
have a
off in
boner
like
holding an AR, I
5
don't think you should be
minutes.
able to fucking. It's more of making sure that the
What the fuck
FFLs
else was I
are
saying?
selling to the correct people,
Oh,
not
I
just
was
selling it to
saying
make a
Now,
dollar.
hold
thank
on. To
you,
be fair,
thank you for
my
that
heart
follow.
palpitates a little bit when I
I
hold
definitely
one, baby.
appreciate you.
Well, that's probably because
Oh,
you're nervous.
No,
also I was saying,
to help
He's
you
just
relax.
excited.
what
As you get a
state are
little
you from?
excited.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is
What state are you
someone
from?
comes in a gun store, you know, all nervous and quiet and goth
Well,
looking kind of crazy, holds a gun and he just starts getting an erection. Let's probably not sell him a gun because he's
well,
he's
yeah.
getting aroused off of power.
But yeah, I'm about
That's
to
where
get
I'm
off
coming
soon
from.
though because I gotta
These
go to
body
work.
language interpreters can
But
see,
that, yeah, and then so now,
they can
but
see
that
a
person,
lot.
and
Not,
that
but
person's
not
gonna
auto
be able to
deny him, but
distinguish
maybe let's
between
get
that and say
you.
somebody who's nervous about their first purchase, because purchasing a weapon, even responsibly, is a big deal.
Sure, and they have every right to then talk to them and explain, hey, why are you so sweaty? It's my first purchase. And if that person who deals with body language and deals with people versus the FFL just
Midwest.
trying to make a
All right,
dollar or
for
some
sure. That's
shady ass
cool.
dealer,
That's what's up,
you know,
bro.
it protects the FFL. They're not selling it to someone who's gonna go shoot up a school. It kind of helps that
But once
middle
again,
ground
I
so
definitely
you can
appreciate
stop
you
the
for stopping by
corruption
and
of
showing
selling
me
it to
love, man.
whoever, regardless
And if
of
you
how
like
they
these type
look.
of
You know,
conversations,
you
feel
come in
free
with a
to join
shirt
the
that says I'm gonna
Discord
shoot up a
also.
school, and they're just looking for $1, they might think your shirt's a joke. Then you go out and do that, they weren't paying attention because they didn't give a fuck. They're just looking to make $1 off of you. But if you have somebody who actually can read body language, signs, listening for certain indicators like, man, I can't wait to get this, man, they're solely going to pay. An FFL may be too busy to hear that, but someone behind the counter who reads body language can interpret that, go, whoa, we need to pause this, and then actually be able to point this person in the right direction, evaluate them, and see if there's something else. And if there's nothing else, proceed. But sometimes it does take, and I will say this, I don't believe you should be able to buy 5 ARs in one day. I totally agree. That's the dumbest thing. I don't think you should be able to do that. You don't need 5 a day. Hell, if they're like, hey, one gun a month, sure, I guess. But because you're not taking away the right to defend themselves. Banning guns is completely taking away the entire right.
You
I'm
said
not
you're an
saying,
FFL.
yeah,
Do you know where I can get a bore light?
a bore light,
Yeah.
like the laser.
Well, you were a Marine.
You
had the
said
weapons
this
call.
guy
It's the bore light is the
talking
zeroing
seems to
projection
know
that
too
you mount
much.
inside the
never-
barrel to mount the
Hey,
M16.
before y'all,
Hilarious.
before y'all brothers get too deep in y'all gun
Oh,
conversation.
sorry, yeah.
Yeah. I want to tell y'all good night. You know what I'm saying? It was good talking to you, brothers.
I
You know what I'm
appreciate you
saying?
having me, man.
For
All
sure,
right,
for
Zay.
sure.
Thanks for
Yeah.
jumping on.
For
All
sure,
right,
for
Zay.
sure.
All right, Zay, bro.
All right, y'all be easy, man. Peace.
All
All
right,
right.
peace, man.
All right,
Or
and yeah,
siren.
bro. I definitely always
What's up,
appreciate
dude?
y'all for stopping by.
Did you
look
not
tired,
activate
dude.
your affiliate yet, or did you not get enough in a month?
Oh no, like the last thing that I gotta get is the
tax form shit, right?
no, it's like the 3 average viewers or like which I should have already fucking gotten. Or like the it was like 75 people in the
It's 3 average. It goes off for average, not including raids or hosts. Because if I raid you with 1,000 people, and once I stop raiding you, you have 0 again, it don't count. Here's a little tip real quick. If somebody wants an AFK on your stream, tell them to mute the tab of Twitch and keep the volume on Twitch all the way up and lower the resolution. Because once they hit mute on this Twitch, they no longer count as a viewer.
Yep.
Oh wow.
Little tip for you. So when an affiliate came out, I was auto affiliate because this channel is pretty big. This is my politics channel, but I have a gaming
Yes.
channel. I don't really do anymore. But I have about a couple thousand followers on that. I just don't really game anymore because I ain't got the fucking time. But yeah, I mean, it's all about just making people stay, man.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, no, that's
But
definitely what like it's
No,
like the last
you've been
thing.
doing pretty good.
Yeah.
I thought you would have already hit that 3 average. I know that the month just ended. I thought you might have fucking got
Yeah,
it done
no,
already.
like last month was crazy. Like I got like damn near like 50 followers within that month. I got my
but it's
fucking
concurrent. Keep that in mind. If you
yeah.
stream for 7 hours and only 1 hour you had 3 viewers, your
Yes.
concurrent doesn't count as 3.
Yeah,
It
and
counts as
that's the
like
thing.
0.7.
And that's the thing, it's like and that's kind of why like I've set a
It should be
schedule
easy.
like
You gotta what you do is when people jump into your stream, have them open up another tab because like right now you got 4 people on your panel. 4 people should be in your chat. You know what I mean?
what
If you average, if you're, you know,
Yeah, I mean it's not hard if you have like if you have a cell phone, log in
yes.
with a different name and fucking watch your own stream. Add a
well,
bot.
I wouldn't
Add a
say
bot.
that while I was live, but you know,
Yeah.
Why not? Why not have when you go to the bathroom, you can take the phone
what's
with you and you
it's
can
against
review.
TOS though
No, it's not.
It's
to
called clever
artificially
use of
boost.
game
Yeah.
mechanics.
That's
Not
hilarious.
unless
Yeah, it's
it's your
called clever use.
not unless it's your bot. Like if I have my computer and my main screen over here and I have another screen. Now if you're doing it for intentions to boost your viewers,
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah,
saying
exactly.
seven phones, but if you have your own bot account that is mainly for like Streamlabs or something like that, and you have your own cell phone to check the quality of your stream, I'm not saying abuse the system, but you're allowed to have another bot. Say you step
This
away
man's
for the
talking about
room.
malicious
You
compliance.
can moderate your own chat because they say you have to
Yeah.
moderate your own chat. And if having a second phone to do that, I mean, might as well just get a bot account going, you know.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm not saying abuse the system. I'm just saying, you know. But
This
if you have
man is
family
exiting the
members, tell
matrix.
them to watch your stream too. You know, if people are in your debates, definitely have them logged in.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You know.
Yeah.
You know I got your back, Goon.
Yeah,
Whenever you
no.
go live, I usually try and jump in and throw you, even if I'm not like active in the chat. I usually got it up in the background.
Hell
And
yeah,
even
hell
like what
yeah. And I
Tag said,
definitely
like
appreciate
even
that
if you have
shit.
6 people in the discussion, have them mute the tab, be in the stream. That way, all the view counts. Because we can
Yeah,
hear
and
each
then
other
you're
in
still
Discord.
that way everybody interacts in chat too. Like Captain, I was bullshitting a little bit with
You
Captain,
said
and he just
mute the
kind of
tab? What do you mean by mute the tab?
you hit the mute button up on top on
Yeah.
the
And you're
tab.
Yeah,
only
you
Why
right.
allowed
You
would
to
you
right
mute it
click
though?
it
Why would you mute the tab?
because
because
we're in
once
Discord,
you
it'll
mute
create an echo.
Twitch, once you mute Twitch on the website Twitch and you hit that mute button where the volume
Yeah.
bar is, they are
Yeah,
timed out as an active viewer.
yeah. Twitch has it set up that way. If
Why
you
would
mute
you
the
want
window,
them timed out though?
but
This is
Because
what
if
if
they
you
go to
mute the
sleep,
window, then
they no
it's not an
longer
active
count.
viewer. So
Yeah.
anytime you get rated, you have to. It's a good thing to set up a command to remind people to hit the refresh tab, because otherwise, until they refresh or click on your name and actually join your page, they don't get counted either.
Wow, what the fuck?
Well, okay, well, you're going a bit too far. What Goon is asking about is why we would want to mute the tab. A good example, right? The 3 of us here that are not the actual streamer, right? We are all in your Twitch channel. In our
Yeah.
browser that we have Twitch up in, we went up to the tab where for the Twitch site and then click mute tab.
Okay,
And then we
okay.
keep the volume of Twitch max. Because if
Yeah,
you turn the actual volume of Twitch to mute, Twitch says, oh, they must not be an actual viewer, and so it no longer counts toward your total. But we also don't want to have the actual sound of Twitch because we're all in the Discord. So what's
yeah,
going
there'd
to end
be
up
an
happening
echo.
is we're going to hear this 5-second delay
Yes,
with just the
yeah,
overlap
yeah.
of voices.
Yeah. Okay. I see exactly what you're saying because yeah, that's exactly why I tend to, just be on like the home screen of Twitch, versus, just staying on my homepage because like it will create an echo or whatnot. But yeah, bro, I see what y'all are saying now. I see what y'all are saying. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's that last thing I gotta get, and then that's also why I created more of a schedule because I was kind of streaming too much to where it was messing up my average. It was like increasing my average, from like because it does go off of your time that you stream, right? As far as like those average viewers.
Yeah, it's what is it, three viewers over however many hours you stream during that month.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So it's per stream.
Well, it's total. It's like if you've streamed 100 hours in that month, you have to have 300 views. Right?
Well, yeah. See,
300 like
that's
concurrent.
why I said more now of like a schedule besides just like freely streaming, you know, because like
Well,
it's
yeah.
kind of messing up that because it's
And
kind
it
of
has
messing
been
up that
shown that being
average.
on a schedule increases viewability because
Yes.
people can't, people like reliability.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
No,
it's good
you're
for your
right.
mental health. That way, you don't like if you know you have a schedule. Like I'm only going to stream from 5 p.m. to midnight.
And that's another thing that like because like at first, bro, I was like doing that shit every day. I was like, bro, I need to chill the fuck out before I like either burn myself out or like I literally just have be like in a room and like have nothing to fucking say because I'm so fucking exhausted. You know,
Dude, I feel that.
like
That's horrible. I stopped streaming
Right.
because when I first started, I was doing gaming streams, and this was during the pandemic too. So I was literally streaming from like 8 in the morning till 10 at night every day because I had nothing better to do.
Yeah.
And it only took about 6 months to be like, dude, I can't do this.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I feel you. But yeah, no, I just hope I mean everything will work out, but I definitely appreciate y'all especially beyond the tags and Captain for y'all for following and joining the Discord. We're definitely always looking for new people, and you already know, Blizzard. You have
I'll try
definitely
to be on, but I gotta go to
shown
bed
me
at
the
a
most
decent time
love.
for work.
But yeah, I definitely appreciate y'all. But y'all definitely enjoy the rest of y'all's night. All right.
Hey, you too, man.
All right, for sure.
Take it easy, everybody.
See ya.
All right, Mama, and I appreciate you for stopping by and for hitting that follow. Also, definitely catch me tomorrow. It's probably start around 11. I was supposed to start around 10, but might start around 11 because I'm supposed to be hanging out with some people. But I would definitely be on.